Chen Mo, who had just been dumped by his girlfriend, was forced to return home for a blind date. He originally thought it was just a perfunctory formality to appease his family, but he never expected that he would accidentally activate the all-powerful blind date system. The system's rules were outrageously powerful. As long as the blind date partner made any condition, request, or wish, the system could instantly materialize it in reality. Wealth, property, luxury cars, academic degrees, skills, everything was available. No request was refused. With this invincible system, Chen Mo's life was about to undergo a complete reversal, skyrocketing all the way to the peak of success. In the elegant Yayan Western restaurant, warm yellow lighting gently poured down, and a soothing piano melody flowed slowly through the air. The rich aroma of steak mingled with the faint fragrance of roses. Yet Chen Mo, sitting in the middle of it all, felt no enjoyment at all, only extreme unease and an unbearable sense of time dragging on. His blind date opposite him was named Li Mei, introduced by the enthusiastic Aunt Wang from the neighborhood. At first, she only vaguely praised the woman as a good homemaker who would make a worry-free wife. But it wasn't until they met in person that Chen Mo was shocked. The woman in front of him wore exquisite makeup and a tight dress that deliberately highlighted her figure. Even more astonishingly, she had already been through 3 marriages, and her most recent divorce had only been finalized 2 days ago. So-called good at taking care of people apparently meant she had taken care of 3 husbands in a row. Such rich experience left Chen Mo with mixed feelings. Li Mei casually cut into the foie gras on her plate with a fork and knife, her posture arrogant as she sized up Chen Mo, who wore a simple white shirt and casual trousers. In her eyes, he looked entirely out of place in such an upscale Western restaurant. In contrast, she had spent a long time carefully dressing herself today, layering multiple foundations on her face and carefully choosing her outfit, full of superiority. She spoke first, her tone scrutinizing. "I heard you just broke up with your girlfriend recently?" Chen Mo nodded calmly. "Yeah, last week. Just broke up and you rushed into a blind date. You're quite eager," Li Mei said mockingly as she put down her cutlery and wiped her lips with a napkin. Chen Mo gave a helpless smile and explained that his elders had been urging him constantly, and he couldn't refuse. At that moment, a virtual system panel appeared in his vision, unseen by anyone else, clearly displaying Li Mei's information and the remaining duration of the blind date. The system had a strict rule. He must converse with the other party for a full 30 minutes for the task to be completed. The long wait felt like torture, but Chen Mo knew very well that this system had limitless potential. No matter how unreasonable, excessive, or absurd the blind date's demands were, the system could fulfill them all. For the sake of the generous rewards, he could only endure patiently and cooperate. After some casual conversation, Li Mei's questions became increasingly private and direct. Frowning, she asked, "You and your ex-girlfriend, you lived together before, didn't you?" Chen Mo did not hide it and admitted they had lived together for 3 months. The moment he finished speaking, the disgust on Li Mei's face could no longer be concealed. She frowned tightly and said in a picky tone, "So that's how it is." Pretending to be generous, she claimed she was not old-fashioned and wouldn't look down on him for it, but then immediately shifted her tone and demanded an increase in the bride price. Her reason was far-fetched. She was worried Chen Mo might reconnect with his ex and leave her feeling wronged, so a higher bride price would make her feel secure. This twisted logic made Chen Mo's mouth twitch violently. He couldn't help but internally curse her. She had 3 marriages herself, yet showed no self-reflection, but she nitpicked endlessly about his past cohabitation and shamelessly demanded more money. Still, he forcefully suppressed his dissatisfaction and anger, maintaining a gentle smile as he repeatedly expressed understanding and agreed to increase the bride price. For the sake of the system rewards, he would temporarily endure this grievance. Seeing how obedient and compliant Chen Mo was, Li Mei's tense expression relaxed completely. In a good mood, she directly stated the amount. "Then let's set the bride price at 588,000 yuan for good luck. What do you think?" Watching her extend fingers painted with bright red nail polish, Chen Mo felt secretly pleased. "Is that all? Too easy." He deliberately acted generous and encouraged her to ask for more conditions. Flattered by his attitude, Li Mei grew even more pleased and waved her hand, saying the bride price was enough. Then she began listing increasingly demanding material conditions. She insisted that a wedding house was a necessity, at least 200 square meters, fully paid for, and the property deed must only have her name. After that, she demanded a car worth no less than 500,000 yuan, preferably a first-tier luxury brand, so she would have face when visiting relatives and not be laughed at. Chen Mo listened attentively on the surface and kept nodding in agreement, while inside he was already ecstatic. He was hoping she would ask for even more outrageous demands. The harsher the conditions, the greater the system rewards. Seeing that Chen Mo accepted everything without hesitation, Li Mei became bolder. She continued, "Your monthly salary must be at least 30,000 yuan to maintain our family's quality of life. I also have a younger brother who isn't married yet. When he buys a house in the future, I'll definitely need to help him." Even with such unreasonable demands, Chen Mo still agreed readily. Encouraged further, Li Mei threw out her final condition. "When we have children in the future, after they grow up, you must buy them another house separately, and it must be in the same residential community as ours so I can visit easily." All demands were accepted without resistance, and Li Mei was overjoyed. She assumed Chen Mo had fallen for her at first sight and was willing to give everything. She could no longer contain her excitement and leaned forward, asking eagerly when they should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage, suggesting they should go that same afternoon. Chen Mo glanced at the floating system panel. The blind date timer showed 1 minute and 58 seconds remaining. He calmly picked up his water and took a sip, then gave Li Mei a meaningful smile, signaling her to wait 2 more minutes. Li Mei frowned in confusion. She checked her wristwatch and calculated carefully. Driving from the restaurant to the Civil Affairs Bureau would take at least 5.5 minutes. If they delayed for 2 minutes now, they might not make it in time. Chen Mo noticed her movements and sneered inwardly. It seemed she had already planned everything carefully, even timing the route in advance, clearly intending to trap him. He said nothing, simply looked out the window and waited for the countdown. 2 minutes passed in an instant, and the atmosphere became strangely tense. Just as Li Mei was about to urge him again, Chen Mo suddenly turned back and spoke calmly. "By the way, Miss Li, I actually have one small request too. I wonder if you can agree to it." Li Mei immediately relaxed, smiling as she assumed it was something trivial. But the next second, Chen Mo slowly said something that struck her like a bolt from the blue. "I really like children, so I hope that after we get married, within 5 years, you can give me at least 7 children." What? 7? Chapter 2. At least 11 kids. That way I can form a football team. Li Mei was completely stunned. She widened her eyes, seriously doubting whether she had heard him correctly. 7 children within 5 years. Not even a single minute of rest. Just imagining having to be pregnant continuously for 5 years made her feel a chill run down her spine. This was terrifying. Do I really have to have that many? Li Mei's mouth twitched hard as she asked cautiously. Chen Mo nodded seriously. Of course. That's just the goal for the first 5 years. In the next 5 years, at least 4 more. That way I can form a full football team. Li Mei? She stared at Chen Mo, trying to find even a hint of joking on his face. But unfortunately, he looked completely serious. Not the slightest trace of humor. Her mouth twitched again violently. "Are you serious? Do you think I'm some kind of breeding sow? How could I possibly have that many children?" She was truly speechless. This man was absurd beyond belief. Seeing her reaction, Chen Mo showed a look of deep regret. He slowly stood up, picked up his coat from the chair, and said with perfectly timed disappointment, "Since Miss Li is unwilling to have that many children, it seems we're not very compatible after all." With that, he slightly nodded. Before Li Mei could react, he walked calmly toward the restaurant exit. Li Mei widened her eyes, mouth open, completely stunned for several seconds. What kind of reason was that? She was willing to have children, but how could she possibly have so many? Watching Chen Mo leave, she panicked immediately. They had already agreed on everything: bride price, house, car, even future housing for the child. Everything had been perfect, and now it was ruined, just because of children. "Wait, don't go. We can still talk. If necessary, I can have 3 instead." Li Mei shouted desperately and hurried to chase him. But in her panic, she slipped and fell hard to the ground. All she could do was watch helplessly as Chen Mo's unrelenting figure disappeared behind the revolving door, her mind going completely blank. Her face changed from red to white, then from white to green, finally turning ashen. Bride price, house, car, all gone. At that moment, in a taxi, Chen Mo looked at the rapidly passing city scenery outside the window, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Almost at the same time, a long-awaited pleasant notification rang in his mind. Ding! 30 minutes of effective communication with blind date Li Mei completed. Wish list confirmed and recorded. Processing manifestation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained ***. 2 fully renovated property units near Xinguang Primary School, move-in ready. 1 Mercedes-Benz E300L sedan, fully registered, already parked in your designated space. A stable job offer with a 30,000/month salary. Details sent to your phone. 588,000 yuan in cash savings, safely deposited into your linked bank account. Feeling the bank transfer notification on his phone and the sudden appearance of property and vehicle information in his mind, Chen Mo let out a long breath. His smile became genuinely relaxed. This system really was reliable. All of Li Mei's outrageous demands had turned into sweet rewards. 1 experience pack already gives this much. Chen Mo's eyes flickered. Looks like I need to speed things up. He took out Aunt Wang's number from his contacts and called her. After a few rings, the call connected, and Aunt Wang's enthusiastic voice came through. Hello? Xiaochen. How did it go with Li Mei? Auntie didn't introduce you wrong, right? She's very good at living. Chen Mo sighed. Aunt Wang, we talked. Oh. Aunt Wang immediately picked up on the subtle change in his tone. What happened? Didn't like her? Chen Mo sighed again. It actually went pretty well. Li Mei is a nice person. It's just we ended up disagreeing on a fundamental issue. A fundamental issue? Aunt Wang frowned. What kind of issue could be more important than real-life living? Chen Mo smiled, but didn't answer directly. That's not important. Aunt Wang, do you have any other candidates? Introduce a few more to me. Huh? Aunt Wang was stunned. More introductions? You just finished one, and you already want another? No break at all. Chen Mo spoke casually. Fate comes and goes. Maybe the next one will be the right one. You have a lot of resources, Aunt Wang. Please put in a bit more effort. After a pause, Aunt Wang asked hesitantly. All right, then what kind of girl are you looking for this time? Chen Mo. Do you have someone with especially high requirements? The kind who can't easily settle. Oh no, the kind who just hasn't found a suitable match yet. What? Aunt Wang's voice immediately rose in disbelief. High requirements. Can't settle? Kid, are you messing with me? After all her years as a matchmaker, she had only ever seen men lowering standards desperately. This was the first time she had seen someone actively seeking the hardest targets. Chen Mo quickly replied. Aunt Wang, how could I be messing with you? Think about it. Higher requirements actually mean better conditions, right? It shows she has standards, confidence, and plans for life. Those kinds of women are the real quality partners, high potential stocks. The ones with no requirements are the ones you should worry about instead. I'm just being precise, quality over quantity. His sophisticated-sounding nonsense left Aunt Wang completely confused. After a long silence, she finally said uncertainly, Now that you put it like that, it does sound kind of reasonable. Chen Mo immediately pressed on. So please, Aunt Wang, find me more like that. The more selective, the better. Aunt Wang rustled through her notebook. Let me see. High requirements, strict standards. Oh, there really is one. A fresh university graduate, very pretty, but her standards are sky-high. She's rejected several introductions already. Her requirements could fill an A4 page. Before she finished, I'll take her. Chen Mo immediately cut in decisively. A university graduate, educated, ambitious, perfect. Aunt Wang, please send me her contact information. Chapter 3. A university girl whose requirements fill an A4 page. Then it's her. Asterisk asterisk. Hearing how readily Chen Mo agreed, Aunt Wang instantly became energized. Good, good, good. You've got taste, kid. I'll send you her photos and contact info right away. Take a look and see if she suits your eye. Thank you so much, Aunt Wang. Sorry to trouble you. Chen Mo quickly expressed his gratitude, then added very tactfully. I'll transfer the introduction fee to you via Feixin later. The moment she heard the word money, Aunt Wang's voice immediately turned warm and enthusiastic. Oh, no rush, no rush. You're too polite, child. Don't be so formal with Auntie. Just add her and chat first. Let me know if anything comes up. All right, Aunt Wong. I'll hang up for now. Chen Mo politely ended the call. Without hesitation, he opened Feishin, found Aunt Wong's account, and transferred 3,000 yuan in one clean move. Almost instantly, the transfer showed as received. Immediately after, a contact card was sent over, along with several photos. Chen Mo opened them. The first photo was taken at a famous internet celebrity check-in scenic spot. A young woman in a fashionable dress with delicate makeup stood with her back to the camera, glancing over her shoulder with a faint smile. On her arm hung a handbag that was clearly a classic model from a luxury brand. As for whether it was real, Chen Mo reserved judgment. She did look pretty, at least a solid 7 out of 10, with a youthful, student-like aura. But in her eyes and posture, there was an intentionally crafted sense of high-end sophistication. The next few photos were staged shots in places like cafes and bookstores, all consistently showcasing that branded bag and a seemingly refined lifestyle taste. Below the photos, Aunt Wong sent a voice message. Xiao Chun, this girl is called Zhang Yiting. Talk to her properly. She's an educated young lady. Chen Mo smiled and saved her contact. Just then, the taxi he was riding in gently slowed and stopped at the entrance of his residential complex. He scanned the code and paid the fare, then got out of the car neatly. The afternoon sun bathed him warmly. Standing at the entrance, he glanced at the newly saved contact and curled his lips into a meaningful smile. A university student. High requirements. An A4 page full of demands. He murmured to himself, eyes filled with anticipation. Good. I like girls with dreams. Just don't disappoint me. After returning home, Chen Mo leisurely prepared himself a simple dinner. After eating and washing up, he sank into the soft sofa as the city outside lit up with evening lights. Only then did he slowly pick up his phone and open Feishin. He entered the number and sent a friend request. Unexpectedly, it was accepted almost instantly. Without wasting time, Chen Mo typed directly. Hello, Miss Zhang Yiting. I'm Chen Mo, introduced by Aunt Wong. When are you free to meet and talk? On the screen, the status, typing, appeared intermittently. About a minute later, a reply came. So soon? Aren't we still strangers? Shouldn't we get to know each other first? Chen Mo didn't reply. Instead, he selected a photo from his album and sent it. It was taken during a seaside trip. In the photo, he wore a simple white tank top, head slightly raised with a faint smile. His wet black hair looked slightly messy. His facial features were sharp and defined, his smile bright, and his physique lean and well-proportioned. He looked like a top-tier handsome young man. The effect was immediate. The chat box went silent at once. Even the typing indicator disappeared. Chen Mo could almost picture her on the other side zooming in on his face, figure, and the lifestyle implied by the background. About half a minute later, a reply came, clearly softened. I didn't expect you to be this handsome, but looks alone aren't enough for a boyfriend. You can't eat on looks, you still need to meet my requirements. Chen Mo smiled and still didn't reply. He opened his album again and sent a photo of his abs. This time, the silence lasted even longer. A full 2 minutes passed before she replied. All right then, let's meet. You choose the place, somewhere quiet. A knowing smile appeared on Chen Mo's face. Got her. He quickly typed. Yayan Western Restaurant, how about it? The environment is pretty good. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? He sent the location. This time, it was Chen Mo who waited. 2 to 3 minutes passed without a reply. He slightly raised his brows. Weren't you in a hurry just now? Finally, the reply came. Tomorrow. I actually have something to do. Not very convenient. How about Friday at 4 p.m.? That time works for me. Seeing this, Chen Mo frowned slightly. Busy tomorrow? They had just added each other, yet she could precisely schedule Friday at 4 p.m. down to the exact hour? That didn't feel like a sudden arrangement. It felt like she was coordinating a schedule. He could almost confirm she probably had multiple blind dates lined up. The silence just now was likely her checking her calendar. Thinking of this, Chen Mo didn't feel annoyed at all. Instead, he found it more interesting. A hot commodity, it seems. And that was exactly what he needed. All right, Friday 4 p.m., Yayan Western Restaurant. See you there. Okay, see you then. After sending the message, Chen Mo stood by the window, looking at the dazzling night view of the city, anticipation in his eyes. Time quickly passed, and Friday arrived. 3:30 p.m. Chen Mo drove the system-awarded black Mercedes-Benz E300L into the parking lot of Yayan Western Restaurant. Sunlight streamed through the windshield, illuminating his brand new outfit. He hadn't been idle these past few days. The 588,000 yuan bride price sitting in his bank account had been carefully converted into a battle outfit that looked highly impressive. He wore a tailored suit, an Omega Seamaster watch on his wrist, a pure gold Pishio bracelet on the other hand, and a glass-type jade Buddha pendant around his neck. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. With this carefully curated appearance, Chen Mo, already tall and upright, now exuded an even more refined, elite aura. No choice. Facing someone like Zhang Yaoting, a cultured woman who pursued refined living and high-end quality, first impressions were everything. If he showed up casually like last time, he might not even get half an hour of conversation, let alone trigger the system's wish manifestation. 3:50 p.m. Chen Mo pushed open the heavy glass door of Yayan Western Restaurant. Chapter 4. Although I have a junior college degree, my partner must be Tsinghua or Peking University, and he must give me 100,000 a month. The familiar soft lighting, soothing piano music, and the aroma of coffee and food filled the air once again. Under the guidance of a waiter, Chen Mo walked toward a window seat. Coincidentally, it was the same seat where he had met Li Mei last time. He sat down calmly and ordered a glass of soda water, then leaned back in a relaxed posture, patiently waiting for today's main character to appear. For 03 p.m., a slender figure appeared at the entrance of the restaurant. Zhang Yiting had arrived. Her outfit today was clearly carefully chosen. She wore a Chanel-style tweed suit dress paired with classic two-tone heels. In her hand was the LV handbag that had appeared in her photos. Her makeup was exquisite, her hair carefully styled and draped over her shoulders with deliberate curves. Overall, she did look more like a high-society lady than she did in her photos. Her gaze swept across the restaurant and quickly locked onto Chen Mo by the window. The moment she clearly saw him, a flash of surprise and admiration appeared in her eyes. This outfit. Her eyes quickly and subtly scanned his wristwatch, suit fabric, and the conspicuous jade Buddha pendant. She immediately began a mental valuation. This outfit alone was probably worth over 6 figures. A sweet smile quickly appeared on her face as she walked over with elegant steps. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic. I didn't keep you waiting too long, did I? Chen Mo stood up and, like a perfect gentleman, pulled out her chair. With a flawless smile, he said, Not at all. I just arrived as well. Miss Zhang Yiting, hello. I'm Chen Mo. Just call me Yiting, she said sweetly as she sat down. Then she looked at Chen Mo again, carefully studying him. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she added, a little shyly, You're even more handsome than in the photos. Thank you. You're very beautiful too. Chen Mo replied politely, his tone sincere. He called the waiter over and handed her the menu. What would you like to drink? Or we can order food directly. Yiting took the menu, quickly scanning the prices. Then she looked up with flowing eyes. This place has such a nice atmosphere, but it's a bit expensive, isn't it? I'm making you spend quite a bit, aren't I? Chen Mo simply smiled indifferently. What matters is the atmosphere and the mood. Price isn't an issue. Those words were like a reassurance. Yiting's smile became even more genuine as she began ordering, casually mentioning several expensive signature dishes. Chen Mo showed no objection the entire time. When the waiter confirmed the order, he even proactively asked if she wanted aperitifs. Seeing his generosity, Yiting became even more satisfied. She then decisively ordered an expensive bottle of red wine. After the waiter left, she gently brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and looked at Chen Mo with growing enthusiasm. At the same time, Chen Mo's gaze was fixed on a virtual panel only he could see. Blind date target, Zhang Yating. Remaining time, 25:11, ***. Perfect. Smooth start. Plenty of time. He decided to take the initiative and steer the conversation toward the core topic. Leaning slightly forward, hands interlaced on the table, he smiled with just the right mix of curiosity and admiration. Yiting, Aunt Wang said you're very outstanding. Honestly, I'm a bit curious. What exactly are your requirements for your future partner? Hearing this, Yiting curled her lips slightly, stirring her lemonade straw calmly. Well, Aunt Wang overpraised me. But honestly, girls like me, with education, looks, and taste, are quite rare nowadays. My requirements are actually very simple. Just a few core points. Simple. Chen Mo's heart suddenly tightened. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Oh no, did those photos make her lower her standards? He instantly regretted sending that abs photo. Chen Mo screamed internally. Don't be simple. Don't you dare be simple. It must be complicated. Must be harsh. Must fill an A4 page. My mansion, sports car, and financial goals all depend on your high standards. He stared at her nervously, terrified she would say something like, as long as he's nice, or feelings are what matter. Yiting smiled lightly and said, first of all, I'm a proper college student, so I care a lot about education and communication. So my future partner's academic background cannot be lower than mine. That's the bottom line. Ideally, he should be a graduate of Tsinghua or Peking University. Chen Mo blinked. May I ask, which university did you graduate from? I assume it's a top school too. Yu Ting straightened her posture proudly. I studied at Guangdong Vocational College of Foreign Languages and Arts. My major was business English. Chen Mo frowned slightly. A vocational college, so that's junior college, right? So what if it is? She replied confidently, raising her voice slightly. Junior college students are still college students. There's no fundamental difference from undergraduates. It's all higher education. Many undergrads can't even be as practical as we are. Chen Mo's mouth twitched violently. Good. Good. Very good. You're a junior college graduate, but you require Tsinghua or Peking University. That's like jumping from Earth straight to Mars. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. That's exactly the kind of confidence I need. Chen Mo smiled brightly. What a coincidence. I actually graduated from Tsinghua. Really? Yiting's eyes widened instantly, sparkling with excitement. She had only mentioned Tsinghua casually, expecting him to bargain down the requirement. She never expected the man in front of her, handsome and seemingly wealthy, actually met one of her harshest conditions. Of course it's true, Chen Mo said calmly. My diploma and degree certificate are at home. I can take a photo for you later. Great, great, she nodded excitedly, her smile becoming even sweeter. I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Then she moved on to her second requirement. To be honest, I'm not that materialistic. So I don't require a specific salary or bride price. Chen Mo nodded in cooperation, but then her tone shifted. However, I do have a relatively high standard of living. Skincare, clothes, bags, and afternoon tea with friends cost quite a lot. So you need to give me at least 100,000 yuan per month as living expenses so I can maintain my lifestyle. That shouldn't be a problem for you, right? 100,000 per month and no bride price? Chen Mo sneered internally. So instead of bride price, you're just directly robbing me now? He smiled and nodded without hesitation. Of course, no problem. A man earns money to spend on the woman he loves anyway. 100,000? That's nothing. Really? That's great. Stars practically sparkled in Yiting's eyes. Chen Mo's agreement completely ignited her enthusiasm. She felt she had met a true soulmate and perfect match. She took a deep breath and began to state her third requirement, her tone suddenly turning more emotional. Chapter 5. Really no other requirements? I want to add a little competitive advantage. There's also one more thing. I'm a very filial person. My father passed away early, and it was my mother who raised me with great hardship. The house back in my hometown is already very old. I feel heartbroken every time I see it. So I hope that after we're together, you can fund the construction of a small villa in my hometown. Something like a countryside villa, 2.5 stories with a small garden. I want my mother to enjoy her old age. She shouldn't be living in that kind of old house anymore. She paused, observing Chen Mo's reaction. Seeing that he was still listening attentively, she continued in a slightly choked voice. Also, she's getting older, her health isn't as good as before, and there's no one at home to take care of her. I'm busy working in the city and don't have time to go back often. So it would be best if you could also hire 2 caregivers, careful, attentive ones, to take turns looking after her daily life. That way I can feel more at ease. A deeply moved expression appeared on Chen Mo's face. He nodded heavily, his tone full of emotion and approval. Build a villa, hire 2 caregivers. Yiting, you are truly too filial. In today's society, girls like you who always keep their mothers in mind and plan so thoughtfully for them are really rare, truly precious. Chen Mo looked at her sincerely. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. Your requests aren't excessive at all. I completely understand and fully support them. Hearing such wholehearted approval, the shyness and joy on Zhang Yiting's face could no longer be hidden. She felt as if she had finally met a soulmate. Overcome with emotion, she even began complaining about her past blind dates, her tone filled with grievance and indignation. Chen Mo, you're really great. You have no idea. Before you, I've met a few blind dates too. But when I told them my second requirement, either they made excuses or they immediately changed their expressions and left without even basic manners. It was outrageous. They don't understand responsibility at all, or what family means. Chen Mo immediately cooperated, putting on an indignant expression. Exactly. How could they do that? They're completely lacking vision and responsibility. They don't understand how to appreciate your filial piety and sincerity. Seeing him standing up for her, warmth filled Zhang Yiting's heart. She looked at him with admiration and approval in her eyes. This man, his looks, his wealth, and even his thinking level, perfectly matched all her fantasies. Chen Mo smiled and said, Yiting, after hearing your thoughts, I'm even more certain you're a great girl, ambitious, filial, and someone who truly knows how to live. But are those just a few requirements? Isn't that a bit too few? Huh. Zhang Yiting was about to take a sip of red wine when her hand froze midair. Her eyes were full of confusion. Too few? She subconsciously replayed her requirements. Tsinghua/Peking University degree, 100,000 monthly allowance, a villa in her hometown, and 2 caregivers. Any one of these alone was enough to make other blind date candidates walk away in disbelief. And he thought it was too few. A strong wave of suspicion rose in her heart. Could this guy be a scammer? Someone who talks big just to win favor and then cheats money and emotions? After all, although his outfit looked expensive, what if it was all counterfeit? She frowned slightly, her tone turning a bit cold. Mr. Chun, what do you mean? I don't quite understand. My requirements shouldn't be considered low, right? Chen Mo immediately sensed the danger. I went too far. Almost scared the fish away. But on the surface, he remained calm. Instead, he showed a slightly shy and helpless smile and explained sincerely. Yiting, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, you're so outstanding yourself. Young, beautiful, educated, and filial. You must have many suitors. So, I just wanted to ask if you had any other requirements. I simply want to increase my competitiveness, so you'll seriously consider me. This explanation was flawless. It flattered her while perfectly justifying his strange reaction. As expected, the doubt on Zhang Yiting's face quickly faded. Instead, it was replaced by vanity and a hint of shyness. So that's it. He's just too into me and worried he isn't good enough. She covered her mouth and laughed softly, her eyes full of charm. How could that be? Chen Mo, you're underestimating yourself. Honestly, you're the most suitable person I've met so far, and the one who understands me best. I've already stopped considering the others. I don't really have many requirements anymore, just those core ones. I think when two people are together, feelings and sincerity matter most. Not many requirements anymore. Those light words struck Chen Mo like a bolt from the blue. That's it. An A4 page? Aunt Wang, do you even understand what an A4 page means? He screamed internally, but his face no longer dared show any urgency. There were still over 10 minutes left on the system timer. If he pushed too hard, it might arouse suspicion again. If she left early, the reward would be gone. Just then, the waiter arrived with the appetizers. The dishes are here. Let's eat first. The foie gras and steak here are quite good. Chen Mo smoothly changed the topic and gestured politely. Zhang Yiting smiled as well and turned her attention to the elegant food. For the next 10 minutes, Chen Mo absent-mindedly accompanied her through the meal, chatting casually about trivial matters. At the same time, his eyes kept glancing at the slowly ticking countdown in the virtual panel. Remaining time, 8:47. Remaining time, 3:12. Remaining time, 0:01. When the timer finally hit 30 minutes, Chen Mo let out a long breath. Ding! 30 minutes of effective communication with blind date Zhang Yiting completed. Wish list confirmed and recorded. Processing manifestation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Tsinghua/Peking University diploma and degree certificate, authentic, verifiable online. 100,000 yuan monthly allowance, automatically deposited on the first of each month. 1 luxury villa in the Greater Bay Area, fully furnished, ready to move in. 2 professional housekeeping maids, skilled in cleaning, caregiving, cooking, 24-hour availability. It was done. Although the requirements were fewer than expected, even mosquito legs are still meet. Tsinghua degree, 100,000 monthly income, a villa, and black stockings mates. Just thinking about it made him slightly excited. With the goal achieved, Chen Mo finally relaxed completely. He no longer rushed to end the date, and instead genuinely began enjoying the meal, slowly tasting his steak, occasionally exchanging a few relaxed words with Zhang Yiting. After a few drinks, her cheeks turned red, and she became even more convinced that she had finally met her ideal man. The meal soon came to an end. The waiter brought the bill. Chen Mo glanced at it, but didn't immediately reach for it. Instead, he checked his suit pocket, then his trousers pocket, showing just the right amount of awkwardness and frustration. He looked up at Zhang Yiting, who was fixing her lipstick, and gave an apologetic smile. "Ah, Yiting, I'm really sorry. I think I was in a bit of a rush when I got out of the car, and I might have left my phone and wallet in the car. Could you help me pay this time? I'll transfer it to you as soon as we get back to the car. Is that okay?" The hand holding the lipstick froze instantly. Chapter 6. Requirements materialize again. Villa. Black silk made uniforms. Asterisk asterisk. The smile on Zhang Yiting's face froze slightly. Her brows almost imperceptibly furrowed as alarm bells immediately rang in her mind. Again. That same trick again. Forgetting to bring money when eating? That excuse was way too outdated. It wasn't like she had never encountered blind dates trying this little stunt at checkout, attempting to make her foot the bill. But she, Zhang Yiting, wasn't so easily fooled. A wave of displeasure and suspicion rose in her again. She put down her lipstick, the sweet and charming expression on her face fading slightly. Her red lips parted as she prepared to say the refusal line she had practiced many times. "Maybe you should go back to the car to get it. I'll wait here." But before she could finish, Chen Mo seemed to want to prove something. He casually took out his car keys from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. Beep woof. Not far outside the restaurant window, a sleek black Mercedes-Benz E300L flashed its lights twice. The three-pointed star emblem standing proudly on the hood shimmered in the afternoon sunlight, radiating a dazzling and undeniable brilliance. Zhang Yiting's gaze was instantly locked onto it. A Mercedes, an E300L, with the standing hood ornament. She recognized this car. It cost at least 500,000 yuan on the road. All her previous doubts and dissatisfaction were instantly shattered by that shining three-pointed star. Someone who could afford this kind of car, how could he possibly care about 1,000 or 2,000 yuan for a meal? So he really must have just forgotten his wallet. In a fraction of a second, her expression changed from suspicion to shock to warmth and finally to complete gentleness. She immediately swallowed back the refusal she was about to say. A sweeter smile bloomed on her face than before, her tone light and slightly coquettish. "Oh my, is that all? I thought it was something serious. It's okay at all." While speaking, she quickly took out her exquisite wallet from her LV handbag, pulled out a credit card, and handed it generously to the waiter. "I'll pay for this meal first. It's just a small amount." She acted extremely generous. After all, 1,000 or 2,000 yuan was nothing compared to a Mercedes-Benz, and monthly 100,000 yuan, a villa, and everything else. Chen Mo blinked and nodded. "All right, then you pay for this one. I'll treat you next time." Hearing this, Zhang Yiting's smile stiffened slightly. That was just polite talk, but she didn't expect him to take it seriously. But since she had already said it, going back on it now would make her look rather ungenerous. And most importantly, she had already agreed to so many conditions. If she ruined everything over just 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, that would be a huge loss. Suppressing the pain in her heart, she forced a smile. Chen Mo smiled as well and added, "Next time we go out, I'll drive you to the mall to shop." It didn't cost anything to make promises anyway, so he casually said it. Hearing this, the last trace of doubt in Zhang Yiting's heart completely disappeared, and her smile became genuinely sweet again. Next time, she would definitely make him spend big. After paying, the two left the restaurant. Looking at the car in front of her, she even began imagining what it would feel like to sit in the passenger seat of that luxury Mercedes. Chen Mo politely opened the passenger door for her. Watching her sit in with joy, his gaze deepened. He then drove her back to her rented apartment. It was a fairly tidy but clearly old residential complex. Chen Mo nodded at her through the window as she smiled and waved goodbye, then stepped on the accelerator without hesitation. He followed the address implanted in his mind by the system and headed straight for the Greater Bay Area villa. The area was shaded with lush trees and blooming flowers, the air carrying a fresh, natural fragrance completely different from the city's hustle. Passing through the heavily guarded gate and winding along a private road, he finally stopped in front of a modern three-story villa. Its gray-white exterior was sharp and clean, with massive floor-to-ceiling windows reflecting the sunset glow and the courtyard scenery. Even though he was mentally prepared, Chen Mo still felt a slight shock. The system's work never failed to impress. He had just opened the heavy electronic door when two graceful figures appeared instantly in the entrance like well-trained butterflies, swift and elegant. They stood on his left and right, bowing slightly. Their voices were sweet, clear, and perfectly respectful. "Welcome home, master." Chen Mo looked closely. They were two young women, around their early 20s. They wore matching black and white made uniforms, tailored perfectly to their bodies, skirts just above the knee. Their legs were wrapped in smooth black stockings, and they wore polished black shoes. Both were above average in appearance, one gentle and elegant, the other lively and bright, but both wore standard professional smiles. System reward: professional-grade housekeeping maids. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow slightly. He had originally thought they might be some kind of high-tech or supernatural beings. But they were, from every angle, completely real human beings. "You two are?" Chen Mo asked cautiously. The gentler one stepped forward slightly and replied with a soft smile. "I am Lin Wan. She is Tang Rue. We were recruited through a formal housekeeping agency and assigned here after professional training. Before starting work, we were shown your photo and informed that you are the sole master of this home." The lively maid beside her nodded vigorously and added, "Yes, master. Our duties include but are not limited to daily cleaning, laundry ironing, gardening, meal preparation, and schedule reminders. We hold senior nutritionist and first aid certificates, and we are skilled in tea ceremony and basic nursing. We are on 24-hour standby to ensure your quality of life." After hearing this, Chen Mo finally understood and relaxed completely. So that was how it was. The system didn't create things out of thin air. It arranged everything in a perfectly realistic way. Recruitment, training, documentation, everything seamless. That saved him a lot of trouble. "All right, I understand." He nodded with satisfaction. "There's nothing for now. You can go ahead and handle your own tasks." "Yes, master." The two maids replied in unison, bowed again, and quietly withdrew. Only then did Chen Mo finally have time to properly take in the villa. Chapter 7. You want to come to my house? In your next life. The high-ceilinged living room, luxurious crystal chandelier, imported furniture, and carpet so soft it felt like sinking into clouds. Every detail screamed refined taste and money. Chen Mo walked up to the second floor and arrived at the oversized terrace attached to the master bedroom. The terrace faced a meticulously maintained back garden. Golden sunset lights spilled across the lawn, the swimming pool, and rare flowers whose names he didn't even know, turning everything into a living painting. A fresh blend of grass and floral fragrance filled the air, refreshing and soothing. Chen Mo took a deep breath, savoring the tangible beauty that wealth brought. A thought suddenly crossed his mind: Zhang Yiting. To be honest, she had potential. It would be a pity to let her go so easily. Maybe one day, after seeing his conditions, she would upgrade her own requirements again. Chen Mo decided to keep her on the hook for now. Thinking of this, he returned to the study. From a system-provided document bag, he took out a deep blue folder embossed with a golden emblem, a Tsinghua University diploma and degree certificate. He walked back to the terrace, adjusted the angle, and used the beautiful garden and a corner of the villa as the background. Casually holding up the certificates, he took a photo with his phone. The contents of the certificates were clearly visible. Behind them, the luxurious pool and garden appeared in the frame at a perfectly casual angle. Chen Mo checked the photo, smiled with satisfaction, and sent it to Zhang Yaoting via WeChat. No caption. Let the image speak for itself. About half a minute after sending it, the chat showed repeated, "The other party is typing." Clearly, Zhang Yiting was carefully examining the photo and experiencing a strong emotional shock. Finally, her reply came. "Wow, you really graduated from Tsinghua. Admiration, JPG." Immediately after, "Your garden is so beautiful. The air there must be super fresh. Envious, JPG." Chen Mo looked at the screen and could imagine her expression. He chuckled and typed, "Yeah, it's all right. If you're free another day, you can come over." Almost instantly, she replied, this time via voice message. Chen Mo played it. A deliberately soft, sugary voice immediately came through. "I'll come to your house." That's not very appropriate, is it? We've only just met." Chen Mo scoffed and didn't bother replying. As expected, less than 2 minutes later, the phone lit up again. Another message from her. "Actually, chatting with you has been really nice, and I feel we're quite compatible maybe. Taking things further isn't impossible. How about tomorrow?" "I'm free tomorrow," cute emoji. Chen Mo looked at the message, a cold curve forming at the corner of his lips. "Not busy now? Your schedule changes pretty fast." He deliberately waited a few minutes before replying slowly. "Tomorrow? I already have an important business meeting scheduled. Let's talk in a couple of days." The chat showed typing several times before finally sending. "Ah, I see, all right then." Sad emoji. Chen Mo couldn't be bothered to continue and exited the chat. "Come to my house. In your next life." He was about to contact Aunt Wang again to unlock another experience pack when his phone suddenly rang. The caller ID showed 4 characters. Her Majesty Mother. Chen Mo paused slightly. Ever since breaking up with his ex and returning home in defeat, then being pressured by his parents to go on blind dates, he hadn't called home once. No need to guess. This call was definitely about progress. He cleared his throat and adjusted his tone. The moment he answered, he spoke first. "Mom, did you and Dad eat yet?" His mother's voice came through the phone, slightly noisy but unmistakably familiar. "We ate already. Your dad's watching the news." "Oh, you ate already? All right." Chen Mo immediately continued, speeding up his speech. "I haven't eaten yet. I'm starving. I'll hang up now and go grab something." "Hey, wait, don't hang up." His mother immediately became anxious, raising her voice. "I'm asking you, how's your blind date going? Found any girl you like yet?" Chen Mo replied vaguely. "Almost there, Mom. Don't rush me. I'll find one soon." "What do you mean soon?" His mother pressed on, concern in her tone. "You need to take this seriously. If you don't have enough money for dates, tell me. Don't let the girl feel wronged. And about bride price, gold, house down payment, you don't need to worry too much. We're not rich, but your dad and I have saved some money over the years. If you meet someone you like, just go for it boldly. Don't worry about money. We can manage somehow. We've got your back." Listening to his mother's rambling voice, Chen Mo tightened his grip on the phone unconsciously. A warmth slowly rose in his chest. He could almost picture his parents living frugally just to save up for his marriage. They didn't know anything about systems or manifestation. They only knew, in the simplest and most honest way, to clear a path for their son. Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing the slight lump in his throat, and softened his voice. "I know, Mom. I really do. Don't worry so much. I've got it under control. I've got to go eat now." His mother seemed like she still had more to say, but eventually held back and reminded him. "All right then, go eat. Don't always order takeout. It's not healthy. Buy something from a proper restaurant at least, where you can see how it's made." "Okay, I got it. Take care of yourselves too." After hanging up, Chen Mo sat quietly in the leather chair in his study for a few minutes, his mother's words still echoing in his ears. He looked around the luxurious study, then out at the quiet night view of the villa district. A surreal feeling washed over him. Winning the lottery. "I should probably use that excuse soon," he murmured to himself. For now, he decided to accumulate a bit more results, then find a suitable moment to use the simplest explanation to reassure his parents. Putting family matters aside for now, Chen Mo picked up his phone again and dialed Aunt Wang. The call quickly connected. A cheerful voice came through. "Hello, Xiaochen. How's it going with Yiting? Annie told you she was a good catch, right?" Chen Mo sighed. "Aunt Wang, Yiting is pretty good. We talked all right. It's just, she seems a bit short. You know, that might affect the next generation's genes, right? So I thought I should keep looking and compare a bit more." "Short." Aunt Wang paused on the other end, as if recalling her height. Her tone turned slightly uncertain. "Oh, I see. All right then, you're thinking pretty far ahead. I'll look around for you again." Chapter 8. Music Genius? Perfect timing. I happen to know a bit about symphonies too. Asterisk asterisk. Chen Mo smiled and said, "All right, thanks for your trouble, Aunt Wang. And remember, stick to what I said before, prioritize girls with higher standards. Those are the ones worth taking seriously." Aunt Wang's tone became even more strange. You kid, you're honestly the first one I've met in all these years doing this job who asks for that kind of thing. You're deliberately going after the hard ones. What's the point? Chen Mo laughed it off. Better to have nothing than to settle for less. On the other end, there was the sound of rustling paper. Clearly, Aunt Wang flipping through her treasured notebook. After a while, she seemed to find a match, but her tone carried uncertainty. Don't say I didn't warn you. I actually do have one with very high standards. This girl's been listed here for almost 2 months, met several people already, none of them worked out. Her conditions are excellent, but her standards? Extremely high. Chen Mo's eyes lit up instantly. This is the one. Aunt Wang, send me her contact info. But Aunt Wang hesitated. Xiao Chun, I should tell you first, this girl's surname is Su Yun. Her family is supposedly in music, a real musical household. She's a talented young woman who plays the guzheng. So she requires her future partner to understand music and have artistic taste. Ideally, even able to play piano. That alone has already eliminated a lot of candidates. If you don't think it fits, I can find you another one. Piano. Chen Mo smiled meaningfully. No need to change. This is perfect. Honestly, Aunt Wang, I do have some musical sense. I usually enjoy listening to symphonies and things like that. Maybe we'll get along well. Aunt Wang sounded doubtful. All right then, I'll send you her WeChat. But be polite. She's a cultured girl who values atmosphere. Don't act careless. Don't worry, Aunt Wang. Mission guaranteed. Chen Mo replied smoothly. After hanging up, he transferred 3,000 yuan as the referral fee as usual. Within seconds, the payment was accepted and a new contact card arrived. The avatar was a side profile of a girl sitting in front of a guzheng, head slightly lowered so only her delicate profile could be seen. Her nickname was simple, just one character. Yun. Chen Mo copied the number and sent a friend request. Introduced by Aunt Wang, I'm Chen Mo. But this time, the request wasn't accepted immediately. 10 minutes passed. No response. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, but wasn't in a hurry. A musical genius, a bit of pride is normal. Just then, soft footsteps sounded. Lin Wan, the gentle maid from earlier, appeared at the doorway of the study and knocked lightly on the open door. Master, dinner is ready. Would you like to eat in the dining room, or have it brought here? Only then did Chen Mo realize he was a bit hungry. Dining room, he said, stretching his stiff neck. Yes, master. Lin Wan bowed slightly and led the way. The dining room maintained the villa's modern luxury style. A long wooden table for 8 sat under a warm pendant light, casting a cozy glow. Several dishes had already been set out. Exquisite plating, rich colors. Tang Rue, the other maid, carefully placed a soup pot on a heat mat. Master, tonight we prepared black pepper beef, steamed sea bass, blanched Chinese cabbage, and mushroom chicken soup. We hope it suits your taste. Lin Wan gently pulled out his chair. Chen Mo glanced over the dishes. Every plate looked comparable to a high-end restaurant. Looks great, he nodded and sat down. The 2 maids didn't leave. They stood quietly nearby, eyes lowered, waiting for instructions. When he put down his spoon, Tang Rue would quietly step forward to ask if he wanted more soup. When his rice ran low, Lin Wan would promptly refill it. This meticulous service gave Chen Mo a true sense of lifestyle upgrade. No need to speak. Everything was already taken care of. It wasn't just comfort. It was a psychological sense of superiority. He silently gave the system another thumbs up. This reward really understands men. After dinner, Lin Wan handed him a warm towel, while Tang Rue silently cleaned up the table. Chen Mo leaned back, satisfied. He checked his phone again. The friend request from Yun was still pending. He didn't care. Instead, he became more interested in this so-called music genius. Requires piano skills? Musical family? A true talent? Good. The next wave of system rewards was already waving at him. The more ridiculous the requirements, the better, he muttered. Otherwise, it'd be a waste of my expectations. The next morning, sunlight poured through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the master bedroom. Chen Mo woke up naturally from a comfortable sleep. After stretching, he walked into the spacious bathroom, large enough to rival a living room. He found the toothbrush already loaded with toothpaste and a warm towel neatly placed by the sink. At that moment, Tang Rue appeared in the hallway. You're here this early? Chen Mo glanced at the time, just after 7 a.m. Our working hours are from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., she replied gently. If you need, We can switch to 24-hour rotation. Chen Mo nodded. Once again, the system's attention to detail impressed him. After washing up, he went to the dining room. A full breakfast was already prepared, balanced and luxurious. Not knowing your preferences, we prepared both Chinese and Western styles. Please let us know if you have any special preferences, Lin once said softly. Chen Mo sat down and began eating. Midway through breakfast, he saw that Yun had finally accepted his friend request late last night. He casually sent a greeting emoji, a smiling sun face, then continued eating. But just as he took a bite of bacon, his phone rang. An unfamiliar local number. Frowning, he hung up immediately. Probably spam. He continued eating while waiting for a reply from the music genius. But no response came. Instead, the unknown number called again. His brows tightened further. So persistent. He was about to hang up again, but paused. Then he answered. Hello. A polite, crisp female voice came through the phone. Hello. May I ask if this is Mr. Chen Mo? Chapter 9. A 30,000 yuan monthly job and a date with a musical genius. It's me. Who are you? Chen Mo's tone remained slightly cold. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Li Shui from the HR department of Ruixing Technology. We've received your resume and already signed an electronic labor contract with you. The system shows you completed onboarding last week. But you haven't reported to work yet, and there's no leave record. May I ask if you're experiencing any special circumstances, or if you have concerns about the position? Ruixing Technology? Labor contract? Chen Mo froze for a moment, then suddenly remembered. The system reward. A stable job with a 30,000 yuan monthly salary. He had been so focused on blind dates, properties, and cars that he had completely forgotten about it. His first instinct was to refuse. What a joke. He now had a luxury villa, luxury car, and a fixed monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. Why would he ever go to a 9-to-5 job? But just as the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back down. His mother's nagging from yesterday echoed in his mind again. If you don't have enough money on dates, just tell mom. Bride price, gold jewelry, down payment for a house. Don't worry too much, your dad and I have savings. His parents' worried, yet caring faces seemed to appear before him. If his mother knew he had a stable job with a 30,000 monthly salary, she would definitely be happy. And in the future, any money transfers or explanations for his spending upgrades could be attributed to this job and bonuses, a perfect cover. While winning the lottery also worked as an excuse, it was one time only. A stable, high-paying job was far more believable long-term. Thinking of this, Chen Mo instantly changed his mind. He cleared his throat and softened his tone. Oh, Ms. Li, I'm really sorry. I've had some personal matters at home recently and was in a rush, so I forgot to apply for leave. My apologies for causing trouble. Hearing his polite tone, Li Shui also relaxed slightly. It's all right, Mr. Chen. Your position as senior project coordinator is quite important, so the department manager has been asking about you. Could you come in today to get familiar with the environment and meet your colleagues? Yes, of course. Chen Mo replied immediately. I'll finish my current matters and come over, around 10 a.m. Would that be okay? Yes, that works perfectly. I'll send you the company address and department details shortly. We look forward to seeing you. Great, thank you. See you soon. After hanging up, Chen Mo quickly finished his breakfast and wiped his mouth. He glanced at his phone. The Yun profile still hadn't replied. Quite aloof, he muttered. He stood up and instructed the two maids standing nearby, Lin Wan and Tang Rue. I'm going out this morning. I might not be back for lunch. Yes, master. Lin Wan quickly prepared his polished leather shoes at the entrance. Tang Rue handed him his jacket, flawless in execution. Chen Mo put on his clothes, took his Mercedes key, and left the villa. The air in the villa district was fresh and pleasant as he drove out in his Mercedes E300L. 40 minutes later, he arrived at Ruixing Technology and parked in the underground garage. After taking the elevator up, he reached the front desk. Soon, Li Shui, the HR woman from the phone call, walked over. Mr. Chen Mo? Nice to meet you. I'm Li Shui. Hello, Ms. Li. Chen Mo shook her hand politely. She couldn't help but secretly observe him. Tall, handsome, calm, wearing a well-fitted suit, with an Omega Seamaster watch subtly reflecting understated luxury. More importantly, he carried himself with a composed, effortless aura, nothing like a newcomer on his first day. He looked more like a senior executive. I'll take you to meet your supervisor first, Manager Zhang from the marketing department. Inside the office, Manager Zhang Tao, a slightly chubby man in his 30s wearing black-rimmed glasses, stood up immediately upon seeing Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, welcome, welcome. We've finally been waiting for you. After brief greetings, Zhang Tao introduced the department and Chen Mo's responsibilities. Chen Mo nodded occasionally, though he wasn't paying much attention. Soon, Li Shuai led him to his workstation. This is your desk. Everything has been prepared for you. Chen Mo glanced around casually. Colleagues were busy working, occasionally looking up at him with curiosity. After sitting down and briefly browsing the documents, he quickly lost interest. He left under the excuse of handling onboarding paperwork, simply wandering around the company instead. Less than 2 hours later, he left the company, citing personal matters. Back in his car, Chen Mo let out a long breath. Freedom felt much better. Then he checked his phone. The Yun contact had finally replied. Only one message. Hello, do you play piano? Chen Mo smiled. So direct. Truly a talented young lady. He replied. Just a little. Shall we meet and talk? She responded quickly. Okay. Where? Chen Mo sent the location of Yayin Western Restaurant. It was time to meet this so-called musical genius. Chapter 10. Give me 500,000 as a bride price. I want to start a business. Just treat it as your investment. Soft lighting, familiar piano music. The air was filled with the rich aroma of coffee and the faint scent of food. Chen Mo stepped into Yun Western Restaurant once again. A waiter who looked familiar approached him. The moment he saw Chen Mo, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. But professional training quickly suppressed it, and he put on a standard polite smile. Sir, table for one? Two. Chen Mo replied calmly. The waiter led the way, toward the familiar window seat, the very same table where he had met his previous 2 blind dates. Looking at that familiar spot, Chen Mo couldn't help but curl his lips into a playful smile. This place was practically becoming his private wish pond. Not long after he sat down, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance. It was Su Yun. She wore a plain, elegant off-white dress. Her long hair was tied up with a simple jade hairpin, revealing a clean, slender neck. Her makeup was light, and her expression was calm and distant. Standing at the entrance, her gaze slowly swept across the restaurant before she said something softly to the waiter who came to greet her. The waiter nodded and directly led her to Chen Mo's table. Miss Su, Chen Mo stood up and politely pulled out the chair opposite him. Yes, Mr. Chen. Su Yun nodded slightly, her voice cool and clear. She sat down gracefully, hands naturally folded on her lap, back perfectly straight, her posture flawless. It's me. What would you like to eat? Chen Mo handed her the menu. Su Yun didn't take it. She merely glanced at it briefly before saying, just 2 cups of coffee. I'm currently controlling my diet and can't take in too many calories. Chen Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. This opening was different from what he expected. All right, 2 coffees, he told the waiter. No sugar, thank you, Su Yun added. The waiter left. In Chen Mo's peripheral vision, a translucent system panel appeared only he could see. Blind date target, Su Yun. Time remaining, 29:58. The countdown had begun. Chen Mo decided to go straight to the point. Miss Su, I heard from Aunt Wang that you come from a musical family and are a goujing talent. Besides requiring your future partner to know piano and have some musical sensibility, do you have any other requirements? Su Yun looked at him, her tone still cold. First, material foundation. A house, no smaller than 150 square meters. It must be in a quiet area, not noisy, as it would affect my practice and teaching. The property must include my name as well. That's a guarantee. Also, the interior design must be fully decided by me. And you must leave me a separate room, the most soundproof one, as my music studio. It will house my goujing and any future instruments. That is my bottom line. A satisfied smile appeared on Chen Mo's face as he nodded. Very reasonable. Artists do need an undisturbed creative space. No problem. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Su Yun's eyes. She continued. Second, the bride price. I want 500,000. Chen Mo's eyebrows twitched slightly at the number, but he did not interrupt. Su Yun seemed well prepared and explained calmly. This 500,000 is not just a bride price. My future plan is to open my own goujing training studio and ultimately build my own orchestra. That requires significant startup capital. This money can be treated as your initial investment. Of course, I won't let you contribute for nothing. Once the studio and orchestra become profitable, I can give you 30% of the annual profits. Chen Mo inwardly marveled. As expected of a talent, even asking for a bride price sounded like a business proposal. This wasn't a blind date anymore. It was a pitch to an angel investor. Still smiling, he said encouragingly, very forward-thinking, turning a bride price into startup capital, win-win. No problem. What else? Su-Yun was slightly surprised. In previous blind dates, the moment she mentioned property co-ownership and this investment style, bride price, the other party would either look uncomfortable or start making excuses. Someone like Chen Mo, who agreed without hesitation and didn't even ask for details, was the first. She couldn't help but feel a bit curious about him. If I may ask, Mr. Chen, what do you do for work? Her tone softened slightly. Chen Mo smiled. I work as a project coordinator at a tech company. Not a high salary, about 30,000 a month. But the year-end bonus is decent, usually a few $100,000. Su-Yun nodded thoughtfully. 30,000 a month wasn't top tier, but with bonuses, the annual income was quite solid. No wonder he agreed so readily. Her doubts eased slightly as she continued. Then the remaining requirements are more conventional. For example, wedding jewelry and a car. Chen Mo immediately guided her along with great sincerity. Of course, those are all necessary. But to better prepare, could you be more specific? For example, the jewelry, what budget? And the car, what price range? Su-Yun thought for a moment. With gold prices so high, the jewelry shouldn't be under 100,000, otherwise the design and quality won't be good. The car you use daily shouldn't be under 200,000. It represents your image. After marriage, you'll also need to buy me a separate car, also not under 200,000, and it must be under my name. She paused, then added, of course, I will also bring some household appliances as dowry on the wedding day. I won't let you bear everything alone. Chen Mo nodded repeatedly, his expression not showing the slightest dissatisfaction. Instead, he looked almost approving. He looked at her sincerely and asked again. Very comprehensive. Anything else? Su-Yun was a bit confused by his repeated encouragement. She frowned slightly. Mr. Chen, do you think my requirements are excessive? Chen Mo immediately put on an expression of you misunderstood me, speaking earnestly. Excessive? Of course not. Miss Su, please don't misunderstand. I just feel that someone as talented and outstanding as you, a musical genius with such refined temperament, has surprisingly modest and reasonable requirements. In fact, I feel that being able to marry you so easily would already be me taking a huge advantage. I honestly feel a bit uneasy about it. Chapter 11. Let me make a few more requests. I'm a rich second-generation heir. I'm not short of money. These words were completely beyond Su-Yun's comprehension. Her face showed obvious surprise as she looked at Chen Mo, unsure of what to say next. Since she started going on blind dates, she has mostly heard bargaining or veiled dissatisfaction. She has never heard such a comment about not making enough demands. Chen Mo took in her reaction and knew that the time was right. He leaned forward slightly, lowered his voice, and gave a helpless yet honest smile. All right, Miss Su, let me be frank with you. My family is actually quite wealthy. But my mother has stipulated that this family trust fund and a portion of the assets can only be handed over to me after I've truly settled down and started my own family. So, he paused deliberately, observing the instantaneous change in Su-Yun's eyes, and continued in a knowing tone. So, you really can make more requests. The more specific the better, and the higher the standards the better. That way, I can legitimately take more money from the household budget. In the end, wouldn't it all still be our joint income? Wouldn't our lives be more carefree and comfortable then? In order to get the other party to make even higher demands, Chen Mo has started making things up. Anyway, the other party has no way of verifying it for the time being, so whatever they say is fine. These words, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, stirred up ripples in Su-Yun's heart. A fleeting, almost imperceptible look of disdain flashed across her eyes. It turns out he's a rich second generation who relies on his family. No wonder he dares to spend so lavishly when he's just an employee with a monthly salary of 30,000. But then, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. Unexpectedly, I stumbled upon such a hidden golden bachelor today. For a rich second-generation heir who is eager to use marriage to extract family funds, this is simply a windfall. Su-Yun quickly composed herself, feigning composure as she pondered for a moment before tentatively speaking. Well, since you put it that way, I'll ask for an extra 200,000 yuan on top of the bride price. Consider it startup capital for our future family. Chen Mo shook his head, a smile of encouragement on his face. 200,000? Miss Su, be bold. This is a rare opportunity. Su Yun was stunned, her heart pounding uncontrollably. She looked into Chen Mo's smiling eyes, swallowed hard, and her voice trembled slightly. Then, 500,000? Including the previous amount, a total of 1 million for the bride price. Chen Mo shook his head again, his smile unchanged. Be bolder. Think about your training program, your symphony orchestra. The more initial capital you have, the better. Su Yun's heart pounded even faster, and her blood seemed to rush to her head. $1 million bride price was already an unimaginable amount for her, yet he still thought it was too little. Faced with such immense temptation, she instead felt a sense of weariness and unreality. She shook her head repeatedly, her face showing hesitation and doubt. No, that's not enough. Mr. Chen, I'm starting to wonder. Are you joking with me on purpose, or are you lying to me? This is too unreal. Seeing her expression of both longing and fear, Chen Mo knew he couldn't push her too hard, or it might backfire. He was somewhat disappointed, but his face immediately changed to an expression of utmost sincerity. He leaned back in his chair and spoke with confidence. Lie to you? How could I? It's hard to believe without proof. How about this? He glanced out the window, then looked at Su Yun and extended an invitation. After we finish our coffee, if it's convenient for you, I can drive you somewhere. I have a villa in the Greater Bay Area. You can go and see it for yourself. Then you'll know I'm not just talking nonsense. A villa? Su Yun repeated softly, her eyes instantly lighting up. Do you own a villa in the Greater Bay Area? That's not something an ordinary wealthy family can afford. This almost instantly dispelled most of her doubts. After all, real estate, especially high-end villas, cannot be faked. If he dares to take me to see it, then the authenticity is extremely high. Otherwise, if he were to lie and be caught red-handed, he would be the one who would be embarrassed. Thinking of this, the last trace of hesitation in Su Yun's heart vanished. For the first time, a bright smile appeared on her face. Since Mr. Chen is so sincere, well then, I'll trouble you to show me around in a bit. She picked up the slightly cooled coffee on the table and took a small sip. The black coffee that I originally thought was bitter now seems to have an endless aftertaste. Chen Mo understood the subtle change in her attitude. He also picked up his coffee, and under the cover of the cup, a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The fish has taken the bait. Remaining time, 20 minutes and 22 seconds. Chen Mo finished his coffee and gestured for the waiter to come over. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? The waiter quickly stepped forward. Check, please. He had barely finished speaking when Su Yun, sitting opposite him, suddenly spoke up, her voice gentle. Wait, let me handle this order. Chen Mo was slightly taken aback and looked at her with some surprise. Su Yun wore a perfectly measured smile, her tone natural, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It's just 2 cups of coffee, not much money. Consider it a thank you for Mr. Chen's honesty today. She was making plans in her mind. 2 cups of coffee cost just over 100 yuan, which is negligible compared to the potential dowry of 1 million yuan or more. It can also leave a good impression on the other person that they are not greedy for small gains and sensible. Chen Mo smiled and said, Okay, then you buy it. I'll go get the car and wait for you at the door. If you can get something for free, why not? Besides, it was given to them voluntarily. The waiter glanced at Chen Mo and Su Yun with a strange look before handing the bill to Su Yun. After paying the bill, Su Yun picked up her handbag and walked out of the restaurant with light steps. The afternoon sun was a bit too bright, so she raised her hand to shade her forehead. His gaze quickly settled on the black Mercedes-Benz E300L parked by the roadside and Chen Mo sitting inside. The 3-pointed star emblem standing on the hood gleamed in the sunlight. Her eyes lit up slightly again. That's just how women are. If you drive an imported Jaguar, even though the price isn't much different from a Mercedes-Benz E300, they'll still think Mercedes-Benz is the most luxurious. The passenger door opened from the inside, and Su Yun gracefully sat down. The comfortable, enveloping feel of the leather seats made her feel even more relaxed. The vehicle started smoothly and merged into the traffic. Su-yun seemed to have thought of something, turned her head to the side, and spoke with just the right amount of nervousness and consideration. Mr. Chun, wouldn't it be too presumptuous of us to come to your house like this? Should I buy you a gift? It wouldn't be appropriate to visit your parents empty-handed on our first visit. Chen Mo kept his eyes on the road, focused on driving, and chuckled softly upon hearing this. No need. I live alone in that villa. There are also 2 maids who take care of my daily needs. My parents don't live there. Hearing this, Su-yun was completely relieved. He lives alone in a villa and has his own maid. This is definitely the style of a truly wealthy family. Her hands, which were resting on her knees, unconsciously clenched slightly as she suppressed her inner excitement. Chapter 12. Receive a dowry of 2 million, plus a villa. The vehicle drove into the tranquil Greater Bay Area and finally came to a slow stop in front of a modern, gray-white 3-story villa. The electronic identification system automatically opened the heavy wrought iron gate, and Chen Mo drove his Mercedes smoothly into the courtyard. Su-yun looked out the car window at the neatly trimmed lawn and the exquisite landscape features. And the main body of that villa, which looked particularly grand in the sunlight, made my heart skip a beat. She had seen some so-called luxury homes before, but being so close and having the possibility of becoming the future mistress of this place is a completely different feeling. Chen Mo led her out of the car and pushed open the front door. A luxuriously decorated living room comes into view, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a lush green back garden and sunlight streaming through the glass onto the gleaming floor. A tranquil yet expensive atmosphere permeated the air. Take a look around. Chen Mo gestured for him to leave. Su-yun tried her best to maintain her composure and followed Chen Mo on a tour of the first-floor living room, dining room, open kitchen, and guest rooms. Every detail reflects exceptional taste and cost. When she saw the spacious and bright room, which was perfect as a music room, her eyes gleamed with undisguised joy. Practicing the piano here must provide a constant stream of inspiration, right? She could almost see herself dressed in an elegant long dress, playing the guzheng in this private music room, with a picturesque garden view outside the window. The scene where art and life blended so perfectly made her cheeks blush slightly, and a longing welled up in her heart. Suddenly, she remembered the maid Chen Mo had mentioned and asked curiously, "Mr. Chen, why haven't I seen any maids in your household?" Chen Mo remained expressionless and spoke naturally. "I don't usually eat at home, so I gave them time off and a flexible work schedule. They usually only come over when I need to prepare dinner or do a thorough cleaning." Of course, he had instructed Lin Wan and Tang Rui to leave temporarily before he arrived. If this self-important musical prodigy were to see 2 young and beautiful maids in black stockings in her home, it's hard to guarantee she wouldn't overthink things or even turn hostile. Then his plan would fall through. Su-yun nodded thoughtfully, not doubting the explanation. On the contrary, she felt that wealthy families had many rules, so this arrangement was quite reasonable. After the tour, Chen Mo led Su-yun to sit down in the pavilion in the back garden. The pavilion is covered with green plants, and a gentle breeze carries the fragrance of flowers and grass, making it very pleasant. Chen Mo looked at Su-yun across from him, whose gaze was noticeably more intense than when they were in the restaurant, and knew that the time was almost right. He leaned forward slightly, a gentle, persuasive smile on his face. "Miss Su, you've seen the general situation. So, my previous suggestion was serious. You really should consider raising your requirements a bit more. Anyway, my parents have plenty of money. They'd love for me to find someone who's good enough for our family. The higher their standards, the more outstanding they think you are, and the more worthwhile you are to invest in." Su-yun's face was flushed, not from shyness this time, but more from excitement. She hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "Is this really okay? Won't my aunt and uncle think I'm too greedy?" "Absolutely not." Chen Mo's expression was resolute, his smile gentle yet alluring. People at their level think differently from ordinary people. The more you ask for, the more confident and valuable they feel you are, and the more they feel you genuinely want to develop a long-term relationship with me, rather than just seeking small favors. That's called sincerity. Su-yun blinked her exceptionally bright eyes, thinking to herself, "Indeed, the thinking logic of the wealthy is different from that of ordinary people. Now that the opportunity is right in front of us, it would be foolish not to seize it." She took a deep breath, as if making a firm decision, and began to replan her future, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Well, since you put it that way, regarding houses, besides this one, I also want a villa that belongs to me. It doesn't have to be too big, just an elegant and quiet environment, so I can stay there occasionally to change my mood for creating. Chen Mo nodded. Sure, you can choose the location. Encouraged, Su Yun became even bolder. How about mentioning a bride price of 2 million? That would give me more startup capital for my Guzheng training class and symphony orchestra, and I could also find better teachers and buy better instruments. Chen Mo smiled and said, no problem, it's nothing. The car, the one I'm buying separately, could you get one around 500,000? After all, I might need it to pick up students or meet business partners in the future, so I need a certain level of class. Sure, you can decide on the brand. And hardware, 200,000. I want to choose some designer pieces that are truly collectible. Of course. Su Yun became more and more excited as she spoke, her speech speeding up unconsciously, her cheeks flushed and her eyes shining, completely immersed in the beautiful future she had envisioned. With this money and resources, why would she have to worry about not being able to start her training courses? The dream of becoming a symphony orchestra no longer seems so far away. She cast aside all notions of aloofness and reserve in the face of readily available, enormous profits. Chen Mo listened with a smile, nodding in agreement from time to time. Looking at the other person's expression, he chuckled inwardly. All that aloofness is just an act. When faced with absolute profit, he's still incredibly eager. However, given Su Yun's current vision and courage, these requirements are probably already the limit of what she can imagine. Going any further, she might find it unreal and dare not mention it. However, that's enough. He glanced at the virtual panel. Time remaining, 0 minutes and 58 seconds. Okay, no problem. We'll do it your way. Chen Mo made the final decision before the countdown ended. Almost the instant he finished speaking, a series of pleasant notification sounds rang out in his mind. Ding. You have had 30 minutes of effective communication with your blind date, Su Yun. Your wish list has been confirmed and entered. Your wish is being fulfilled. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained perfect pitch, enabling you to master all musical instruments and various singing styles and techniques without a teacher. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a boutique villa in lakeside cloud dwelling, elegant environment, with a private soundproof music room, clear property rights. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 2 million yuan in cash, already deposited into the designated account. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Mercedes-Benz GLC, worth approximately 500,000 renminbi. All paperwork complete, already parked in your parking space at Lakeside Cloud Villa. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a high-end custom-made gold set, total value 200,000, all designed by your own designer. Hearing his affirmative answer, Su Yun nodded vigorously, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of her chest. Suppressing her excitement, she pressed her advantage and asked, Then, Chen Mo, when would be a good time for you to come to my house and meet my parents? Then we can arrange for both sets of parents to meet as soon as possible and discuss the engagement date. Chen Mo didn't seem to be in a hurry. He leaned back in his chair and said with a smile, Let's wait a couple of days. I'll check the company schedule and contact you when I have time. The rewards have already been credited to my account. He couldn't be bothered to continue arguing with the other person. Let them go wherever they wanted. Su Yun felt a surge of disappointment. She really wanted Chen Mo to set a date today, and even wished they could get their marriage certificate immediately. But her rationality told her that she couldn't appear too eager, lest she offend the other party. She gave a gentle smile and said reservedly, Okay, then I'll wait for your message. She stood up, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Chen Mo with expectant eyes. Aren't you going to take me home? Chapter 13, A Musical Prodigy. In the face of absolute self-interest, all talk of lofty ideals amount to nothing. Chen Mo picked up his phone and casually swiped the screen without looking up. You go back first. I have some things to take care of at the company later. I specifically took the day off today, and I've already missed a lot of work. Su Yun's heart sank, and an indescribable sense of grievance and disappointment welled up within her. But she also knew that she couldn't show any dissatisfaction or bad temper at this time. Otherwise, this blind date might fall through. She forced a smile and obediently said, "Okay, I'll head back now. Remember to contact me when you're done." After saying that, she looked back every few steps, reluctantly walking out of the villa garden gate. Only after Su Yun's figure completely disappeared from sight did Chen Mo put down his phone and rub his temples. Instead of joy, a hint of regret flashed across his face. A miscalculation, he muttered to himself. Bringing Su Yun directly to his residence in order to increase system rewards was indeed a bit ill-considered. If she keeps bothering me in the future, or if she finds out something through Aunt Wang and comes to block the door, it will be a problem. However, Chen Ming thought about it again and decided it didn't matter. He has so many houses now, he can't even live in them all. If any trouble arises later, we can just sell this villa and move somewhere else. The system has just created a new villa, and as he goes on more and more blind dates, he will have even more houses in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt completely relaxed. He even started planning to visit the 2 houses next to Xinguang Elementary School that he hadn't seen yet when he had some free time. If it's suitable, we can simply rent it out or sell it, which would provide additional cash flow. A musical prodigy? Chen Mo chuckled and shook his head. In the face of absolute self-interest, so-called lofty ideals and artistic temperament are nothing more than this. Having resolved Su Yun's matter, Chen Mo leaned back in the comfortable chair in the villa's gazebo and gently rubbed his temples. After 3 consecutive high-intensity, wish-making blind dates, although the results were great, I did feel a bit mentally exhausted. The kind of scheming that requires constantly guiding the other party, maintaining a persona, and keeping track of the system time is quite mentally taxing. I need a change of scenery to relax my mind. Chen Mo muttered to himself. He suddenly remembered the job with a monthly salary of 30,000. Going to the company to relax for a while, have a cup of coffee, and observe the lives of ordinary working people seems like a good way to unwind. Moreover, it is indeed a bit unreasonable for someone to disappear on only the 2nd day of their job. I have to at least show my face and maintain the facade of working hard so that I can better deal with my parents later. With that in mind, Chen Mo didn't delay any longer. He picked up the Mercedes car key again, went out, and drove to the office building where Ruixin Technology was located. It was afternoon, and the lobby of the office building was bustling with people, mostly white-collar workers who had just finished their lunch break or were returning from running errands. Chen Mo parked the car and felt a little thirsty. He happened to catch a glimpse of a newly opened, popular bubble tea shop outside the office building, with a small queue forming at the entrance. He thought for a moment, then went to join the queue and ordered a signature cheese milk tea. Then, carrying his milk tea, he strolled leisurely toward the elevator. There was no one in the elevator. However, just as he was about to press the button to close the elevator door, a tall, slender figure stepped into the elevator with the crisp sound of high heels. Chen Mo's gaze was unconsciously drawn to it. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of long, beautiful legs encased in sheer, high-quality black stockings, with perfectly proportioned and straight lines, truly a masterpiece. She wore a pair of black suede high heels with pointed heels, which made her ankles look even more slender. Looking upwards, you see a navy blue business suit that accentuates a slender waist and a full bust. Looking at her face, she appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, with fair skin and exquisitely sculpted features. She has a high nose bridge, full lips, and wears a subtle mauve lipstick. Her overall demeanor exudes a cold and assertive aura, like an ice rose blooming atop a snow-capped mountain, beautiful, yet carrying a chilling coldness. This is a top-notch career woman from any perspective. A pure appreciation flashed across Chen Mo's eyes. His demeanor and looks far surpassed those of the women he had previously gone on blind dates with, by more than one dimension. After entering the elevator, the mature woman ignored Chen Mo's gaze and directly extended her slender fingers to press the floor button. 18 floors. Chen Mo's heart stirred slightly. 18 floors? Isn't that Ruixin Technology, where he works? He just walked around the department, but he didn't see this person. Could it be someone from another department? Or are they out of town? He continued sipping his milk tea without making a sound, while quickly recalling the faces of the employees he had glimpsed while wandering around the company that morning, confirming that there was no such person. Just then, the mature woman seemed to sense Chen Mo's gaze. She suddenly turned her head, her cool gaze landing precisely on Chen Mo's face, finally settling on the milk tea in his hand. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "Are you from Rueishin Technology?" Her voice rang out, clear, melodious, and indifferent, just like her, without any emotional fluctuations. Chen Mo didn't expect the other party to speak first, especially in such an almost interrogative tone. He raised an eyebrow and readily admitted, "Yeah, so what?" At the same time, he thought to himself, "This woman has a strong presence. Could she be a department head?" The mature woman's gaze shifted from the milk tea to Chen Mo's face, quickly scanning him from head to toe. He was wearing a casual suit, no tie, and a relaxed demeanor, with a cup of milk tea in his hand that seemed completely out of place in the serious office atmosphere around him. Her brows furrowed even more, and her tone became somewhat stern. "Which department are you from?" Chen Mo blinked and said with a smile, "Why are you asking about me? Do you have a crush on me?" The mature woman seemed surprised by Chen Mo's words, a hint of astonishment and embarrassment flashing in her eyes. She stared at the milk tea in Chen Mo's hand, her tone icy. "Do you know that holding a beverage unrelated to work in the company area during work hours is a violation of the company's employee code of conduct?" Upon hearing this, Chen Mo rolled his eyes. "None of your business. Besides, I haven't even arrived at the company yet. Does the elevator count as part of the company area? And is it illegal for me to drink some water?" He now confirmed that the woman was indeed a company leader and one who was very controlling. "It's just drinking water. Why make such a big deal out of it?" Moreover, he hadn't even arrived at the company yet, and he was already using this interrogation-like attitude. Who could stand that? Of course, Chen Mo dared to say that entirely because of the confidence brought by the system. It was just a lousy job. He could simply quit. However, his nonchalant attitude clearly angered the other party. The mature woman's gaze instantly darkened, as if it had been frozen solid. She gave Chen Mo a deep look, her gaze so sharp it seemed to pierce him. Unexpectedly, she didn't say anything more. She simply turned her head back, straightened her back, and faced the elevator door, leaving Chen Mo with a cold yet beautiful profile. However, her taut jawline suggested that she was far from happy at the moment. The atmosphere inside the elevator instantly plummeted to freezing point. Chen Mo, however, didn't care at all and continued to leisurely drink his milk tea, mentally labeling this meddlesome, cold-faced queen as going through premature menopause. Fortunately, the floors went up very quickly. "Bite. We've reached the 18th floor." The stairwell doors slowly opened. The mature woman was the first to step out, her high heels clicking crisply and powerfully on the floor tiles, as if venting her dissatisfaction. Chen Mo pursed his lips and followed them out. Then, he had only taken 2 steps out of the elevator. Then a very clear female voice came from ahead, filled with utmost respect and even a hint of nervousness. "Good afternoon, Mr. Li." Chapter 14. "You promised to see pictures of kittens, so why are you taking pictures of silk stockings instead?" It was the young woman at the front desk. She was standing up and bowing in greeting to the older woman. "Mr. Li?" Chen Mo froze instantly as he drank his milk tea, the straw still in his mouth, completely rooted to the spot. Li, a high-ranking female leader at Rueishin Technology? A name instantly popped into his mind. Li Wantong, the company's founder and CEO? Although he hadn't specifically looked into it before, he had vaguely heard HR Li Shui and department manager Zhang Tao mention this female boss, who was known for her strictness, efficiency, and strong style. He actually drank milk tea in the elevator, right in front of the big boss, and even talked back to her, yelling at her, "What's it to you?" Just then, Li Wantong, who had already walked a few steps away, suddenly stopped. She didn't turn around, but just turned her head slightly and glanced at Chen Mo, who was frozen in place, out of the corner of her eye. Although no one spoke, the invisible pressure was even greater than it had been in the elevator. She then stopped. With her long, beautiful legs, she walked straight towards the CEO's office, leaving behind a cold and powerful silhouette. The receptionist breathed a sigh of relief, glancing at Chen Mo, who was still holding the milk tea and had a fascinating expression, with a mixture of sympathy and curiosity. Chen Mo slowly took the straw out of his mouth, looked in the direction where Li Wantong had disappeared, then looked down at the milk tea in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. "TSK. Looks like I've gotten myself into trouble by slacking off." Chen Mo shrugged indifferently. I'll say it again. It's just a lousy job. I can always quit. If all else fails, use the funds you have to buy a shop, open a restaurant or bar, and be your own boss, living a free and easy life. This way, I can explain the source of the money, appease my parents' concerns, and at most, I just need to put in a little more effort to manage it. It's better than staying here and having to put up with other people's attitudes and suffer this humiliation. Chen Mo put the straw back in his mouth and took a big gulp of milk tea. Then, with his usual leisurely pace, he swaggered towards the office area, under the astonished gaze of the young woman at the front desk. I sat down at my workstation and placed the half-finished milk tea on the corner of the table. Chen Mo leaned comfortably into the ergonomic chair, just about to turn on his computer to make a show of it, when his phone started buzzing. Upon opening Feishan, I was surprised to find that the sender was none other than Zhang Yiting, the female college student. Brother Chen Mo, are you free this afternoon? Shall we go shopping in the mall? I heard there are some really nice new shops that have opened. Cute emoji. Besides, I can come over to your place tonight. You said you'd invite me to visit last time, and I've been remembering that shy emoji. Chen Mo looked at the message and a knowing smile immediately appeared on his lips. This woman finally couldn't hold back anymore. A few days ago, he used being busy with work as an excuse to ignore her, and it seems that she has reached her limit of patience. This shows an eagerness to fulfill the promise, further strengthen the relationship, and even gain access to the inner circle. He deliberately waited for about 10 minutes before slowly picking up his phone. Then I quickly snapped a photo of the computer screen and a few documents beside me, blurring the background to create the illusion of being busy. Then, he sent the photo to Zhang Yiting with the caption, "Ugh, I really want to fly out and go shopping with you right now. But I've been so busy with work lately, I'm completely overwhelmed. My boss is such a cold-blooded shrew. She's constantly pushing us to make all sorts of plans and revise all sorts of PPTs. It's driving me crazy." Sighing emoji. The message was replied to almost instantly, Zhang Yiting's tone full of concern and ingratiation. "Oh, is that so? Feeling wronged? Then you're really a bad boss. How can you exploit your employees like this? Brother Chen Mo, you work so hard." Chen Mo smiled and continued sending messages. "Yeah, it's not just bad, it's downright freakish. Just now in the elevator, I was just having a sip of milk tea to perk myself up, and she happened to see me. Without saying a word, she started scolding me as if I had committed a terrible crime." Zhang Yiting immediately echoed indignantly. "That's so mean. What's wrong with having a milk tea? It's not like it's interfering with work. They have no humanity at all." Chen Mo continued, deeply agreeing. "That's right. Maybe it's menopause. Everything seems wrong to me, and I'm really irritable." He was having a lively chat with Zhang Yiting, venting his frustrations about his tiger mom boss. Little did he know that the menopausal tigress he spoke of was currently monitoring the entire office area through the office's surveillance system. Inside the CEO's office, Li Wantong sat behind her large desk, her cool gaze fixed on one of the images displayed on the computer screen. It was the workstation by the window in the office area. On the screen, Chen Mo leaned back in his chair with a relaxed posture, crossed his legs, and held his phone in one hand, typing rapidly with his fingers. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, clearly indicating that he was immersed in some enjoyable online social interaction. An unnamed anger suddenly surged into Li Wantong's heart. She founded a company known for its efficiency and rigor, and what she detests most are employees who take a salary but do nothing and slack off. Especially Chen Mo, who was late and left early on his second day of work and openly violated the code of conduct in the elevator and even talked back to others. Now they chat without any restraint during work hours. Li Wantong took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to rush out and fire the person immediately. To react immediately would be too lenient on him, and it would also make me, the CEO, appear too impatient. Her gaze was cold as she stared at the handsome profile on the screen, a profile that carried a hint of cynicism. Suddenly, she stood up and deftly took off her red-soled stilettos. Her jade-like feet, encased in black stockings, gently trod on the soft carpet, displaying a beautiful shape and slender ankles. Afterwards, Li Wantong took out a pair of soft, flat shoes from the shoe cabinet next to her and put them on, the whole process being completely silent. She wanted to catch him in the act herself and see what he was talking about so intently. Li Wantong, who had changed into flat shoes, made almost no sound when she walked. She quietly opened the office door, walked through the open office area, and went straight to the back of Chen Mo's workstation. At this moment, Chen Mo had just finished dealing with Zhang Yuting and temporarily appeased her with the words, "I will definitely make it up to you next time." Just as I was about to put my phone down to catch my breath, the screen lit up again. This time, the message came from Su Yun. "Mr. Chen, I'm home safely. This afternoon was really enjoyable, thank you." Smiling emoji. A photo is attached below. The photo shows a fluffy, seemingly docile ragdoll cat lying on what appears to be a soft carpet. However, the photographer carefully conceived the angle. In the lower half of the photo, a pair of delicate feet wearing light flesh-colored sheer stockings inadvertently entered the frame. Her toes, partially hidden beneath the stockings, were delicate and beautifully shaped. She was barefoot, curled up naturally at the edge of the carpet, while a kitten affectionately rubbed against one of her ankles. Do you like kittens? Mine is so affectionate and well-behaved. Would you like to come see it sometime? It's sure to love you too. Looking forward to it. Looking at this photo, which seemed to have ulterior motives, Chen Mo couldn't help but smile slightly. Su Yun truly lives up to her reputation as a talented woman. Even her hints are so artistic. While seemingly sharing pets, every detail actually showcases her feminine grace and allure. The carefully crafted shot revealing her delicate, silk-stockinged feet was the perfect finishing touch. The subtle sensuality that this cool and talented woman unintentionally exuded in private was truly captivating. He tapped his finger lightly and replied, "What a white kitten. So cute. I'll definitely pet it sometime." The message had just been sent when they hadn't received a response from Su Yun yet. Chen Mo keenly sensed a low pressure gathering behind him. Chapter 15, A Female CEO? Her requirements must be outrageous. I need to figure out a way to go on a blind date with her. Chen Mo subconsciously turned his head. Suddenly, Li Wantong appeared silently, less than 2 meters behind him, as if she were a ghost. She crossed her arms over her chest, outlining her alluring curves, and the anger in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes was almost palpable. It was firmly locked onto him, and onto the chat interface on his phone that he hadn't yet exited. The surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly. Several colleagues who were secretly slacking off nearby noticed the unusual situation and held their breath. Then he cautiously peeked over, his face filled with astonishment and a look of anticipation. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Anyone who is caught talking badly or being caught suddenly seeing the person in question would feel a little guilty. However, his strong mental fortitude and systematic confidence allowed him to quickly regain his composure. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. Looking at Li Wantong's face, which was cold as ice yet still breathtakingly beautiful, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. I heard that this Mr. Li is young and promising, but he has always been single and has never had any rumored boyfriends. Is it because he is too career-oriented? Or is it because her standards are too high, and she simply doesn't find ordinary men attractive? Given her identity, status, vision, and assertive personality. If you go on a blind date, your requirements for your other half must be ridiculously high, right? Houses, cars, company shares, family background, they all have to be top tier. If I could go on a blind date with her and trigger a system mission, what amazing rewards would I receive? It's probably many times more generous than all the previous ones combined. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of that before? We almost missed out on a real gold mine. While all his colleagues held their breath, expecting Chen Mo to either panic and apologize or pretend to be clueless, Chen Mo remained silent. Chen Mo suddenly smiled. Then, in deathly silence, facing the imposing female CEO in front of him, Chen Mo inexplicably asked a shocking question. "Mr. Li, are you going on a blind date?" The surrounding air seemed to be sucked away instantly. All the colleagues who were secretly observing gaped wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief and the shock of this guy's gone mad. Li Wantong was caught off guard by these words and couldn't help but widen her eyes. She had mentally rehearsed countless possible reactions from Chen Mo. This is the only reaction I never expected. Is this person insane? Do you still think you can get away with this by making unreasonable demands? At this time, Chen Mo calmly stood up. His height of nearly 1.85 meters instantly brought a strong sense of oppression. Having taken off her high heels, Li Wantong who was barely 170 centimeters tall, had to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. Chen Mo walked step by step to Li Wantong, lowered his head, and gazed at her with the same affection one would show a dog. Mr. Li, actually I've liked you for a long time. Just now in the elevator, I deliberately tried to get your attention that way. Thinking about it now, it was so childish. But that doesn't stop me from liking you at all. I'm serious. Li Wantong's brain went blank, as if fireworks had exploded. Li Wantong has lived for 28 years and has established himself in the business world through his ability and shrewdness. He has seen countless young talents and experienced countless open and covert attacks. There were naturally people who showed her their affection and expressed their love, but weren't they all polite and subtly probing? When had she ever encountered a confession that disregarded the occasion and lacked strategy? This was completely beyond her repertoire of experience. A surge of heat suddenly rose from the bottom of my heart, quickly spreading to my cheeks and ear tips. Li Wantong could clearly feel her cheeks burning, and her earlobes were so red they looked like they were about to bleed. That heart, which is usually so calm and collected in the business world, suddenly skipped several beats and lost its rhythm. How dare he? And the group of employees around them. At this moment, they were no longer just staring and opening their mouths. They all craned their necks, their eyes frantically scanning between Chen Mo and Li Wantong. Li Wantong finally managed to regain a sliver of reason. When she caught a glimpse of the onlookers' gazes out of the corner of her eye, shame and anger instantly overwhelmed her other emotions. She took a deep breath and coldly rebuked. You? What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know this is working hours? Get back to work. Stop thinking about this useless drivel. Chen Mo's eyes remained affectionate, and his tone was sincere. Presidently, I wasn't thinking anything inappropriate. All I'm thinking about is you. Li Wantong's lips twitched slightly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say, feeling as if she had punched cotton. Especially when she looked at him so closely, she found that he was quite handsome, the type she liked. It was that look in her eyes that she simply couldn't resist. She didn't even dare to slap him, because she was afraid that Chen Mo would take the opportunity to lick her hand. The thought sent a chill down her spine. We can't stay here any longer. Li Wantong abruptly turned her head and coldly said to the employees around her, who were almost petrified, "What are you looking at? Are you all unemployed? Do I need to reassign you tasks?" All the onlookers instantly shrank back, their keyboards clattering and their mice clicking rapidly. His eyes were fixed on the screen, not daring to glance in their direction again. Finally, Li Wantong glared at Chen Mo again and uttered a harmless but harsh remark. You better get back to work. If you keep doing this, I'm firing you." After saying that, she turned around almost immediately, and in her soft-soled shoes, she hurried towards her CEO office as if fleeing in panic. Chen Mo watched her disheveled figure, blinked, and called out to her, retreating back. "Mr. Li, please think it over carefully. I'm serious. If you feel this is too sudden, we can start with blind dates." With a loud bang, the heavy door to the CEO's office was closed, keeping that beautiful figure inside. The moment the door closed, heads popped out again from the office area that had just been working diligently. Immediately afterwards, all eyes turned to Chen Mo, who was still standing in the same spot. Those eyes were filled with shock, curiosity, and reverence. Warriors! How dare they flirt with President Li? Chen Mo felt the gazes converging from all directions and shrugged indifferently. He sat down again, and even picked up the unfinished milk tea and took another sip. His gaze drifted thoughtfully to the closed door of the CEO's office. Looks like I need to find a way to make her my next blind date. Chapter 16. The iceberg female CEO actually agreed to a blind date. Is there something fishy going on? 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Mo jumped up from his workstation and smoothly shut down the Plants vs. Zombies interface that had been running on his computer screen all afternoon. Then he was the first to rush to the fingerprint attendance machine at the door. Beep. Chen Mo pressed his thumb on the recognition area. However, the time clock screen did not respond. Huh. Chen Mo pressed the button again, somewhat surprised, but the result was the same. Is this machine broken? Why isn't it responding? A male colleague, who was queuing behind him to clock in, adjusted his glasses and quietly reminded him. Brother, you haven't even registered your fingerprint in the system yet. How are you supposed to clock in? Chen Mo was taken aback, then suddenly realized. I see. That explains it. Thanks for reminding me. He slapped his forehead, then remembered this detail, and casually waved his hand. Never mind then. Let's talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, under the complicated gazes of his male colleagues and several people around him, he walked straight to the elevator, ready to leave work. A number of employees waiting to leave work had already gathered in the elevator lobby. When Chen Mo arrived here, he found the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Most people deliberately slowed down their movements, glancing casually at the elevator with its doors already open. There was only one person standing in that elevator, Li Wantong. She stood tall and straight in the elevator, exuding a cool and aloof aura. Obviously, nobody wants to do this at this time. Sharing an elevator with this powerful female boss, I felt the silent pressure of the descent. However, Chen Mo seemed completely oblivious to the stagnant atmosphere. Amidst the slightly awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, he swaggered straight toward the elevator. Then, Chen Mo stood at the door and first glanced at Li Wantong, who had a cold expression inside the elevator. Then he turned his head to face a group of colleagues outside who were pretending to look at the ceiling, their phones, or whispering to each other. With a sincere expression, he called out loudly, "What are you all standing there for? Aren't you going to take the elevator? Come on, there's still plenty of space here." A deathly silence fell outside the elevator. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched slightly in unison, their faces filled with complex expressions. Under Chen Mo's sincere gaze that was impossible to refuse, and under the pressure of President Li's equally sweeping gaze in the elevator. Finally, 5 or 6 people steeled themselves, lowered their heads, and, as if walking to their execution, shuffled heavily into the elevator. They tried to shrink into corners as much as possible, minimizing their presence, wishing they could disappear on the spot. Li Wantong took in everything, her gaze lingering for a moment on Chen Mo's handsome face with its harmless smile. Her delicate eyebrows twitched almost imperceptibly, and a faint ripple flickered in her eyes. This person, their style of doing things is truly unique. If he could channel that energy and courage into the right path, perhaps. The thought had just crossed her mind. The next moment, she saw Chen Mo naturally and directly step over and stand beside her. She was so close that she could even faintly smell his refreshing scent. Then, Chen Mo turned his head slightly and stared intently at Li Wantong with his eyes, which seemed to look at dogs with deep affection. He asked in an extremely sincere tone, "Boss, what's your decision? How about we go on a blind date?" In an instant, it felt as if all the air inside the elevator had been sucked out. All the employees who were pretending to be invisible froze at the same time, and even held their breath. They kept their eyes down and their noses closed, but inside they were already experiencing a turbulent storm. Warrior. This is a true warrior. He actually dared to bring this up, and in the elevator no less. In front of so many people, Li Wantong clearly hadn't expected Chen Mo to bring up the topic so directly again. She was taken aback at first. Immediately, a surge of heat rushed uncontrollably to my cheeks. A thin blush instantly spread across her fair skin, reaching all the way to her ears. She could even feel her heart skip a beat. "You." Li Wantong took a deep breath, suppressing her embarrassment and anger, and tried her best to keep her voice cold and calm, with a hint of warning. "If you keep talking such nonsense, you can really get out of here." However, Chen Mo seemed to ignore her threat, and his expression became even more sincere. "Boss, I know this might seem a bit abrupt, but I really like you. How about we go on a date first? What if you like me too?" Li Wantong looked at his face so close to hers, and his eyes reflected her current helplessness. She instinctively tried to take a half step back, but her heel hit the elevator wall. An unprecedented sense of offense, along with a strange, throbbing feeling, washed over me. She bit her lower lip lightly, just as her anger was about to flare up again. Just as I was about to give a stern rebuke, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Then, the anger that was about to erupt on Li Wantong's face receded like the tide, replaced by a smile with a hint of amusement. This smile was like a thawing ice river, like spring flowers in full bloom, breathtakingly beautiful, yet also sending chills down one's spine. "Okay." The two simple words, like a thunderclap, exploded in the enclosed elevator car. Everyone suddenly looked up, staring at Li Wantong in disbelief, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Chen Mo was also stunned. His smile froze slightly, and a look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He originally just wanted to test the waters. I never imagined that this aloof and cold female CEO would actually agree to his ridiculous blind date proposal at this moment. This is not scientific. Has my charm really reached this level? Or is there some kind of conspiracy? Li Wantong took in Chen Mo's fleeting look of astonishment and felt a strange sense of pleasure rise in her heart. She continued clearly in that smiling voice. Then let's meet up. We'll add each other as friends downstairs in a bit, and you can decide the time and place. Just then, a soft ding sounded, and we arrived at the first floor. The elevator doors slowly opened. Li Wantong stopped looking at Chen Mo and the group of petrified employees and stepped out of the elevator first. She stood outside the elevator, calmly took out her phone from her handbag, and gracefully displayed her QR code. Then he turned around, pointing the screen at Chen Mo, who was still stunned in the elevator, the meaningful smile still lingering on his lips. Add me as a friend. Let's find a time and place, and remember to contact me. Chen Mo looked at the QR code handed to him. He looked up again at Li Wantong's beautiful eyes, which held a strange smile and a hint of challenge. He quickly concealed the astonishment on his face. Regardless of her motives, how could anyone refuse a gift of experience that's been handed to them? Okay. He readily took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and sent a friend request. Almost the instant he pressed the send button, Li Wantong's side displayed accepted. All right. Li Wantong put her phone away, gave Chen Mo a deep look, her eyes filled with a complex and unfathomable expression, and said, I'll wait for your message. After saying that, she didn't linger and turned to walk towards the building entrance. That slender yet powerful figure quickly disappeared into the evening crowd. Inside the elevator, the remaining employees seemed to be released from their frozen state, and they all let out a long sigh of relief. Then, with eyes full of awe and reverence, they all focused on Chen Mo, who calmly stepped out of the elevator. This guy not only dared to think and speak, but he actually succeeded? The world is so magical. Feeling the burning gaze behind him, Chen Mo smiled with amusement. He looked at the newly added name, Li Wantong, in his phone's contact list, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ice Queen CEO, I wonder just how outrageous your blind date requirements will be. This is really exciting. Chapter 17. A blind date with a superior woman from a first-tier city. Don't even think about marrying her without 10 million? Back at the villa in the Greater Bay Area, warm lights and the aroma of food greet you. The two maids, Lin Wan and Tang Rue, were already waiting in the entrance hall, respectfully taking Chen Mo's coat and handbag. Master, dinner is ready, Lin Wan said softly. On the long table in the restaurant, several dishes, each with its own distinct color, aroma, and flavor, were laid out, clearly the result of careful preparation. Chen Mo sat down comfortably, enjoying this life of ease where everything was done for him. As he savored the food, he remarked that this was what life should be like. After dinner, he lazily sank into the soft leather sofa in the living room. Just when I was looking forward to some peace and quiet, my phone started buzzing. First, the female college student Zhang Yuting sent several messages in a row. Brother Chen Mo, are you done with your work? You must be tired today. Hug emoji. Attached is a selfie taken in the mirror. In the photo, Zhang Yuting is wearing a slightly tight knitted mini skirt, deliberately highlighting her waistline and long legs. She then pouts and makes a peace sign in front of the mirror, trying to create a pure and alluring look. Is this new dress pretty? Do you think it would be appropriate for me to wear it to your house? Playful expression. It's so boring being alone at night. No one talks to me, sad emoji. Chen Mo glanced at it and curled his lips. The implication couldn't be clearer, but he had absolutely no interest in it now, not even the desire to click on the larger image to take a closer look. Shortly after, news of the musical prodigy, Su Yun, also arrived. First came the greeting, then a picture with ulterior motives. She was playing the guzheng in a nightgown, but she was also wearing stockings, which made her look particularly alluring. In the past, Chen Mo might have given a perfunctory reply, but at this moment, he felt nothing at all, and even felt a little bored. His thoughts had already flown to that icy female CEO with an aura of immense power. In comparison, the challenges and potential benefits brought by Li Wantong far surpassed those of the other two. He ignored Zhang Yuting and Su Yun's messages and opened the chat window with Li Wantong. Mr. Li, good evening. Have you eaten yet? The message came back quickly. Have you chosen the time and place yet? Chen Mo frowned unconsciously as he looked at the words. This reaction is so abnormal. During the day, in the elevator, she still looked embarrassed and angry, as if she wanted to throw him out of the company immediately. Why did she not only agree to his absurd blind date proposal that evening, but also seem more eager than him? Something unusual must be going on. Chen Mo's vigilance immediately rose. Could this woman be trying to set a trap to get revenge for his offense during the day? For example, deliberately humiliate him at a blind date, or arrange something to embarrass him. Could this woman be that cunning? Chen Mo stared at the simple dialogue box, feeling somewhat uncertain for a moment. After a moment's thought, Chen Mo decided to remain unchanged in the face of all changes. He replied quickly, "Since the boss is so agreeable, let's set the date for this Sunday evening at 7 p.m. at the elegant Western restaurant. How does that sound?" Same place, same rules. He knew the place well, and the environment was easy to observe. If any unexpected situation occurred, he would be prepared and able to deal with it calmly. Li Wantong's reply was as swift as ever. "Okay, no problem." Then, the dialogue box fell silent completely, with no further updates, an abrupt and swift manner that felt somewhat unsettling. Chen Mo looked at his phone, a playful smile playing on his lips. Interesting. This blind date doesn't seem to be as simple as the previous ones. Just as he was about to put down his phone and carefully consider Li Wantong's intentions, another message notification sounded. This time, it was actually Aunt Wang, the matchmaker. "Xiao Chen, are you asleep?" Smiley face emoji. Chen Mo was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. This is another opportunity to give away experience points. It seems that his previous generosity and quick payment had made Aunt Wang treat him as a VIP customer, giving him a lot of preferential treatment. He replied immediately, adding a sighing emoji. "Not yet, Aunt Wang." "Sigh. I'm still worried about that one from last time." "What happened? Did you not reach an agreement with Miss Su, who works in music?" Aunt Wang didn't seem surprised. "Yes." Chen Mo continued, making things up. "Everything else is fine, but she insists that I master a musical instrument, preferably the piano, and that I can play it in harmony with her. Although I have a decent talent for music, I don't know how to do that. It's too late to learn it now, isn't it?" Sure enough, Aunt Wang comforted her with a smile. "Oh dear, I knew it. That Sue girl has a certain flair. Most people just can't handle her. No worries. Annie has found you a new one, guaranteed to meet your requirements." Chen Mo's eyes lit up immediately. This Aunt Wang is truly a treasure. "Really? That's wonderful. Aunt Wang, you've gone to so much trouble. Then what do you think?" Aunt Wang suggested at the opportune moment. "I understand the rules. Auntie, please don't worry." Without saying a word, Chen Mo transferred 3,000 yuan to Aunt Wang via Feishan. Aunt Wang's payment processing speed is also incredibly fast. She confirms the payment almost instantly. Then, a new Feishan business card was pushed to me. This girl's surname is Liu, and her name is Liu Xiaoxiao. She grew up in a real big city. Her maternal grandparents are locals from that first-tier city, and I heard that her family is quite well off and has seen the world. So naturally, her standards are high, and she doesn't even look at ordinary boys. Aunt Wang continued her rambling introduction. Chen Mo listened to the voice message while opening the business card. The profile picture is of a girl's back. Standing in a place that looks like an art gallery or a high-end shopping mall, she was wearing a stylish off-shoulder dress and had her long, slightly wavy hair down. Only a small portion of her delicate profile and graceful shoulder and neck lines can be seen, with the background blurred, highlighting an atmosphere of urban sophistication. The nickname is very simple, just one English letter X. These seemingly casual yet stylish profile pictures, along with their simple yet aloof nicknames, all exude an aura of, "I'm not someone you can just be near." This is exactly the effect Chen Mo wanted. Without hesitation, he clicked Add to Contacts. The verification message still reads, "Introduced by Aunt Wang, Chen Mo." After successfully sending the message, he looked at his phone screen and couldn't help but smile. He's set up on a blind date with an unfathomable, aloof female CEO, and he's also waiting to meet a discerning urban woman. These days are getting better and better, and there's more and more hope for us. Not long after, friend's message accepted. Chen Mo hadn't had a chance to send the message yet. The other party had already sent a message in advance, the content of which was so explosive that it made Chen Mo's eyes light up again and again. You can go on a blind date with me, but let me make this clear. Don't even think about marrying me unless you have at least 10 million. Chapter 18. 10 million? No big deal. It's time to give her a little shock. 10 million. Chen Mo stared at the string of zeros on the screen, and his heart skipped a beat. Of course, I wasn't scared, but excited. He had only ever seen so many zeros in Chengdu in his previous life. This isn't just ordinary ambition. This is heading straight for financial freedom. Aunt Wang, where did you dig her out of? That's awesome. The blind dates they found for him were all incredibly attractive, so the 3,000 yuan was definitely well spent. Chen Mo suppressed the urge to immediately reply, no problem. In situations like these, it's crucial not to appear impatient. Otherwise, the other person might perceive you as frivolous or have ulterior motives. It would be a huge loss if we scared away this big experience package. He deliberately waited for about 2 minutes before picking up his phone. Miss Liu, is that right? Your directness is a bit surprising. But I quite admire your straightforward personality, your willingness to get straight to the point. The message was sent out, and the other party replied very quickly. Mr. Chen, you flatter me. I just don't like wasting each other's time. So, if this basic requirement cannot be met, there's no need for us to meet. Chen Mo looked at the message, smiled, and continued to ask. I understand, time is money. However, if I may ask, Ms. Liu, does the 10 million you're referring to mean readily available liquid assets, or does it include your total net worth, such as real estate, vehicles, and company shares? Liu Xiaoxiao replied quickly. I'm referring to my total net worth, of course. But my readily available liquid assets can't be less than 3 million. That way, my future quality of life won't be affected. No less than 3 million. Chen Mo repeated in a low voice. Great. Excellent. That's exactly the kind of specific and high-standard requirement we need. As expected, Liu Xiaoxiao did not disappoint him. She had a clear mind and a well-defined goal, and was much more savvy than Su Yun, whom he hadn't dared to ask for more than she had before. It's time to give her a little shock and finalize this blind date. Chen Mo did not reply to the text message immediately. Instead, he took a picture of the villa and clicked send. It was accompanied by a brief, understated text. Miss Liu is straightforward, so I'll be frank with you. A net worth of 10 million and 3 million in liquid assets are not a problem. This is where I live now, in the Greater Bay Area, where I prefer peace and quiet. I also have another apartment in Lakeside Cloud Village that I stay at occasionally. The effect of sending this message and picture was immediate. Previously, there was a pause in the other party's reply, but this time it was almost within 3 seconds after the message showed read. Liu Xiaoxiao's reply then popped up. Mr. Chen is truly a promising young man. Smiling emoji. It seems I was overthinking things. Please forgive my intrusion. When would be a convenient time for us to meet and discuss this in detail? Looking at the stark contrast in his attitude, Chen Mo smiled knowingly. He didn't delay any longer and directly finalized the time and place, the same old spot, as he knew it like the back of his hand. How about tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at Yiyun Western Restaurant? Liu Xiaoxiao replied instantly. Okay, no problem. I'll be there on time tomorrow night at 7 p.m. at Yiyun Restaurant. Done. Chen Mo put down his phone with a happy expression, sank deeply into the soft sofa, and let out a long sigh of relief. Another, wishing well, reservation has been successfully made. He glanced at the other 2 profile pictures on his phone that were still flashing notification messages. One is Zhang Yating, a female college student who tries hard to project a pure and alluring image, and the other is Su Yun, a musical talent who subtly shows off her silk stockings and jade feet. In the past, he might have been in the mood to play along with them for a bit, hoping to squeeze out some extra rewards. But at this moment, after witnessing Liu Xiaoxiao's tens of millions standard and the unfathomable depths of the icy female Xiao Li Wanton, he had already lost interest in both of them. Once you broaden your perspective, looking at these things again, they all seem a bit bland. Chen Mo muttered to himself. He casually opened the chat box and gave a perfunctory reply. He replied to the photo Zhang Yating posted, saying, "The dress is nice, it suits you well." In response to Su Yun's photo of the guzheng, she commented, "The guzheng is beautiful, and the person is even more elegant." They exchanged only polite, perfunctory words, making no promises or engaging in deeper conversations, perfectly maintaining an ambiguous relationship. After doing all this, Chen Mo put his phone on silent and tossed it aside. I got up and went to the bathroom, ready to take a hot bath to wash away the day's fatigue, and then get a good night's sleep to recharge. Tomorrow, we must continue to fight. The next morning, Chen Mo opened his eyes and washed and changed with the meticulous care of the maid. After a few days, he had become accustomed to this extravagant life of being waited on hand and foot. Upon arriving at the restaurant, we found the long tables laden with exquisite breakfast dishes. After finishing breakfast, Chen Mo drove his Mercedes-Benz E300L at a leisurely pace toward Ruixin Technology. The moment he stepped into the office area, the previously noisy environment instantly seemed to have been muted. Almost all of his colleagues' eyes were drawn to him. Clearly, what happened in the elevator yesterday has become the biggest gossip in the company. Chen Mo had anticipated this, and he remained calm as he walked straight to his workstation. He noticed that the door to the president's office was closed, and Li Wantong didn't seem to have arrived yet. It's great to be a boss. You can come whenever you want, and you don't have to come whenever you don't want to. Chen Mo muttered to himself, but was also happy to have some peace and quiet. He turned on his computer, skillfully took out his phone, and began another day of paid slacking off. I browse the news, watch borderline videos, and occasionally give perfunctory replies to the increasingly urgent messages from Zhang Yaoting and Su Yun. Time flies by. At 5 p.m., Chen Mo was almost the first to jump up from his workstation and smoothly shut down his computer. Then he was the first to rush out of the office area, his figure quickly disappearing at the elevator entrance. Chen Mo did not go directly to the restaurant. Instead, they drove to the city's most upscale shopping mall. After parking his car, he walked familiarly toward the well-known luxury stores. The person I'm meeting tonight, Lu Xiaoxiao, claims to have grown up in a big city, seen the world, and has extremely high standards. She immediately mentioned that she's worth at least tens of millions. His outfit was decent before, but it was to match the status he was going for tonight. Chen Mo felt it was necessary to upgrade the equipment. By the time he left the mall, he had already spent hundreds of thousands. Chen Mo didn't care at all as he watched the number in his bank account shrink in an instant. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. These are all necessary investments. A completely transformed Chen Mo, driving his Mercedes, arrived precisely at the entrance of the Yiyun Western restaurant at 6:50 p.m. The same waiter, the same window seat. Chen Mo sat down calmly. He adjusted his new watch on his wrist and then calmly awaited the arrival of the night's main character. At 6:58, a tall and slender figure appeared at the restaurant entrance. Lu Xiaoxiao has arrived. Chapter 19. A 300-square-meter house, a luxury car worth millions, and a bride price of 680,000. Mr. Chen. Lu Xiaoxiao spoke, her voice clear and crisp. It's me, Miss Lu. Please have a seat. Chen Mo stood up and gentlemanly pulled out a chair for her, his movements elegant and composed. Her gaze fell on Chen Mo, her red lips slightly parted. Mr. Chen is even more young and promising than I imagined. This outfit suits you very well. Chen Mo smiled slightly, knowing that the previous flaunting wealth photos in this outfit had already worked. Ms. Lu, you flatter me. You are even more elegant in person than in the photos. The waiter then handed over the menu. Lu Xiaoxiao accepted the order and skillfully ordered several expensive signature dishes and a bottle of red wine, clearly accustomed to such high-end occasions. After ordering, she handed the menu back to the waiter, then turned her gaze back to Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, we had a rather direct conversation on Feishan before. She picked up her water glass and gently swirled it. You said that having a net worth of 10 million and 300 million in liquid assets isn't a problem. I'm curious, what kind of investments or industries do you mainly engage in? Chen Mo had already prepared his explanation. He leaned forward slightly, revealing a smile that was both mysterious and confident. My family mainly operates in traditional industries, so we have some savings. Personally, I prefer to try investing in emerging fields, such as the internet and new energy. I've been quite lucky and have made some money. In addition, I also have some involvement in real estate, which is a way to diversify risk. Lu Xiaoxiao nodded thoughtfully, and some of the doubt in her eyes dissipated. Mr. Chen is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush either. The environment I grew up in has shaped my standards for quality of life. Therefore, a solid economic foundation is of utmost importance for my future partner. The total net worth of 10 million and the liquid assets of 3 million that I mentioned earlier are the basic requirements. In addition, I hope that after marriage we can live in a single-story house of no less than 300 square meters in a prime location. And my name needs to be on the property certificate. This is the foundation of my sense of security. Chen listened attentively, nodding occasionally with an encouraging look on his face, signaling her to continue. Encouraged, Lu Xiaoxiao continued to elaborate. As for transportation, I hope to have at least 2 cars worth no less than 1 million yuan each, one for business and family use, and one for my daily use. I don't want to lower my standard of living because of material conditions. Regarding the bride price, she paused, observed Chen Mo's reaction, and seeing that he remained calm, continued. I hope it will be 680,000. This number is auspicious and represents my emphasis on and expectations for my future marriage. Finally, there's the issue of future security. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes became exceptionally serious. I hope you can place me in the core management of your family business, or support me in starting my own brand or company. It would be even better if you could open a beauty salon for me. I am not content to be just a housewife dependent on my husband. I need to have my own career and social circle to realize my personal value. After reciting this long list of specific requirements, Lu Xiaoxiao leaned back slightly in her chair, staring intently at Chen Mo, awaiting his response. This series of combined punches. The requirements are more specific, the standards are higher, and the scope is broader than those of Li Mei, Zhang Yiting, and Su Yun. Chen Mo was overjoyed inside, but he remained outwardly calm, even slightly frowning as if he were deep in thought. Seeing him frown, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a slight pang in her heart and added, "Of course, if Mr. Chen feels that certain terms need to be discussed, we can." Before she could finish speaking, Chen Mo suddenly relaxed his brows, revealing a smile of immense appreciation and agreement on his face, interrupting her. "No, Miss Lu, you misunderstand. I'm not frowning because I think your request is excessive. On the contrary, I'm amazed by how clear your thinking is and how far ahead your plans are." His tone was sincere, tinged with a hint of emotion. "Honestly, I've been on many blind dates and met many girls, but someone like you, Ms. Lu, who not only has clear standards for material life, but also such a clear plan and pursuit for personal career and value realization, is truly rare. What you've put forward isn't a demand. It's clearly a shared vision and concrete plan for our better future. Luxury homes, luxury cars, and dowries are the foundation for our quality of life, while supporting your career is the greatest respect and investment I can make in my future partner. This is excellent. I completely agree, and I have no objections whatsoever." Chen Mo's high praise and elevation left Lu Xiaoxiao completely bewildered. She anticipated that the other party might try to bargain, might look reluctant, or might even walk away in a huff. She never expected that the other party would accept it so completely and even elevate her demands to the level of shared vision and respect for investment. Overwhelmed by immense joy and a feeling of having met a kindred spirit, Lu Xiaoxiao was instantly overwhelmed. To be honest, she never intended to find a satisfactory partner through blind dates. Adding that old woman, Wang Pe, was just trying it out. I never expected that this trial would actually yield such a satisfactory result. A bright and charming smile bloomed on Lu Xiaoxiao's face. Her cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. "Mr. Chen, you really think so? That's great. I was worried you'd think I was too materialistic." "Reality? How can this be called reality?" Chen Mo refuted him righteously and sternly. "That's called being clear-headed and responsible. Marriage is not a game. Without a solid material foundation and shared goals, how can it last and be happy? Ms. Lu, you are one of the most clear-headed and outstanding women I have ever met." His perfectly timed compliments completely captivated Lu Xiaoxiao. Looking at Chen Mo, she found him more and more pleasing to the eye, and felt more and more that he was the true love she had been searching for many years. Not only is he rich and handsome, but more importantly, he understands her and supports her. She even began to wonder if the requirements she had set before were a bit conservative. The atmosphere between the two instantly became incredibly harmonious and warm. Lu Xiaoxiao began to enthusiastically imagine the details of the future. From the interior design style of the luxury mansion to her brand preferences, and even the development direction of her ideal beauty salon. Chen Mo listened with a smile throughout, nodding in agreement from time to time, and offering some constructive suggestions, which made the other party very happy. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the virtual panel that only he could see. Blind date, Lu Xiaoxiao. Time remaining, 18 minutes and 45 seconds. Time was ticking away, second by second. Under the soft light, after a few glasses of red wine, 2 blushes appeared on Lu Xiaoxiao's cheeks, and her eyes were even more watery and dreamy than before. Perhaps it was because Chen Mo made such a good impression on her. Or perhaps it's because I drank too much red wine. She put down her wine glass, leaned forward slightly, and softened her tone with a hint of coquetry. Chen Mo, actually, I have another small request. I wonder if I can say it. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. His smile remained unchanged, his eyes encouraging. Of course I can say. Seeing his attitude, Lu Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Here's the thing. I have a friend who's been having a lot of trouble finding a job lately. I was thinking, with all your family's businesses and extensive connections, could you perhaps get him a job in your company? Or just give him one of those storefronts you give me later, so he can do some small business or something." Chen Mo smiled slightly, his gaze falling on Lu Xiaoxiao's face. "Friends? What kind of friends do I need to help like this? I do have money, but I don't spend it like this." Lu Xiaoxiao's smile froze for a moment. Her eyes flickered, and she dared not meet Chen Mo's gaze. "He's just a regular friend. We used to get along pretty well, so?" After a few seconds of silence, she took a deep breath, as if making up her mind, and raised her head. "Okay, Chen Mo, I'll tell you the truth. He's actually my childhood sweetheart and first love." Chapter 20. You want me to come to your place tonight? Sorry, I don't like casual girls. We're not a good match. Chen Mo was stunned when he heard this. Goodness, this person really doesn't consider themselves an outsider. They're not even engaged yet, and he's already thinking about his first love. If they really got married, what would happen? Lu Xiaoxiao stared intently at Chen Mo's expression and quickly added, "But don't worry. There's no feeling between us anymore, really. I'm helping him this time purely because his family did help my family a lot in the past, and he personally took good care of me before. I just feel that he is in trouble now, and I should help him this once in a while. It's a way of making amends for the past and repaying this favor. I promise this is the last time. After I've made all the arrangements for him, I'll cut all ties with him completely and never have anything to do with him again. Then we can be completely even." After she finished speaking, she seemed to sober up a bit. She began to realize how inappropriate and risky it was to bring up her first love in this setting, in front of her newly chosen golden bachelor. So Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly waved her hand nervously, her tone pitiful. "Of course, if you find it inconvenient or unwilling, then forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I'll let him think of another way himself. It's okay." She was filled with remorse, cursing herself for being drunk and almost ruining everything. However, to her surprise, Chen Mo did not show any displeasure. On the contrary, his smile deepened. Chen Mo spoke in a relaxed tone. "I thought it was something serious. Just this? No problem. Of course, no problem." He waved his hand generously, speaking in a magnanimous tone. "I'll help. I have to help. Gratitude is a virtue. You, Lu Xiaoxiao, are a loyal and righteous person, and I admire that. Since this is the last time, let's make it a perfect occasion, so you can be completely at ease and he won't have any excuse to bother you again. How about I just give him a 300 square meter storefront and let him do business, like selling hot pot?" Lu Xiaoxiao was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Chen Mo, momentarily unable to react. The next moment, overwhelmed with joy and emotion, she was instantly overwhelmed. A relieved smile bloomed on Lu Xiaoxiao's face. She looked at Chen Mo with dreamy eyes, her voice sweet enough to drip honey. "Chen Mo, you're so kind. Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough." She subconsciously reached out to shake Chen Mo's hand, which was resting on the table, to express her gratitude and intimacy. At that very moment, Chen Mo naturally raised his hand and picked up his wine glass, avoiding her touch. The smile remained on his face as his gaze swept across the virtual panel that only he could see. Blind date, Lu Xiaoxiao. Time remaining, 3 minutes, 12 seconds. It was just a small favor. No need to say thank you. Chen Mo said casually. As long as we have a smooth future, this little sacrifice is nothing. He tilted his head back and downed the remaining wine in his glass in one gulp, his Adam's apple bobbing as he moved with a graceful and decisive motion. All right, it's about time. Chen Mo put down his wine glass, picked up a napkin, and elegantly wiped the corner of his mouth. Then his gaze returned to Lu Xiaoxiao's face, flushed with excitement and alcohol, and his smile held a deeper meaning. I had a very pleasant chat today. I've noted down all your wishes. Lu Xiaoxiao was still immersed in immense satisfaction and a tipsy joy, and did not understand the deeper meaning in his words. She just smiled and nodded. Chen Mo silently counted down the days, watching Lu Xiaoxiao's smug expression, as if she had already grasped the life of a wealthy socialite. The barely perceptible curve at the corner of his mouth grew increasingly cold. Time remaining, 0 minutes and 01 seconds. Ding. You have had 30 minutes of effective communication with your blind date, Lu Xiaoxiao. Your wish list has been confirmed and entered. Your wish is being fulfilled. A series of pleasant notification sounds rang out in my mind, as melodious as celestial music. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 300 square meter luxury apartment in the heart of the city center, fully furnished, move-in ready, clear title, current market value approximately 12 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a Porsche Panamera, market value approximately 1.5 million, and a Maserati Levant, market value approximately 1.1 million. All documents are complete, and both are parked in their designated spaces. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash deposit of 680,000 yuan. The bride price portion has been safely deposited into the host's linked bank card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100% equity and related operating rights of the Radiant Time, high-end beauty salon, located in a high-end commercial district in the city center, with stable annual profits and an overall valuation of approximately 8 million. You are now the de facto person in charge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a hot pot restaurant in a commercial street, 300 square meters, located in a prime downtown area, estimated value of approximately 6 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an extra 3 million yuan in cash, already deposited into the designated account as readily available operating funds. Feeling the massive amount of information flooding into my mind in an instant, a sense of satisfaction welled up in Chen Mo's heart. This time, the gains far exceeded any previous ones. Luxury mansions, luxury cars, huge sums of cash, a complete beauty salon, and even the storefront of Lu Xiaoxiao's first love are all brought to life. This system never disappoints. Chen Mo closed his eyes slightly, quickly processing this information. When he opened them again, his eyes were clear and calm. It's getting late. Chen Mo stood up, smiled, and said, "We had a very pleasant chat today, so let's head back now." Lu Xiaoxiao was still immersed in the immense joy of about to enter a wealthy family, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkling. Seeing Chen Mo stand up, she quickly stood up as well, tilting her head slightly to look at the tall, handsome, considerate, and wealthy man in front of her, her heart pounding. She bit her lower lip, as if she had made up her mind. Two deeper blushes rose on her face, her eyes hooking as she looked at Chen Mo, her voice soft and gentle. "Chen Mo, tonight, no one is home. Would you like to come to my place for a while?" After she finished speaking, she lowered her head shyly. But Lu Xiaoxiao was certain that no man could resist such a hint. She was especially confident in her outfit and charm that day. Chen Mo was indeed taken aback upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Lu Xiaoxiao to be so direct. It seems that, faced with immense wealth, even her carefully crafted mask has begun to crumble. Chen Mo smiled, just when Lu Xiaoxiao thought everything was settled for tonight. The next moment, Chen Mo suddenly became extremely serious, his brows furrowed. Lu Xiaoxiao was startled by his sudden change of expression, and an ominous premonition instantly surged up in her heart. She forced a smile and tried to explain. "Don't overthink it. I just really feel like we clicked, and I want to get to know you a little better." However, Chen Mo sighed heavily. He shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment. "Miss Lu, I really didn't expect you to be such a casual person. Lu Xiaoxiao's face turned pale instantly, and she was completely dumbfounded. She stared wide-eyed at Chen Mo in disbelief. Why doesn't this man play by the rules? She's already given that hint. A normal man would be incredibly excited by now. But the other party acted all serious, which left her completely bewildered. Chen Mo's tone turned cold as he spoke indifferently. What I value most in a girl is self-respect and modesty. But we've only just met, and you've already made this invitation. I really can't accept it. I'm sorry, I think we're really not a good match. After saying that, Chen Mo stopped looking at Lu Xiaoxiao's pale face, turned around without hesitation, and walked straight out of the restaurant. His back, turned, was resolute, without a trace of lingering affection. Chapter 21. Chen Mo. Don't go. Come back. How can I live without you? No. No. Chen Mo. Let me explain. Lu Xiaoxiao finally recovered from the shock and panic, her voice trembling with tears. Ignoring the strange looks from the other customers in the restaurant, she stumbled after him. She was just soaring in the clouds, dreaming of the life of a wealthy socialite in the future, when in the blink of an eye, Chen Mo's words, "not suitable," plunged her into hell. This huge difference almost broke her. She can't lose this rich husband. Absolutely not. Just then, the waiter approached with the bill and politely blocked her way. "Miss, is it convenient for you to pay now?" At this moment, Lu Xiaoxiao didn't care who paid. All she could think about was catching up with Chen Mo and clearing up this huge misunderstanding. Without even glancing at the bill, she frantically pulled a credit card from her bag, practically shoving it into the waiter's hand, and stammered, "Quick, pay the bill." She urged the waiter on while anxiously looking towards the doorway where Chen Mo had disappeared, tears welling up in her eyes. After a long wait, the waiter swiped the card, and I signed the form. Lu Xiaoxiao grabbed her credit card and handbag and dashed out of the restaurant like a startled rabbit. The cool night air swept over her, making her shiver. Lu Xiaoxiao looked around anxiously and finally saw Chen Mo's black Mercedes-Benz E300L slowly driving towards the parking lot's toll gate. "Chen Mo, wait for me." Lu Xiaoxiao no longer cared about her image or manners and ran after him. She ran to the car and pounded on the driver's side window, her voice trembling with sobs, filled with despair and pleading. Chen Mo, let me explain. It's really not what you think. I just like you too much. I'm afraid of missing out on you. I'm not a casual person. I really am not." The car window blocked out most of her voice, but Chen Mo could see her face, which was filled with panic, through the glass. He scanned the QR code to pay the parking fee with a blank expression, as if the hysterical woman outside the car had nothing to do with him. The gate arm slowly rose. The vehicle slowly started moving again. When Lu Xiaoxiao saw the car about to drive away, she completely panicked. She pounded on the car window in vain, her body almost pressed against the car. "Please, don't leave me, okay? I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I'll never do it again." Chen Mo didn't even glance at her. He simply pressed the accelerator lightly. The Mercedes emitted a deep roar and drove smoothly and decisively out of the parking lot. Lu Xiaoxiao chased after him, crying and shouting, "Chen Mo, don't go, come back. I was so wrong. How can I live without you? Please, come back soon." Lu Xiaoxiao chased after it for a few steps, but ultimately couldn't keep up with the car's speed. She stumbled and almost fell, forced to stop helplessly, staring blankly in the direction the car had disappeared. The car quickly disappeared from Lu Xiaoxiao's sight. The cool night breeze blew against her thin clothes, making her feel a chill to the bone. Lu Xiaoxiao's makeup was smudged by tears, making her look disheveled. A modern urban woman who was smug and self-satisfied just a moment ago, as if she had the whole world under her feet. At this moment, he looked like an abandoned puppy, standing alone at the exit of the empty parking lot, his face filled with confusion, regret, and disbelief. She couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. Everything had already been agreed upon. Even her childhood sweetheart and first love have been settled. As a result, it was all because I took the initiative a little. Did this blind date completely fall apart? It's like riding a roller coaster, going from heaven to hell in an instant. Meanwhile, Chen Mo drove away from the parking lot. He glanced at the distraught figure in the rearview mirror, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his lips. Back home, the night was already deep. Chen Mo turned on the stereo, and melodious jazz music flowed through the spacious living room. He slumped lazily into the soft leather sofa, holding a cup of premium tea that Lin Wan had just brewed. After 4 blind dates, it's time to take stock of my spoils. With a slight thought, Chen Mo clearly recalled the rewards he had received from 4 blind dates since binding with the system. First, there's real estate. They own a luxury villa in the Greater Bay Area, 2 school district apartments for Xinguang Primary School, a boutique villa by the lake, and a luxurious 300-square-meter apartment in the heart of the city center. The total value of these properties alone is already an astonishing figure. Then there are the vehicles: Mercedes-Benz E300L, Mercedes-Benz GLC, Porsche Panamera, and Maserati Levant. Next comes cash and ongoing income. Cash deposits: Li Mei's 388,000 yuan, Su Yun's 2 million yuan, and Lu Xiaoxiao's 3.68 million yuan, 680,000 yuan for betrothal gifts plus 3 million yuan for activity funds, totaling 6.068 million yuan. Although a lot has been spent, there are still about 4 million left. Zhang Yating contributes 100,000 yuan in monthly pocket money, and her job at Ruixin Technology pays 30,000 yuan a month. In addition, there is 100% equity in the Radiant Time high-end beauty salon and a 300-square-meter hot pot restaurant in the commercial street. In addition, he has a degree from Tsinghua or Peking University and a perfect sense of pitch and musical genius. Oh, right. There's also a set of high-end custom-made gold jewelry worth 200,000 yuan and 2 professional-grade housekeepers. Looking at the wealth he now possessed, Chen Mo couldn't help but marvel. In a short period of time, he transformed from an ordinary, handsome young man who had been dumped and needed to go home for blind dates into a different person. He became a multi-talented individual with tens of millions in assets, multiple luxury homes and cars, stable businesses, and a continuous cash flow, as well as top-notch academic qualifications and extraordinary artistic talent. This leap is nothing short of a dream. After only 4 dates, he's already a multi-millionaire. Chen Mo gently swirled the tea in his cup, a playful look in his eyes. If we meet a few more people, becoming a billionaire, or even higher, seems just around the corner. The speed at which he accumulated wealth, almost like getting something for nothing, was unbelievable even to himself. No wonder many women on blind dates like to raise their standards as much as possible, and no wonder some women go to great lengths to get plastic surgery in order to squeeze into the circle of the wealthy. This method of accumulating wealth is even faster than robbing money. Chen Mo shook his head and sighed slightly. Subsequently, he picked up his phone and his gaze fell on the chat window with Li Wantong. This aloof female CEO is his next and most challenging target. He tapped his finger and sent a message. Mr. Li, why didn't you come to the company to inspect the work today? After sending the message, he thought the other party would reply after a while, as before, or simply ignore him. Unexpectedly, the reply came almost the instant the message was marked as read. Li Wantong, I had social engagements. Concise and to the point, consistent with her usual style. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and typed rapidly. Still socializing so late? Mr. Li is really busy. You must be exhausted. Li Wantong, it's all for the company. Unlike some people who rush out of the company as soon as it's time to leave work, not staying a moment longer. There was a hint of sarcasm and resentment in the words. Chen Mo smiled, knowing that she was making veiled criticisms of him. But he didn't care at all. On the contrary, he found it quite interesting that this icy beauty occasionally revealed such emotions. He replied, Don't be so resentful, Mr. Li. Women get wrinkles easily when they're angry, and that doesn't look good when they get old. How about I treat you to a beauty salon treatment sometime to relax? I happen to know a good one. There was a moment of silence on Li Wantong's end before she sent a message. No need. Thank you for your kindness. Immediately afterwards, another message followed. However, there is something I would like to ask you for a favor. Chapter 22, Aren't I the protagonist? Why aren't there any melodramatic events? Chen Mo's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately sat up straight, looking energetic. The opportunity has arrived. He replied quickly. It's my pleasure to serve you, Mr. Li. After all, you're my future blind date. So I need to make a good impression and try to score points, right? Li Wantong seemed too lazy to banter with him, so she sent him her location and then a voice message. Chen Mo opened the voice message. Li Wantong's clear, slightly weary voice, tinged with a hint of alcohol, rang out. I've had a few drinks and can't drive. If it's convenient for you, could you pick me up here later? I've sent you the address. After listening to the voice message, Chun Ming's smile widened. Can you help me pick someone up? And it was after drinking? This is no ordinary act of kindness. It reveals a great deal of information. At least, she started to bother him, which was a perfect opportunity to get closer to him. Okay, no problem. Mr. Lee, please wait a moment. I'll be right there. Chen Mo replied crisply. He put down his phone and immediately stood up. Walking into the huge walk-in closet, he changed into a more casual but still top-quality outfit. Then, upon arriving at the underground parking garage, his gaze swept over several luxury cars. His gaze finally settled on the sleek, sporty Porsche Panamera. You're the one. Chen Mo picked up the Porsche car keys and unlocked it. The car doors opened gracefully like wings, and he sat in the highly supportive driver's seat, feeling the luxurious and sporty atmosphere inside the car. Start the engine. Following the location sent by Li Wantong, Chen Mo skillfully set up the navigation. The Porsche drove out of the villa area and merged into the still bustling streets at night. Soon, Chen Mo then arrived at the hotel based on the location. Li Wantong stood in front of the hotel waiting. Chen Mo parked the car precisely in front of Li Wantong. Then I looked at her through the car window. In the night breeze, a trench coat wrapped around her slender figure, the belt casually tied at her waist, outlining her incredibly thin waistline. Beneath the hem of the trench coat were delicate, flawless, slender calves. She stood slightly turned to the side, her usually sharp face softened by the night and the effects of alcohol, revealing a rare gentleness. She clearly noticed the rather conspicuous Porsche as well, a distinct look of surprise flashing in her eyes. Chen Mo got out of the car, walked up to her, and said with a smile, "President Lee, you're not late, are you?" Li Wantong did not answer immediately, but instead glanced at the sharply styled luxury car in front of her again. Then they refocused their attention on Chen Mo. Her beautiful eyebrows arched slightly, with a hint of amusement. "Portia? Chen Mo, I really didn't realize you were so wealthy. Why would someone so rich condescend to work as a lowly employee at my tiny R&D company?" Her voice was less cold than usual, more languid, and clearly tinged with alcohol. Her tone was soft and sweet, and she even had a cute lisp. She was completely different from the cold, aloof female head referee in the company who had the final say and an imposing presence. Chen Mo smiled, his tone relaxed. "Mr. Lee, you're joking. I didn't earn this car through my own efforts. It was just a gift from my family. I always feel that spending my family's money doesn't count as being capable. It's more reassuring and gives me a greater sense of accomplishment when I spend money I've earned with my own hands, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Li Wantong rolled her eyes at him and slightly pursed her red lips. That sounds nice. If that were really your thinking, why are you always slacking off or sneaking out of the office? I think you're just used to being lazy." When she exposed him to his face, Chen Mo showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, he chuckled. His gaze then passed over Li Wantong and peered into the brightly lit hotel lobby, his brows furrowing slightly, as if he were searching for something. Li Wantong took in his little action and curiously followed his gaze to look back. Then he turned back and asked in confusion, "What are you looking at? You're being so sneaky." Chen Mo withdrew his gaze, a hint of doubt and disappointment on his face. He stroked his chin, his tone slightly puzzled. "Mr. Lee, where are your business associates tonight? They didn't come out? In this scenario, shouldn't they also be drunk and some idiots trying to say something inappropriate to you? In the end, will I, your protector, appear out of nowhere, slap you in the face, and take you away in a domineering manner? That's how it's portrayed in novels and TV dramas." Uffed. Li Wantong couldn't help but burst out laughing. That smile, like the first melting of ice and snow and the blooming of spring flowers, instantly dispelled most of her coldness. Her eyes sparkled with a seductive charm, which startled Chen Mo slightly. She rolled her eyes at Chen Mo again, her tone tinged with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. "What are you thinking about all day long? Do you really think this is an idle drama? There aren't that many melodramatic plots." Their partners were very proper. As soon as the dinner ended, they were all picked up by their respective drivers or assistants. Only I. She paused here, a hint of self-deprecation and a touch of helplessness in her voice, and pointed to herself. "I'm just a small business owner who doesn't even have a personal driver, and I have to trouble you to come here and rescue me." Upon hearing this, the expectation on Chen Mo's face completely vanished. Instead, a sigh filled with regret. Sigh? I see. To be honest, I was all prepared for battle on the way here. I even had a script in mind for how to make a cool entrance, how to crush the opponent with the art of language, and how to leave with you in style. As a result, his talents were wasted. Chen Mo was genuinely disappointed. Shouldn't he be the main character? How come I never encounter even such a melodramatic plot? Seeing his serious expression, as if he had really missed some important performance opportunity, Li Wantong couldn't help but chuckle. She discovered that, after shedding the cold armor of her work, being with this guy was unexpectedly easy and fun. Chen Mo's gaze fell on Li Wantong's cheeks, which were flushed with a charming blush from drinking, and he smiled and said, Mr. Li, since you don't have a driver, then I'll take care of these kinds of jobs from now on. I guarantee I'll be on call 24/7, available whenever you need me. Upon hearing this, Li Wantong tilted her head slightly, scrutinizing Chen Mo with her slightly hazy, intoxicated eyes, her red lips curving into a meaningful smile. Oh, why are you suddenly being so attentive to me? I remember when someone first joined the company, they ignored me and even dared to talk back to me in the elevator. Behind your back, you must have complained about me, your boss, quite a bit, right? Saying I'm cold-hearted, a tigress, and that I'm going through menopause. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes widened instantly, and for the first time, genuine astonishment appeared on his face. He blurted out, How did you know? Seeing Chen Mo's surprised expression, a sly and mischievous glint flashed in Li Wantong's eyes. She gave a soft humph with a hint of smugness. What? Surprised? Actually, I didn't see it. I was just guessing. When I was waiting for you at the hotel entrance, I was thinking about what a bold guy like you would say about me behind my back. After thinking it over, the complaints about female bosses are nothing more than being unreasonable, being a shrew, and going through menopause. I didn't expect that I was right. You actually said those things to someone else. Chen Mo. His lips twitched uncontrollably a few times, and he was speechless. Good grief, it turns out they were just kidding me. As expected, old ginger is spicier. No, it's spicier in the US. This woman is incredibly perceptive. Even with Chen Mo's thick skin, he was starting to feel overwhelmed. He could only cough awkwardly twice and quickly change the subject. Ahem. Well, Mr. Li, it's windy outside, and you've had some alcohol, so don't catch a cold. Please get in the car, I'll take you home. As he spoke, he very gentlemanly opened the passenger door and gestured for the passenger to enter. Seeing his rare moment of frustration, Li Wantong's smile deepened. She didn't press her advantage, but gracefully nodded slightly and got into the car. A scent, a mixture of faint alcohol and her unique cool fragrance, filled the carriage. Chen Mo gently closed the car door, walked back to the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and started the engine. The Porsche emitted a deep roar as it smoothly drove away from the hotel entrance and disappeared into the city's nighttime traffic. Chapter 23: A Blind Date with the Cold and Aloof Female CEO. Chen Mo focused on driving, occasionally glancing at Li Wantong in the passenger seat out of the corner of his eye. She leaned back in her chair with her eyes slightly closed, the blush on her cheeks flickering in the light and shadows streaming through the window, making her exceptionally beautiful. Following the address Li Wantong had previously provided, Chen Mo drove into a well-known residential community famous for its high-end, large-sized apartments. As the vehicle drove deeper into the area, Chen Mo's expression gradually became somewhat strange. This neighborhood looks more and more familiar. When he finally parked the car in front of the building Li Wantong had specified, the strange look on Chen Mo's face reached its peak. He subconsciously looked up at the towering residential building and was taken aback. Could it be such a coincidence? The 300-square-meter luxury apartment in the heart of the city that the system rewarded me with seems to be in this neighborhood, and it seems to be in this building. Unexpectedly, he ended up becoming neighbors with this aloof female CEO. What's wrong? Li Wantong unbuckled her seatbelt and noticed Chen Mo's somewhat absent-minded expression, so she casually asked him a question. Chen Mo snapped out of his daze, suppressed his surprise, and tentatively asked, It's nothing, Mr. Li. May I ask which floor you live on? Li Wantong paused slightly as she was about to push open the door and get out of the car. She turned her head, her clear eyes falling on Chen Mo's face, a half-smile playing on her lips. What's wrong? Why are you asking so many questions? Is there something you're planning? Her tone carried a hint of teasing and wariness. Clearly, even in a slightly tipsy state, she had not completely let down her guard. Looking into her eyes, Chen Mo swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Asking this question now does make him seem like he has ulterior motives. He smiled, then adopted a mysterious expression. Never mind, it's nothing. You'll find out later. Very mysterious. Li Wantong scoffed lightly, not bothering to investigate further, and gracefully stepped out of the car. The cool night breeze sobered her up a bit. Standing by the car, she straightened the collar of her trench coat and then said to Chen Mo, who had also gotten out of the car, "Thanks, you did all right tonight. I'll let it go since you picked me up on time, and I won't hold it against you for talking behind my back about me being a tigress and going through menopause." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo immediately put on a sincere smile. "Mr. Li, you are so magnanimous. Then what about my blind date tomorrow?" Tomorrow, Sunday, is the day they agreed to meet at the Yiyun restaurant for their blind date. This concerns his next, and possibly most lucrative, experience package, so he absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes. Seeing his eager expression, Li Wantong smiled and nodded, her tone certain. "Don't worry, I mean what I say. I'll be there on time at Yiyun restaurant tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. "Very good." Chen Mo nodded vigorously, a huge weight lifted from his heart. "Then Mr. Li, please get some rest. Remember to drink the hangover tea. I'll head back now." "Okay, be careful on the road." Li Wantong nodded slightly. Chen Mo didn't linger any longer, maneuvering the Porsche to turn around and slowly drive away. Li Wantong stood still and did not turn around and leave immediately. Instead, they watched the Porsche's taillights disappear around the corner of the neighborhood road. Then suddenly he smiled. Taking advantage of her intoxication, she acted quite proactively today, which was actually a deliberate test of the other party. The purpose was to see what this audacious and unconventional subordinate was like in private. She had assumed the other person might take advantage of her being drunk or show inappropriate attentiveness. They even made unreasonable demands, such as offering to take it upstairs. However, none of this happened. Throughout the journey, aside from the occasional witty remarks, Chen Mo maintained proper manners and a just right distance. Even after being questioned about the floor when he asked, he immediately stopped and didn't press the matter further. This sense of propriety surprised Li Wantong and left a good impression on her. This made her feel less resistant to the blind date tomorrow night and more expectant. Li Wantong returned to her home, located on the top floor, a home with a minimalist yet sophisticated decor. She kicked off her high heels, stepped barefoot onto the soft carpet, walked to the open kitchen island, and poured herself a glass of warm water. Before I could even drink it, my phone, which was on the island counter, rang. She glanced at the caller ID, Mom, and immediately rolled her eyes in exasperation. Li Wantong let the phone ring a few times before slowly answering it. As soon as the call connected, a middle-aged woman's voice came from the other end. "Xiaowan, I know you don't want to listen to Mom's nagging, so I won't say much. Just one question. Have you found a boyfriend yet? Do you know that your Aunt Wang and Aunt Li's grandchildren are already old enough to run errands?" Li Wantong sighed. "Don't worry, Mom. We found it. We found it." "Real?" The voice on the other end of the phone instantly rose in pitch, filled with surprise and disbelief. "You're not trying to fool me by making up some random person to deceive Mom, are you?" "Won't." Li Wantong walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the dazzling city night view outside, and Chen Mo's face inexplicably flashed through her mind. "I'm not lying to you. There is indeed someone I'm getting to know. Once the feeling is right and the time is right, I'll bring him back to meet you, okay?" "Oh, okay. Mom believes you. Then take your time, learn more about it. No rush, no rush." The voice on the other end immediately lit up with joy, saying "good" several times, then quickly added as if afraid she might change her mind. "Okay, Mom won't bother you anymore. You should get some rest." But, with a snap, the phone was abruptly hung up. Looking at the now silent phone screen, Li Wantong rolled her eyes in annoyance and tossed the phone onto the sofa. After dealing with her family's marriage-urging demon, she felt more exhausted than dealing with a business negotiation. Li Wantong tilted her head back and drank the warm water in her glass. She then headed to the bathroom to wash away the smell of alcohol and her fatigue. The next evening, at the elegant Western restaurant, The familiar restaurant, the familiar location. At 7 o'clock sharp, Li Wantong appeared at the restaurant entrance on time. She was clearly dressed up today. She shed her formal business suit and donned an elegantly tailored champagne-colored silk shirt paired with a high-waisted black fishtail skirt, which accentuated her perfect figure. Her long, slightly wavy hair was draped lazily over her shoulders, and her makeup was more refined than usual, adding a touch of softness and femininity. She walked slowly. The sound of her high heels clicking on the ground was unhurried, yet it seemed to tread on one's heart. "Sorry to keep you waiting?" Li Wantong sat down opposite Chen Mo. "No, I just arrived too." Chen Mo smiled and poured her a cup of tea, looking at her honestly. "Mr. Li, you look beautiful today." "Thank you." Li Wantong accepted the compliment readily, picked up her water glass, and took a small sip. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chen Mo decided to get straight to the point. "Mr. Li, we know each other pretty well, so let's skip the formalities of introductions. I'll just ask directly. What specific conditions and requirements do you have for your future partner?" He held his breath, waiting for her to throw out a series of earth-shattering and demanding conditions that matched her status and position. Shares in listed companies, a net worth of hundreds of millions, a family background that's a good match. Chen Mo even started to think about how he should spend these demands once they materialized. Should we go on a trip, get a massage, or just stay home and count our money? You can't spend it all. You simply can't spend it all. Thinking of this, Chen Mo's mouth was a little dry, so he couldn't help but pick up his cup and take a sip of tea. At this time, Li Wantong raised her clear eyes and looked directly at Chen Mo, her red lips slightly parted. Then, in a calm and clear tone, he said the words that made Chen Mo freeze instantly. "My condition is." She deliberately drew out her words, a faint smile flashing in her eyes, before slowly uttering 4 words. "No conditions." Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The next moment, puff! Chen Mo spat out a mouthful of tea, which landed directly on Li Wantong's face as she sat opposite him. Chapter 24: Rejecting the Cold and Aloof Female CEO. "Sorry, I can't help with this." Chen Mo's smile froze instantly, and his eyes widened in surprise. He even wondered if he was hallucinating because he was too nervous. "Huh? What?" Chen Mo blurted out the answer instinctively, his voice filled with astonishment. "No conditions? How is this possible?" This young woman is a shrewd and assertive businesswoman who heads a technology company. A stunningly beautiful and capable female CEO who is top-notch in terms of family background, looks, and abilities. On something as important as deciding on a future partner, how can you say there are no conditions? Are you kidding me? Li Wantong was stunned by this sudden baptism. The tea trickled down her smooth forehead and upturned nose, dripping onto her shirt and spreading out dark water stains. Li Wantong's lips twitched slightly. She felt a surge of anger, but then she realized something was amiss with the scene before her and couldn't help but ask, "Is my request too unreasonable? It shouldn't be causing such a strong reaction from you, right?" Seeing the water stains on the other person's face, Chen Mo finally realized what was happening and hurriedly pulled out a tissue. Then, with a forced laugh, he said, No, I just think you must be joking with me, Mr. Li. With your status, position, and vision, how could you not have requirements for a partner?" Li Wantong took the tissue and elegantly wiped the water stains from her cheeks and hair. Then, looking at Chen Mo, he explained calmly, as if stating a very simple fact. "I said there were no conditions because I don't need to rely on marriage to acquire anything material or career-related. I have a house, a car, money, and status all on my own. I'm looking for a partner, someone who can make me feel fun and relaxed when I'm busy and tired, someone with whom I can understand each other and have a spiritual connection." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's lips twitched uncontrollably, feeling somewhat helpless. He had been on so many blind dates, and it was not easy for him to meet a woman with such sound values and such a clear mind. But why can't he feel happy at all? Instead, it evoked a feeling of utter despair, a sense of wanting to cry but being unable to. If there are no conditions, what about his system rewards? Wouldn't his road to becoming a billionaire be cut off here? Undeterred, Chen Mo grasped at this last straw and hurriedly pressed for an answer. "Well, what about your family? Your parents must have some requirements for their future son-in-law, right? Like his status, wealth, education, appearance. These are the basic requirements, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Wantong chuckled softly, then said with a hint of helplessness, I'm 27 this year. Since my 25th birthday, my parents' bottom line has been lowered again and again. It went from requiring a good match in terms of social status and a promising young man, to just having good character and a stable job. And then last year, it became that as long as he's a man and alive, that's fine. She looked up at Chen Mo, her eyes carrying a hint of mockery. Now, they can't wait for me to get married. As long as I can bring someone back with me, they'd probably be willing to give me a dowry. How could they possibly have any other demands? They're only worried that I won't be able to get married. It's over. It's completely over. Chen Mo's heart sank to the bottom. Although he was forcing a smile, the light in his eyes had mostly died out. How can we play like this? What a load of rubbish. He seemed to see countless tiny coins grow wings and fly away before his eyes. Li Wantong tilted her head, parted her red lips slightly, and asked in a questioning tone, Chen Mo, I have this feeling. You seem very disappointed that I didn't ask this of you. Isn't that a good thing? It means that if anything develops between us, it will be based purely on each other as individuals, rather than on external factors. Chen Mo's eyes twitched slightly, his heart roaring. Who wants to talk to you purely based on human relationships? I want the system rewards, sister. But outwardly, he could only take a deep breath, trying to put on a solemn and somewhat heartbroken expression and begin to make things up. Mr. Li, it's not that it's bad. It's just, this model prevents me from realizing my self-worth. You don't know. I have a strong sense of honor and a strong desire to strive. I am eager to fulfill the requests of my loved ones through hard work. This process itself is an important way to realize my life's value. Therefore, you must make some demands, even if they are high and difficult, so that I will have a clear goal to strive for and prove that I am worthy of you. Chen Mo himself almost believed these fallacies and heresies. He looked at Li Wantong with pleading eyes, hoping she would suddenly realize her mistake. Mention small goals such as acquiring a multinational company or making the company a Fortune 500 company. After hearing this, Li Wantong gave him a beautiful eye roll, her red lips slightly pursed, with a hint of amusement and exasperation. We're not even close to getting anywhere yet, and you're already thinking about your loved one, your life's purpose. Isn't that going too far? She felt that Chen Mo was acting unusually strange today, like he was playing the male lead in some melodramatic struggle drama. If we can really be together, then it's not too late to talk about these things. No, it's not too late. Chen Mo was getting anxious. He leaned forward, his tone almost pleading. I desperately need to realize my self-worth right now. I really need it. Please, just to fulfill my ambition, okay? Li Wantong was thoroughly amused by his persistent insistence on her making a request. She blinked, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table, her tone carrying a hint of teasing and certainty. Chen Mo, sometimes I really think you're a strange person. Okay, stop joking with me like that. It's not funny at all. She was convinced that Chen Mo was teasing her in this exaggerated way. Chen Mo was inwardly weeping. Who's joking with you? I'm serious. Okay. He opened his mouth, wanting to struggle a little more. But seeing Li Wantong's "I've seen through you all along" expression, all the words stuck in his throat. He could only sigh silently to himself. Chen Mo originally thought that this time he could achieve the ultimate leap in wealth, but he did not expect that the other party was such a desireless woman. Looking at the exquisite face so close to his heart was filled with turmoil. Chen Mo felt that his get-rich-through-blind dates project had suffered an unprecedented Waterloo. Seeing Chen Mo suddenly fall silent, Li Wantong decided to reveal her true purpose for today. She cleared her throat, her tone becoming more formal. Actually, Chen Mo, the reason I agreed to go on a blind date with you is because I want you to do me a favor. Chen Mo listlessly raised his eyelids. What kind of help? The dreams of becoming a billionaire or the CEO of a Fortune 500 company are gone. He has lost interest in everything now. Li Wantong blinked and said softly, My mom calls me every day urging me to find a boyfriend and get married. But my company is currently in a critical growth phase, and I've devoted almost all my energy to my work. I really don't have the time or energy to seriously cultivate a relationship. So, I was thinking, could you temporarily pretend to be my boyfriend to appease my mom? You just need to show up, answer the phone, and come home occasionally. Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing. You can name your terms, and I will give you satisfactory compensation." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's lips twitched slightly again. Yesterday, he didn't get the dramatic hero saves the damsel in distress scenario he expected at the hotel entrance, but he didn't expect to see it here today. A fake boyfriend? How could he actually encounter a plot that usually only appears in novels and TV dramas? He looked at Li Wantong's face, so close to his, so perfect that not a single flaw could be found. To be fair, Li Wantong is top-notch in appearance, temperament, and ability, making her a truly exceptional, mature, and sophisticated woman. Being able to act as her fake boyfriend would be a dream job for most men, especially since there's also compensation to be negotiated. But Chen Mo shook his head, his tone sincere. "I'm sorry, Mr. Li, I can't help you with this." Chapter 25. Aunt Wang pulled out her most treasured blind date again. Why? Li Wantong was genuinely surprised this time. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with astonishment. Given her qualities, if she were to let the word out even slightly, countless men would be scrambling to compete for the spot of being her fake boyfriend. Chen Mo actually refused without even thinking about it. Meeting her surprised gaze, Chen Mo explained in a serious tone, "Because I'm too honest, I'm naturally incapable of lying, and people will immediately see through it if I do." Now it was Li Wantong's turn to have her lips twitch, and she fell into a speechless silence. She looked at Chen Mo's "I'm a sincere person" demeanor. Then think about all the things he did at work, slacking off, talking back to me, and complaining about me behind my back. It's impossible to label him as sincere or incapable of lying. After Chen Mo fully understood Li Wantong's true needs and thoughts, he lost all interest in the blind date. He can't trigger the system rewards, and he's forced to play the painstakingly fake boyfriend, wasting his time looking for the next experience pack. Chen Mo resolutely refused to do such a losing business. Even if deep down he did have a slight appreciation and fondness for this female CEO. But he couldn't possibly give up the entire fruitful forest just for this one big tree. His mission of finding a partner is a long and arduous one. How could he let his current romantic feelings interfere with it? Having thought this through, Chen Mo had already made up his mind. He summoned a waiter and offered to settle the bill for the pre-meal tea. Then he looked at Li Wantong and said softly, "Mr. Li, since you didn't come here with the intention of a sincere blind date, and I'm not qualified to play the role you need, then I think we should call it a night. I'm sorry to have taken up your valuable time." Under Li Wantong's increasingly astonished and incomprehensible gaze, Chen Mo stood up, straightened his clothes, and continued, "I think it's better for us to continue with a simple superior-subordinate relationship. Of course, I will also remain your part-time driver, and that commitment remains unchanged. If you need anything in the future, you can still call me anytime, and I guarantee I will be there whenever you need me." After saying that, Chen Mo didn't linger or show any hesitation. He turned around and strode away with brisk steps. Li Wantong was stunned as she watched his series of smooth and decisive movements. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. But seeing Chen Mo's determined look, she didn't know how to start the conversation. Having navigated the business world for many years, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation, completely beyond her control and expectations. Soon, Chen Mo had already left the restaurant, leaving only his back view. Li Wantong sat alone, looking at the empty seat opposite her and the wet tissue on the table. In an instant, a mix of emotions welled up inside me. Shock, helplessness, embarrassment, and an indescribable sense of frustration and aroused curiosity. She had absolutely no idea what this man was thinking. He was the one who initiated the blind date, and he was also the one who left decisively in the end. What exactly is this guy up to? Li Wantong muttered to herself, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She even offered to let him pretend to be her boyfriend, but he refused without hesitation. Where does this leave her with her pride? She had never encountered anything so embarrassing in her life. Was it because her makeup wasn't pretty enough today? Li Wantong touched her cheek, which still felt a little cool, feeling somewhat embarrassed and annoyed. However, amidst her embarrassment and annoyance, Chen Mo's completely unconventional behavior stirred up ripples in her heart like a pebble. She discovered that this subordinate named Chen Mo seemed to be much more interesting and unpredictable than she had imagined. At the same time, Chen Mo drove his Porsche aimlessly through the city night. What a huge loss, a really huge loss. What kind of mess is this? Chen Mo sighed. It's so rare to find someone who's top-notch in every way, but it turns out there's someone who doesn't play by the rules. Just as he was feeling frustrated, his phone rang, and the words, Aunt Wong, appeared on the screen. Chen Mo answered the phone lazily and put it on speakerphone. Hello, Aunt Wong? On the other end of the phone, Aunt Wong's voice sounded puzzled. Xiao Chen, are you asleep? Did I disturb you? Auntie has something I want to ask you. No, Aunt Wong, please tell me. So, what's the deal with Lu Xiao Xiao, the one I recommended to you yesterday? That girl came to my house this afternoon, crying her eyes out, completely heartbroken. She said she knew she was wrong and begged me to contact you again and put in a good word for her, that she really can't live without you. Xiao Chun, tell me the truth. What exactly happened between you two? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Lu Xiao Xiao to be so decisive. He had just blocked her yesterday, and today she went to the matchmaker and cried. It seems that the 10 million and the subsequent promises were extremely attractive to her. It's nothing, Aunt Wong. Chen Mo said calmly. I just feel that we're not a good match, and our personalities might not be compatible. Not suitable? Aunt Wong was clearly skeptical. I think that girl is quite a catch. She's pretty, knows how to dress, and has a sweet tongue. And judging from her expression, she genuinely likes you. Xiao Chun, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but aren't your standards a bit too high? How many dates have you been on? If you ask me, finding a partner is like choosing clothes. Good enough is fine. There's no such thing as perfect. I think Xiao Xiao is quite nice, and she's so attentive to you. Chen Mo listened to Aunt Wong's earnest advice. He interrupted, saying, Aunt Wong, marriage is a major life event that relates to a lifetime of happiness. How can you settle for less? Aunt Wong on the other end of the phone paused for a moment, remained silent for several seconds, and then sighed. Sigh, you're right. Marriage is something you have to be careful about. You can't just settle for anything. So, what are your plans next? Will you continue going on dates? Of course I'll be a matchmaker. Chen Mo immediately perked up, and his tone became lighter. Aunt Wong, do you have any new resources? Like Lu Xiao Xiao. Well, the more demanding, the more challenging the better. You child. Aunt Wong was left speechless, both amused and exasperated by his attitude. Why are you always picking on the tough nuts? Okay, Annie will keep an eye out for you. But I'm out of options right now. I've already screened them all for you. But I have an old friend who's in this line of work. She has a lot of resources. I'll ask her if she knows anyone suitable. That's wonderful. Aunt Wong, thank you so much for your help. Please take good care of me. Chen Mo quickly thanked him, his tone sincere. Okay, wait a moment. I'll call her and ask. Aunt Wong said, and then hung up the phone. Chen Mo put down his phone, feeling slightly better. Although Li Wantong's super prize is out of reach for the time being, fortunately there is still Aunt Wong as a stable supply line of experience packages. As long as you keep going on blind dates, the rate of wealth accumulation will remain considerable. He parked the car on the side of the road, rolled down the window, and let the cool night air dispel the stuffiness inside the car. About 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. It was a long voice message from Aunt Wong. Chen Mo clicked play, and Aunt Wong's voice, though slightly noisy, but filled with undisguised excitement, came through. Xiao Chun, I asked around. When I told my old friend about your situation, I emphasized that you like girls who have high standards and ambitions. Guess what? She actually has a secret weapon up her sleeve. Chapter 26, Bringing Your Best Friend to a Blind Date? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. He quickly said, Please speak. Aunt Wong paused, as if keeping everyone in suspense, before continuing. This girl's surname is Gu, and her name is Gu Lianin. I heard she comes from a scholarly family and is also involved in the arts. I think she plays the cello. This old woman, don't really know the specifics. Anyway, she's the kind of person who, oh my, has an incredibly elegant demeanor, like a fairy. But Aunt Wong changed the subject, her tone becoming serious. This girl's standards are incredibly high. I've seen the best in all my decades in this industry. When she listed her requirements, my old friends all said that she wasn't looking for a partner, but rather looking for a prince from a fairy tale. I didn't dare introduce you to this before, because I thought the conditions were too daunting and I was afraid it would scare you away. But now that I see how ambitious you are, I'm just asking you, do you dare to accept it? Want to give it a try? As Chen Mo listened to the voice message, his eyes grew brighter and brighter, until they almost seemed to be shining. The one that's been kept at the bottom of the box. A scholarly family? An artistic temperament? Are the requirements so high that they scare away matchmakers? Looking for someone who meets the standards of a fairy tale prince? These keywords struck a chord with Chen Mo. Is there really such a good thing? This isn't scary. It's clearly tempting. Without hesitation, Chen Mo immediately pressed the voice button and replied in an extremely firm tone. Yes, Aunt Wang. I absolutely need this. Please send me your contact information as soon as possible. Regardless of the outcome, I want to give it a try. I like girls who have dreams and aspirations. To show his sincerity and gratitude, he casually transferred another 4,000 yuan to Aunt Wang, calling it a hardship fee and an information fee. Aunt Wang's payment processing speed was as fast as ever, almost instantaneous. Then, a new Fishin business card was pushed to me. The profile picture is a blurry silhouette, seemingly backstage at a concert hall, wearing a black performance dress. All that can be seen is an elegant neck and a beautifully shaped jawline, with the background blurred, creating a mysterious and sophisticated artistic atmosphere. The nickname is equally simple, consisting of only one English word, melody. Chen Mo looked at the profile picture and nickname, which were full of ethereal beauty and distance, and nodded excitedly. Very good. This is exactly the effect I wanted. Please don't disappoint me, Miss Gu Lianin. He copied the number and sent a friend request. After successfully sending the message, Chen Mo leaned back in his chair and let out a long sigh of relief. The frustration in my heart was mostly dispelled by this sudden super experience pack. He restarted the car, and the Porsche roared as it merged into traffic. Outside the car window, the city's night view once again became dazzling and captivating. Upon returning home, the lights in the villa in the Greater Bay Area automatically turned on, dispelling the darkness of the night. Lin Wan and Tang Rui were waiting at the entrance as always, taking Chen Mo's coat and handbag. Welcome back, master. The two greeted in unison, their voices soft. Chen Mo nodded casually. He changed into comfortable slippers, walked to the living room, sank into the soft sofa, and rubbed his temples. Just then, the phone screen on the coffee table lit up, showing a new Fishin friend request successfully added. Chen Mo's spirits lifted slightly, and he picked up his phone. It was Gu Lianin, the hidden gem girl recommended by Aunt Wang. He clicked on the chat box, preparing to think of his opening line, but the other party sent a message first. However, the content stunned Chen Mo. Hello, Mr. Chen Mo. My name is Jiang Xia, and I'm Gu Lianin's best friend. Lianin is rather shy and not very good at communicating directly with strangers, so I'm speaking on her behalf to get to know her a little better. I hope you don't mind. Chen Mo looked at the message, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly involuntarily. Your best friend is in charge? He'd been on so many blind dates and met all sorts of people, but this was the first time he'd encountered one that required his best friend's approval. Just what kind of otherworldly fairy is Gu Lianin that she needs a proxy to even add a friend? He suppressed the urge to complain and tapped his fingers on the screen. Hello, Ms. Jiang. I understand. So, when would I have the honor of speaking directly with Ms. Gu Lianin, or even meeting her in person? The reply came quickly, its tone carrying an air of self-righteous dominance. Mr. Chen, how can you rush things like this? Of course, we need to understand each other's basic situations first. Our Lianin is a renowned musical prodigy, a cellist, from a wealthy family, and her own qualities are top-notch. If it weren't for her introverted and socially awkward personality, her focus on art, and her somewhat lack of skill in worldly social interactions, she would never need to find a partner through blind dates. Therefore, her partner must also be an elite who excels in all aspects. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo immediately understood. No wonder I need my best friend to vet me when I go on blind dates. Turns out I'm an artist with severe social anxiety. Although he found it a bit troublesome, Chen Mo became even more interested. Without further hesitation, he decided to go straight for it, avoiding unnecessary complications. I see, I understand Miss Gu's situation, Chen Mo replied. Then his fingers flew across the keyboard. He didn't offer any further written explanations, but instead sent over a package of evidence. First, there's a screenshot of a bank card balance. Next came flawless photos of Tsinghua and Peking University graduation certificates and degree certificates produced by the system. Then came several photos of the villa's exterior and interior, including the living room and garden, from different angles, showcasing its undeniable luxury and taste. Finally, there was a close-up of his handsome face, comparable to Eddie Peng's, and a photo showing off his well-defined abs. The postscript was only one short sentence. In addition, I have a wide interest in music and am proficient in various instruments such as the piano and violin. I also have some experience in vocal music. After delivering this series of moves, Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa with a relaxed air, picked up the hot tea that Lin Wan had just served, and gently blew on it. This time, the message the other party is typing flashed repeatedly at the top of the dialog box for a full 2 or 3 minutes. After quite a while, Jiang Xia's message finally arrived, and her tone was noticeably more gentle. Mr. Chun, your qualifications are indeed outstanding. Among all the suitors I've met, you're easily in the top 3. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. This is only the top 3. It seems that this talented woman's suitors are of quite high quality. Jiang Xia continued to send messages. Since you meet the basic requirements, I can arrange for you to meet. We can discuss the specific details when we meet. I will also be there, since Lianin needs someone with her to feel at ease. Chen Mo frowned slightly as he looked at the message. Sure enough, this best friend of Zhang's would also be present on the day of the blind date. This means he not only has to deal with a socially awkward but talented woman, but also a shrewd and overprotective best friend. The difficulty has doubled. However, for the tempting system rewards, this challenge is nothing. Double the pressure might mean double the desires. Okay, no problem. You can decide the time and place. I'll cooperate. Chen Mo replied crisply. Soon, Jiang Xia sent her a location. Chen Mo clicked on it, and his lips twitched violently again. Elegant Western restaurant. Why is it there again? Is this place tied to him? Or is it that all high-end matchmaking events in this city are tacitly held there? He felt like the restaurant manager almost recognized him. Should he consider getting a VIP card next time he goes? But then I thought, it's fine there too. The environment is familiar. It's like his home turf, and he can handle things more easily. Tomorrow at noon, Yiyun Restaurant, a quiet spot by the window. Please be on time. Lian Ying doesn't like people who are late. Jiang Xia gave her final words of advice. Don't worry, I'll be there on time. Chen Mo replied. Chen Mo put down his phone and let out a long breath. A socially awkward but talented woman, with her best friend overseeing the selection process. Her high standards scared away matchmakers. Chen Mo muttered to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. Please don't let me down, Miss Gu Lianin. My next little goal is all depending on you. Chapter 27. Trying to intimidate me right off the bat? Sorry, I'm not buying it. By noon the next day, Chen Mo, dressed in a simple yet high-quality casual outfit, arrived at the elegant Western restaurant on time. This time, the seat wasn't the same window seat as before, but another quieter, more secluded corner of the restaurant, also by the window. After Chen Mo sat down, he waited patiently. After waiting for about 10 minutes, 2 slender figures appeared in his line of sight, walking towards him. The woman walking in front had exquisite makeup and exuded a powerful aura. Her gaze was sharp, like a scanner, and she had already looked Chen Mo up and down several times as she approached. The person following behind her presented a stark contrast. She wore a soft, off-white embroidered long dress, her head slightly lowered, her thick, long hair falling down, almost covering half of her face. His hands were clasped nervously in front of him. His steps were timid, like a frightened fawn, his eyes darting away, not daring to meet anyone's gaze. She wore minimal adornment, except for a delicate silver chain on her wrist, which accentuated her fair skin and ethereal tour. Chen Mo knew in his heart that the girl in the white dress must be the protagonist of today's event, Gu Lianin. The powerful protector in front was undoubtedly her best friend, Jiang Xia. The two sat down opposite Chen Mo. Jiang Xia naturally let Gu Lianin sit in the innermost seat, while she herself sat on the outermost seat, forming a protective posture. Mr. Chen Mo? Jiang Xia spoke, her voice flat. It's me. Miss Jiang, Miss Gu, hello. Chen Mo smiled and nodded in greeting, his gaze sweeping over the two faces before lingering briefly on Gu Lianin. Gu Lianin seemed to sense his gaze and lowered her head even further, staring at her hands on her knees, not daring to meet Chen Mo's eyes. I am Jiang Xia, Lianin's best friend. Jiang Xia reiterated her identity, then gently patted the girl's hand beside her, This is Gu Lianin. Gu Lianin then raised her head very slightly, glanced quickly at Chen Mo, and said in a voice barely above a whisper, "Hello, hello." She immediately lowered her head, a faint blush rising to her ears. "Chen Mo, nice to meet you." Chen Mo also introduced himself briefly. The waiter came over and handed over the menu, and Jiang Xia skillfully took charge and ordered food for all three of them. During this time, she asked Gu Lianin for her opinion, and Gu Lianin only gave a soft without looking up the whole time. After ordering, the waiter left. Jiang Xia placed her hands clasped on the table, leaned slightly forward, and stared directly at Chen Mo with her sharp eyes. Without any pleasantries, she cut straight to the point. "Mr. Chen, I was actually a little dissatisfied after meeting you for the first time." She paused, carefully observing Chen Mo's expression, and continued. "Judging from your appearance, you're dressed casually, and your eyes have a cynical look. You seem to be from a completely different world than Lianin, a girl who is simple and focused on art. So, in the following conversation, I hope you can be more honest and put away those unnecessary tricks and schemes. Lianin is very innocent, and I don't want her to be misled or hurt in any way." This is her usual tactic, to take the initiative, give the opponent a rude awakening, and disrupt their composure. If the other party changes color upon hearing this, rushes to defend themselves, or their eyes dart around, then it confirms her suspicions. She would immediately determine that this person was unreliable and would find any excuse to take Gu Lianin away. If the other party can remain calm, then you've passed the first hurdle. Of course, she doesn't rule out the possibility that some people are extremely cunning and can perfectly conceal their true intentions, but that doesn't matter. She still has a series of tests to follow. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. Good heavens, should we just start by labeling things? And also cunning and quick-witted? Jiang Xia truly lived up to her reputation. She was like a mother leopard protecting her cubs, extremely aggressive. No wonder Aunt Wang said that so many blind dates had failed her. With such a firewall in place, most people really couldn't withstand it. However, Chen Mo is no ordinary person. Instead of being flustered by the sudden accusation, he found it somewhat amusing. Although his casual attire today wasn't as formal and luxurious as the one he wore when he met Lu Xiaoxiao before, it was still a high-quality, well-tailored designer brand. It has absolutely nothing to do with hard work or cunning. Jiang Xia was clearly deliberately picking a fight, trying to give him a hard time. He decided that he couldn't just passively take the blows. He had to launch a proper counterattack and gain some initiative. As a result, Chen Mo's smile not only did not fade, but actually deepened. He leaned back in his chair, his gaze meeting Jiang Xia's scrutinizing eyes, his tone tinged with amusement and confusion. "Miss Jiang, isn't your judgment a bit too arbitrary? First of all, I don't think that dressing casually is the same as being careless or disrespectful. Does one have to be dressed in a suit and tie to prove one's sincerity and character? Secondly, Chen Mo turned his gaze to Gu Lianin, who was practically shrinking away from him, and softened his tone, adding just the right amount of gentleness. Regarding her cunning and the two worlds, I admit that Ms. Gu and I may indeed have different upbringings and personalities. She is like a fairy who doesn't eat the food of this world, while I am probably more down to earth. But," he changed the subject, looking at Jiang Xia again, his gaze becoming serious. "Different experiences and personalities don't necessarily preclude mutual understanding and complementarity. Does Ms. Jiang believe that only completely identical people can come together? Wouldn't that be too monotonous?" As for honesty, Chen Mo shrugged, his smile frank. "I have always been very honest. My education, assets, and even my love of music were all told to you truthfully in our conversation yesterday, without any exaggeration. I don't know what Ms. Jiang is specifically referring to as tricks and schemes, but if even a normal meeting and exchange has to be labeled and guarded against beforehand, then isn't the very beginning of this blind date lacking some of the most basic trust and respect?" He finished speaking in one breath, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. He not only refuted Jiang Xia's arbitrary accusations, but also threw the question back at her, striking the perfect balance. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Jiang Xia's eyes. She hadn't expected Chen Mo's reaction to be so quick and logical. Not only was he not intimidated by her, but he also cleverly defused her attack, and even turned the tables on her. Her composure and eloquence were indeed far superior to many of the blind dates she had met before. She subconsciously glanced at Gu Lianin beside her and noticed that her friend was still looking down. But that tiny ear perked up quietly, as if it were eavesdropping on their conversation. Jiang Xia smiled and said, "Mr. Chen is quite eloquent. I hope your actions will be as impressive as your words." She stopped dwelling on the initial impression, which was a tacit acceptance of passing the first test. "All right, let's get down to business. There are some specific requirements regarding you and Rain that we need to clarify beforehand." Chen Mo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the first round of the confrontation was over. His face regained its gentle smile, and he adopted a posture of attentive listening. "Of course, Miss Jiang, please go ahead. I'm all ears." Chen Mo's sense of anticipation rose once again. After all this build-up, the main event is finally about to begin. What amazing conditions will this fairy with such outrageously high demands, which even the matchmakers find ridiculously high, propose? However, the next moment, Jiang Xia's first words silenced Chen Mo completely. Chapter 28. Should your family own a company with a market value of 1 billion? Jiang Xia looked at Chen Mo, her tone calm. "First and foremost, the most basic condition is that if you two really get together in the future, I have to be present in most of your daily interactions and life scenarios." Chen Mo. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo almost choked on his own saliva. He thought he had misheard. What kind of requirement is that? Getting a girlfriend also comes with a lifelong supervisor? He stared at Jiang Xia in disbelief, then glanced at Gu Lianin, who kept her head down, and finally couldn't help but speak. "I'm sorry, I can't accept this condition. I believe no one could accept it. Are you conjoined twins?" Jiang Xia frowned and explained. "You misunderstood. I meant ordinary everyday situations, such as eating together, shopping, or watching a movie. In more private situations, of course I am self-aware and will not disturb you." Chen Mo couldn't help but roll his eyes. "In my opinion, any place where two people are together is a private setting. Dating is a matter between two people. What does having one more person matter?" Jiang Xia paused for a moment, her tone still stubborn. "Mr. Chen, I hope you can understand. Because Lianin is really naive, almost completely lacking in social experience, and her mind is as pure as crystal. I worry that she will be taken advantage of, that she doesn't know how to protect herself, and that she will be deceived in her feelings. As her best and only completely trusted friend, I have a responsibility and obligation to protect her." Chen Mo almost laughed out of anger at these remarks. "So, according to you, I'm supposed to support you at the same time? Do I need a supervisor to keep me in a relationship?" "Of course not," Jiang Xia retorted immediately. "I have my own job and don't need you to support me. I just want to make sure Lianin is safe and happy as her best friend." Looking at Jiang Xia's serious and even somewhat stubborn expression, Chen Mo inwardly cursed her. This world is so big, there are truly all sorts of wonders. Chen Mo glanced at Gu Lianin, who kept her head down, and noticed that her slender fingers were nervously twisting together, clearly indicating that she was uneasy about the conversation. "Forget it. For the sake of the system task and that tempting reward, I'll endure it for now. Going through the process is the priority." Chen Mo took a deep breath, suppressing his speechlessness, forced a smile, and nodded. "All right, I understand. This condition may sound unusual, but I agree to show my sincerity. Let's finish the required half-hour of chatting first, and then enter the wish list." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia raised an eyebrow slightly, and surprise flashed in her eyes once again. Since the other party had agreed, she continued. "Okay, next, it's about the man's family and financial strength. His family must own at least a decent company with a market value of no less than 1 billion. This is what Lianin's parents have requested. They are successful businessmen themselves, running family businesses. Although they also go through the process of matchmaking, at least in terms of economic status and social standing, they cannot be too far apart. This is the bottom line." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's previously listless spirits suddenly lifted, and his eyes immediately lit up. 1 billion. Although it's just the company's market value, it has still reached the threshold of 100 million. After enduring so much and hearing such outrageous demands, he finally heard a decent, exciting offer. It was all worth it for him to suppress the urge to complain earlier and to keep his best friend, the protector, company for so long. That's not a problem either. Chen Mo smiled and said in a relaxed tone, "My family also owns a company, and I have several businesses under my name, so there's absolutely no need to worry about that." Jiang Xia scrutinized him. "That's for the best. But I still need to verify it. Please don't mind." "Okay, okay. I'll let you verify it after we've finished talking." Chen Mo replied calmly. Jiang Xia nodded, somewhat satisfied with Chen Mo's cooperative attitude. She went on to list the conditions. "My next requirement is that my future partner should be able to cook, know how to take care of people, and preferably also know some martial arts or fighting skills, so that she can protect Lianine in critical moments and give her enough security." This is her grandparents' idea. The two elders love Lianine very much and value practical life skills and a sense of security. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow and his gaze returned to Gu Lianine. He discovered an interesting phenomenon. So far, all the requests have come from her family and friends. Gu Lianine herself was like a precious jewel, carefully protected and waiting to be matched, but she did not utter a sound of her own. Chen Mo nodded, his tone confident. "No problem. To be honest, I've been interested in cooking since I was a child, and my skills are pretty good. And coincidentally, I did study Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, for a few years, so I can easily take on 3 or 4 ordinary people. If there's a chance later, I wouldn't mind giving you a brief demonstration." As Jiang Xia listened to Chen Mo perfectly meet each requirement, the surprise in her eyes grew more and more obvious, and her brows furrowed slightly. He didn't expect that every time he made a request, the other party would immediately agree. It went so smoothly that it was somewhat unexpected, even a little unreal. Is it really such a coincidence that he is born with all the right requirements? However, Jiang Xia thought about it again. Since Chen Mo agreed to verify it later, he shouldn't lie on the spot. Otherwise, it will only make the verification process later extremely awkward and embarrassing. Jiang Xia suppressed her doubts, nodded, and continued. "Another important aspect is that I hope you understand a little music, and it would be best if you could play 1 or 2 instruments. This way, you and Lianine can have more in common and communicate better on a spiritual level." This was his maternal grandparents' request. They were music teachers themselves and valued this kind of quality very much. Chen Mo's smile grew even brighter. "Of course, I mentioned this request to Ms. Jiang before. I do know many musical instruments. I have some experience with the piano and violin, and I also have some knowledge of vocal music. I believe that Ms. Gu and I will have a lot in common when it comes to music." As Jiang Xia watched Chen Mo answer fluently and perfectly meet all the requirements, her suspicions reached their peak. The other party's performance was just too perfect, so perfect it was like they were reciting lines from a script. She decided that she could no longer just confirm verbally. She had to verify it on the spot, especially in the music field that the other party claimed to be an expert in. So her gaze swept across the restaurant and landed on the spotless grand piano in the center of the restaurant. Then, she looked at Chen Mo, a challenging smile on her face. "Mr. Chen is so confident. He must be quite accomplished. In that case, would you please come up on stage now and play a piece for us, especially for Lianine? There is a piano right here. Would you be willing to do me the honor?" That's another reason why she specifically chose this restaurant today. There's a piano here, so you can conduct on-site tests anytime. Chen Mo understood that the other party had become suspicious of him and wanted to verify it on the spot. However, he remained calm and was actually quite pleased with himself. "I was just worried about not having a chance to show off the perfect pitch and musical genius that I had previously obtained from Su Yun." Chen Mo stood up gracefully, straightened his collar, and smiled. "Of course. It would be my honor to perform for Miss Gu and Miss Jiang." However, he had just stood up and hadn't completely left his seat. When his gaze inadvertently swept over a table of guests not far behind him, he suddenly froze, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. At that table sat a man and a woman. The man was around 30 years old, wearing a clearly expensive custom-made suit. With a glittering Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, his hair was slicked back, and he had an air of superiority about him. The woman nestled beside him, with exquisite makeup and wearing a sexy dress, was none other than. It was Lin Weiwei, Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend who was materialistic and had recently dumped him. Chapter 29, This is Imprisonment. "You are ruining a young girl's future." Now, Lin Weiwei happened to turn her head and saw Chen Mo standing up. Her face instantly filled with surprise, and she blurted out, "Huh? Chen Mo? What are you doing here?" In her mind, Chen Mo was only decent looking. His financial situation was dirt poor. With my meager monthly salary, there's hardly anything left after paying rent. How could I possibly end up at a high-end Western restaurant like Yiyun, where the average cost per person is quite high? Chen Mo quickly concealed the surprise on his face and regained his composure. "What? Does this restaurant belong to your family? If you can be here, why can't I?" Jiang Xia immediately sensed something unusual and stood up to look over. "You two know each other?" Chen Mo answered frankly, "My ex-girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xia frowned immediately. "You've had an ex?" Her tone was clearly displeased, because Gu Lianin had never been in a relationship before. Lin Weiwei also noticed the atmosphere and deliberately raised her voice, saying, "Oh, so you're on a date with a girl." She deliberately sized up the two women opposite Chen Mo. When her gaze swept over Gu Lianin, who kept her head down, a hint of jealousy flashed in her eyes. The man beside Lin Weiwei scoffed disdainfully. "Weiwei, didn't you say your ex-boyfriend was a penniless wretch? How come you're pretending to be rich and coming to a place like this? You must have borrowed money from a lot of friends, right?" Lin Weiwei immediately chimed in. "Yeah, Chen Mo, there's no need to put on a show. This isn't a place for you." Chen Mo ignored them and walked straight to the piano. Seeing this, Lin Weiwei deliberately asked loudly, "What is he going to do?" The man scoffed. "Does he think he can play the piano? Don't embarrass yourself." Amidst their mocking gazes, Chen Mo calmly sat down at the piano. He gently tested a few notes, and a clear, melodious piano tune immediately filled the restaurant. The moment the music started, Gu Lianin, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly raised her head. This was the first time Chen Mo had seen her face in its entirety. She had an extremely delicate oval face, with skin so fair it was almost translucent, and a pair of large, bright almond-shaped eyes that were now intently fixed on Chen Mo in front of the piano, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Chen Mo took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and his fingers danced lightly on the piano keys. He chose Chopin's Nocturne Op. 9 No. 2, a piece that showcases both skill and emotion. A smooth melody flowed from his fingertips, sometimes as gentle as a whisper, sometimes as passionate as a surging wave. His playing is not only technically skillful, but more importantly, he expresses the emotions in the works vividly. The other diners in the restaurant stopped talking, drawn in by the unexpectedly beautiful music. Jiang Xia looked at Chen Mo in surprise. She never expected that this seemingly cynical man would actually possess such superb piano skills. Gu Lianin was completely captivated by the music. Her eyes were fixed on Chen Mo, her previously timid eyes now filled with admiration and surprise. As the last note faded, enthusiastic applause erupted in the restaurant. Chen Mo calmly stood up, bowed slightly to the audience, and then walked back to his seat. At this moment, Lin Weiwei, the ex-girlfriend, and her male companion looked extremely unhappy. They had hoped to see Chen Mo make a fool of himself, but they never expected him to display such outstanding talent. "I didn't expect you could play the piano," Lin Weiwei managed to say. Chen Mo smiled faintly. "I know a lot more than that. It's just that you've never been willing to know." After returning to her seat, Jiang Xia's attitude softened considerably. "Mr. Chen, your piano skills are truly amazing." To Chen Mo's surprise, Gu Lianin, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up in a low voice. You play so well." Chen Mo smiled at her and said, "Thank you. It seems we do have something in common." Gu Lianin's cheeks flushed slightly. This time, however, she didn't immediately lower her head. Instead, she bravely met Chen Mo's gaze for a second before shyly looking away. Jiang Xia watched this scene, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She cleared her throat, steered the conversation back on track. "Mr. Chen, regarding the verification of the other conditions." "Verification is welcome at any time," Chen Mo answered confidently, but his gaze remained fixed on Gu Lianin. "However, before that, may I ask Miss Gu a question?" Gu Lianin nodded gently in agreement. "All those requests were made by the people around you," Chen Mo asked gently. "And what about yourself? What are your expectations for your future partner?" This question stunned Gu Lianin. Two blushes quickly rose on her cheeks, spreading all the way to the back of her ears, and even her fair neck was tinged with a faint pink. Her lips trembled a few times, but she couldn't utter a single word. Her clear almond-shaped eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness. She never seemed to have really thought about this question. Her life, her world, and even her expectations for the future have always been meticulously planned by her parents, elders, and her strong-willed best friend. She was like a canary carefully raised in an ivory tower, used to being arranged and protected. So much so that when someone asks her, "What do you want?" her mind goes blank. Jiang Xia's brows immediately furrowed. She reached out and gently patted Gu Lianin's tense arm, looking at Chen Mo with a reproachful tone. "Mr. Chen, please stop pressuring her. Lianin is introverted and doesn't like this." "I'm not pressuring her, Miss Jiang." Chen Mo calmly interrupted Jiang Xia. "I was just asking her the simplest question, the one that she should answer herself. Miss Jiang, have you ever considered that your meticulous protection of Miss Gu, seemingly shielding her from the wind and rain, is actually more like a disguised form of imprisonment and strangulation?" Jiang Xia's expression changed, and she was about to retort. Chen Mo raised his hand to stop her and continued. "You think you're being good to her, but you're actually depriving her of the opportunity to think independently, make her own choices, and grow. You are destroying a young girl's future with your own hands." His gaze swept over Gu Lianin's weak and helpless appearance, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. "So, Ms. Gu, let's continue our conversation when you have the courage to break free from these controls and learn to think independently." Almost the instant Chen Mo finished speaking, the long-awaited, pleasant notification sound rang in my mind one after another. "Ding! You have had 30 minutes of effective communication with your blind date, Gu Lianin. Your wish list has been confirmed and entered. Your wish is being fulfilled. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the peak fighting techniques, master-level ability, encompassing practical combat skills from multiple styles, with simultaneous enhancement of physical functions. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained Royal Chef-level culinary mastery, covering all major Chinese and Western cuisines, with knife skills, cooking techniques, and seasoning reaching a state of perfection. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 51% controlling stake in Dawn Group. This company is a diversified conglomerate mainly involved in real estate and technology, with a current market value of approximately 1.2 billion. All relevant equity documents and legal procedures are complete. It's done. Feel the massive influx of fighting techniques and culinary knowledge flooding into your mind. Chen Mo felt much more at ease. The goal has been achieved, and there is no more regret. He stood up decisively and nodded slightly. "Farewell." Then, under Jiang Xia's astonished and incredulous gaze, Chen Mo turned around and walked towards the restaurant entrance with calm and firm steps, without looking back. Chapter 30, A Billion-Dollar Company Acquired. Plus, fighting and cooking skills. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Mo got up and left. There was absolutely no intention to fake it. Jiang Xia was completely stunned. She never expected this. The other party chose to leave so decisively simply because Gu Lianin dared not express herself. This was completely beyond her comprehension and control. Jiang Xia stared at Chen Mo's retreating figure with her mouth agape, momentarily forgetting how to react. Gu Lianin was plunged into deep confusion and anxiety. She nervously pursed her lips, instinctively feeling that she should try to keep the other person with her. But her natural temperament prevented her from speaking, so she became even more anxious, and her eyes even reddened slightly. This scene was also witnessed by Lin Weiwei and her male companion, who were not far away. Lin Weiwei looked thoughtful. This scene made her seriously suspect that Chen Mo rejected the girl because he still couldn't forget her. Thinking of this, Lin Weiwei felt great and couldn't help but smile. Since the other party is still hung up on her, it's not impossible for her to change her mind. Although the other person had no money, they were indeed very cool when they played the piano. In case the sisters have any get-togethers in the future, they can take him out to show off and keep him as a backup option. The man in the expensive suit next to her had just been unwittingly humiliated by Chen Mo's piano performance and was feeling ashamed. Seeing Chen Mo get up and leave, they immediately found an outlet for their frustration. His face was filled with a disdainful sneer, and he deliberately raised his voice, saying mockingly, "Keep pretending. Damn it, I knew he was just a show-off." He thinks he's something special just because he plays the piano? I despise people like him who have no talent but still try to act tough. He got more and more excited as he talked. Seeing that Chen Mo walked straight to the door, completely ignoring him, he suddenly stood up from his seat. Then he rushed forward and stood directly in front of Chen Mo. He was slightly shorter than Chen Mo, but emboldened by the alcohol, he arrogantly pointed at Chen Mo's nose. Hey, I'm talking to you. You think you can just walk away after showing off? Did you even ask your father? Apologize to Wei Wei. Apologize for that arrogant attitude you had just displayed. Otherwise, you're not leaving here easily today. The restaurant fell silent. All eyes turned to them. Jiang Xia instinctively shielded Gu Lianin, whose body was trembling slightly, behind her, frowning as she watched this sudden situation. Lin Weiwei also stood up, her face showing a look of anticipation. She liked this feeling. I like seeing two men fighting over her. Lin Weiwei took out her phone to prepare a scene, then edited it and posted it on her WeChat moments or in her group chat with her girlfriends. Chen Mo stopped in his tracks. He slowly raised his head, looking at the man in front of him with a calm and unwavering gaze, as if he were looking at a clown. Move aside, Chen Mo said calmly. What if I don't allow it? The man grinned maliciously, even reaching out to shove Chen Mo's shoulder. What the hell can you do to me? He hadn't even uttered the word, how yet. Chen Mo slightly shifted his body to the side, easily dodging the other person's shoving hand. At the same time, his left hand, like an iron clamp, precisely grabbed the other person's outstretched wrist and twisted it downwards. Ah! The man cried out in pain, his body involuntarily bending down in the direction of the twisted arm. At this time, Chen Mo's right foot shot out, striking the opponent's ankle precisely where the opponent was supporting their weight. At the same time, he pulled the other person's wrist forward with his hand. A clever and powerful combined force was instantly generated. The man felt a sharp pain in his wrist, his lower body suddenly lost its footing, and he completely lost his balance. The next moment, he was thrown out like a sack of potatoes, accompanied by an even more shrill scream. Bang! He was thrown to the ground with a heavy thud, his back hitting the smooth restaurant floor with a dull thud. The entire action happened in the blink of an eye. From Chen Mo's evasion and capture to his tripping and throwing, the entire sequence was executed flawlessly, without any hesitation, and was full of the beauty of power and skill. The restaurant was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at the scene. Lin Weiwei, in particular, had her mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg, her eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Xia was completely stunned. She couldn't help but recall Chen Mo's confident statement earlier that he had studied Sanda for several years. This isn't just having studied for a few years. This is clearly master-level skill. Chen Mo didn't even glance at the man groaning on the ground. He straightened his cuffs and glanced calmly at Lin Weiwei. Then, under the varied gazes of the crowd, he turned and left. Gu Lianin stared blankly, her clear almond-shaped eyes somewhat unfocused. Chen Mo's last words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. It stirred up ripples in her heart, which had never been calm before. Let's continue our conversation when you have the courage to break free from these controls and learn to think independently. Control, independent thinking. These words left her deeply troubled. Jiang Xia looked in the direction Chen Mo had left and gave a light, annoyed snort. Humph, someone with an X still dares to be so arrogant? Does he really think he's irreplaceable? She turned to Gu Lianin and said, Lianin, let's ignore him. Let him do whatever he wants. We don't need this kind of self-righteous man. Gu Lianin came to her senses. She glanced at Jiang Xia, pursed her soft lips, her eyes flickered slightly, and finally lowered her head, remaining silent. Jiang Xia didn't think about it too much. She took Gu Lianin's slightly cool hand and said softly, let's go home. As Jiang Xia approached the checkout counter, preparing to take out her wallet, the waiter politely informed her. Hello, ma'am. Mr. Chen, who just left, has already paid the bill. Jiang Xia paused, then let out another cold snort. At least he knows what's good for him. On the other side, Lin Weiwei struggled to help the man on the ground to his feet. The man clutched his still aching arms and back, his face contorted with a mixture of shame and anger. He had never lost face so much in front of so many people, especially in front of his female companions, in his entire life. Damn it, hissed this kid. Weiwei, you must know where he lives, right? Tell me. I'm going to find someone to teach him a lesson. Let him know who he is. The man, panting heavily, said through gritted teeth. At the same time, Chen Mo was driving, humming a song, in a very good mood. This blind date experience, though absurd, was a true testament to the diversity of species. But the rewards were incredibly generous. Gu Lianin herself did not mention any specific requirements regarding betrothal gifts, cars, or houses. However, the conditions proposed by her representative Jiang Xia, when realized, resulted in a reward that was both practical and luxurious. Controlling stake in a conglomerate with a market value of 1.2 billion. There are also master-level fighting skills and royal chef-level culinary skills. We just tested our fighting skills, and the results were outstanding. As for cooking skills, I can treat myself well in the future or occasionally show off my skills to my parents. This system is really powerful the more outrageous it is. Chen Mo was in a great mood and couldn't help but whistle. Just then, a Phetian voice call came in, and the caller was none other than Li Wantong. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Chen Mo tapped the phone lightly to connect, his tone relaxed. Hello, Mr. Li? It's rare to hear you reach out to me first. On the other end of the phone came Li Wantong's distinctively cold voice, which also contained a hint of suppressed anger. Chen Mo, why didn't you come to work today? Chen Mo was taken aback and subconsciously glanced at the date display on the car to confirm. Today? Isn't today Sunday? Of course we should rest. Rest? Li Wantong's voice rose slightly, carrying obvious displeasure. I sent a notice in the company's group chat yesterday afternoon that the core members of the marketing department and project team would be working overtime today to prepare the plan. Didn't you see it? Chen Mo was even more surprised. Company group chat? Is that true? He subconsciously pulled the car slowly to the side of the road and picked up his phone to carefully look through his WeChat chat list. Sure enough, in a corporate group chat called Ruixin Technology, One Family, that he had set to Do Not Disturb, he found a notice posted by Li Wantong last night, addressed to all members, was lying quietly. Chen Mo touched his nose and suddenly realized, oh, I had Do Not Disturb set to Do Not Disturb. No wonder I didn't receive the message. Li Wantong. Chapter 31. How did you know that Dawn Technology Company belongs to my family? There was a long, dead silence on the other end of the phone, lasting 5 or 6 seconds. Chen Mo didn't need to look to imagine Li Wantong taking deep breaths and suppressing her anger on the other end of the line. Really, the next second, Li Wantong gritted her teeth and said, Chen Mo, then tell me, in all these days since you joined the company, besides slacking off, leaving early, arguing with your boss, and going on blind dates with your boss, what real work have you actually done? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo not only wasn't annoyed, but instead laughed. Don't be angry, Mr. Li. Getting angry makes women wrinkle easily, and it doesn't look good. It's not a big deal. I'll be at the company right away. I promise I won't delay your business, okay? After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for Li Wantong's response. Then, with a clean and decisive turn, the engine let out a low roar and sped off towards the direction of Ruixin Technology. When Chen Mo pushed open the door to the Ruixin Technology conference room, the meeting that was in progress inside paused noticeably. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. Several men made no attempt to hide their disdain and amusement at the spectacle. Sitting upright in the main seat, Li Wantong raised her cool eyes and glanced at Chen Mo indifferently. Chen Mo remained calm despite the stares of the crowd. He walked straight to an empty seat, sat down, and said in a relaxed tone, Sorry, there's a bit of traffic on the way. Everyone, please continue. Don't worry about me. His demeanor was so composed that it seemed as if he were the master of the meeting room. Li Wantong's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. She discovered that getting angry with Chen Mo was a huge test of her self-control. She took a deep breath, forcibly bringing her attention back to the main topic, and decided to temporarily set aside her grudge against this guy. She stretched out her slender fingers and tapped the white writing board behind her, on which several keywords were clearly written. Chenxi Group Technology Company. Cooperation Plan. Core Advantages. Okay, let's continue. Li Wantong continued. I want to emphasize again that this cooperation with Chenxi Group Technology Company is crucial to our company's development plan for the next 3 years. We must come up with the most competitive solution to ensure we secure this order. When Chen Mo heard the words Chenxi Group Technology Company, His expression instantly became somewhat strange. He blinked to make sure he hadn't misheard. What a coincidence. He had just acquired a 51% controlling stake in Chintzy Group from the system, becoming the behind-the-scenes boss of this company with a market value of over 1 billion yuan. So, their own company is now going to talk to themselves about cooperation? This world is really small and interesting. At the conference table, a male employee wearing a blue shirt and gold-rimmed glasses began to explain his proposal. Mr. Li, I believe our proposal should emphasize our optimization capabilities in data processing algorithms, as well as the responsiveness advantages of our localized services. We can promise. After listening to Zhao Xian's explanation, Li Wantong nodded slightly, but did not immediately express her opinion. Instead, her gaze shifted and landed on Chen Mo again. Chen Mo, as a senior project coordinator, do you have any good ideas or suggestions regarding this cooperation with Chintzy Group? When Zhao Xian heard that Li Wantong had skipped over everyone else and gone straight to ask Chen Mo, who was clearly just there to slack off, his expression instantly turned ugly. Then, recalling the gossip circulating in the company about President Li and Chen Mo going on a blind date together, an inexplicable anger surged to his head. He was a senior project manager in the marketing department and one of the people in the company who harbored feelings for Li Wantong. He had tried to get closer to Li Wantong through his work performance more than once, but Li Wantong had coldly rejected him each time. Unexpectedly, the other party was so attentive to this young, newly arrived man. Zhao Xian couldn't help but interrupt, his tone tinged with doubt. Mr. Li, Chen Mo has only been with the company for a few days. He hasn't even become familiar with the basic business processes and operations yet. How could he possibly come up with a cooperation plan of this level? Isn't asking him a waste of time? I've been called out. Chen Mo blinked, then remembered that he was indeed nominally the senior project coordinator. However, as Zhao Xian said, he had no idea what the specific cooperation plan was. These past few days at the company, he's either slacking off or researching his next blind date. He hasn't even fully grasped the company's main business modules yet. At this time, several male colleagues nodded in agreement and began to whisper among themselves. That's right, Brother Zhao's plan is already very comprehensive. What insightful opinions could a newcomer possibly have? I bet they don't even understand what the Morning Light Group does. Li Wantong glanced indifferently at Zhao Xian and the others and said calmly, "It's never too late to give your opinion after you've heard what others have to say." Immediately, everyone's attention was focused on Chen Mo again. Chen Mo took in everyone's reactions, especially Zhao Xian's "let's see how you make this up" expression. A playful smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips. Okay, looks like I have no choice but to put on this act today. He cleared his throat, met Li Wantong's gaze, and said frankly, Mr. Li, to be honest, I really don't know much about how to write this cooperation proposal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's mocking smile almost overflowed, and the others also showed expressions of I knew it. Zhao Xian couldn't help but speak again, his tone filled with undisguised superiority. I told you so. He doesn't know anything. Keeping someone like that in the company is simply. However, before he could finish speaking, Chen Mo interrupted him. Chen Mo's smile remained unchanged, but his tone suddenly shifted. However, not being able to create a plan doesn't mean I can't complete this order. Puff. Someone in the conference room couldn't help but burst out laughing. Immediately following were several suppressed snickers and whispers. What did he say? Did I hear that right? You think you can get the order done without allowing us to create a design? That's an outrageous boast. Does he think Chintzy Group is his personal property? Zhao Xian, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, pointed at Chen Mo and loudly mocked him without any restraint. Chen Mo, you can't just brag like that. You don't know anything, yet you dare to spout nonsense here, saying you can make the order complete? Do you think Chintzy Technology Company is your family's property? It's utterly ridiculous. He deliberately emphasized the words, run by your family, which caused the people around him to burst into laughter. However, Li Wantong, who was in the main seat, relaxed her tightly furrowed brows slightly after hearing Chen Mo's seemingly absurd words. She thought of the car Chen Mo drove and the confidence he usually exuded. Although she hadn't known the other person for long, she believed that he wasn't the kind of person who just talked the talk. Having navigated the business world for so many years, she certainly has the ability to judge people. Amidst the laughter of the room, Li Wantong smiled and remained silent. Her cool gaze fell on Chen Mo, as if she were ready to watch a good show. Chen Mo remained unperturbed by Zhao Xian's mockery and the laughter of the crowd. He smiled, his gaze falling on Zhao Xian, who was jumping the most enthusiastically, and feigned surprise. Huh? Colleague Zhao, how did you know that Chintzy Technology Company is my family's? Chapter 32 as expected, showing off makes people feel good. The moment the words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's expressions froze, as if a pause button had been pressed. Zhao Xian's mocking smile froze. He paused for a second, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Ha! Chen Mo, you really don't believe everything you say? You own Chintzy Group. Why don't you just say the entire science park belongs to you? He laughed so hard, he almost fell over, pointing at Chen Mo with a tone full of disdain and disbelief. Chintzy Group. That's a well-known company with a market value of over $1 billion. If you were the young master of Chintzy Group, would you condescend to come to our humble abode and work as a lowly employee? If you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable. Your boasting is absolutely laughable. The others in the meeting room also recovered from their initial shock, shaking their heads with disbelief written all over their faces. Exactly, this is outrageous. You actually said something like that just to show off in front of President Li? They've really lost all sense of shame just to show off. Whispers began again, faced with Zhao Xian's maniacal laughter and the doubts of the crowd. Chen Mo leaned back leisurely in his chair, waiting for Zhao Xian's laughter to subside slightly before slowly speaking. Colleague Zhao, you see, you don't believe me even when I tell the truth. Since you don't believe me, why don't you check it out yourselves? Now that it's so convenient to check company information, just download Tianyanka or Kachacha, search for Chintzy Group, and you'll see all the shareholder information. It'll be clear as day, saving you from laughing so hard your face cramps up. That's so unseemly. Zhao Xian had been thinking about this for a long time. He grinned maliciously. Fine. Chen Mo, I'll expose your ridiculous lie today and see how you'll keep up the act. As he spoke, he eagerly pulled out his phone. I'll investigate right now. I'll investigate in front of Mr. Li and everyone else. He skillfully typed Chintzy Group into the search bar and clicked search. The page quickly redirected, and basic information about the Morning Light Group came into view. With a cold smile, Zhao Xian slid his finger across the shareholder information section, which best proved the company's ownership. Today, he will use irrefutable facts to nail this arrogant young man to the pillar of shame. However, when he looked at the top of the shareholder list, the name Chen Mo was clearly displayed. Furthermore, the shareholding ratio of 51% and the shareholder type of natural person shareholder are clearly marked, along with the glaring identity of controlling shareholder. The smile on Zhao Xian's face froze instantly. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. His eyes widened suddenly, and he cried out in disbelief. He quickly exited the app, opened it again, and searched once more. My fingers frantically tapped on the screen, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on my forehead. How could this be? How could it have been changed just this morning? Chen Mo? Is it really Chen Mo, the controlling shareholder? How is this possible? He muttered incoherently, his face turning from red to white, then from white to green, and finally turning completely ashen. The others in the meeting room were initially there to watch the spectacle unfold. But seeing Zhao Xian's distraught appearance, as if he had seen a ghost, they looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be true? No way. Zhao Xian's expression didn't seem fake. Quick, investigate this. Someone shouted first, and immediately, the conference room was filled with the rustling sound of people taking out their phones. Almost everyone instinctively took out their phones and eagerly began searching. The next moment, gasps of shock and suppressed gasps echoed throughout the conference room. My God, it really is him. Chen Mo, holding 51% of the shares. How is that possible? It wasn't like this when I was working on the plan yesterday. The business registration change was completed at 9:30 this morning. Controlling shareholder. The Morning Light Group. It really is his? Shocked, horrified, and incredulous gazes instantly fell upon Chen Mo, who remained seated as calm as a mountain. They finally understood why this young man dared to be so arrogant. why he dared to talk back to General Manager Li, and why he could slack off at work with such self-righteousness, and why we dare to say that we can complete this order even without a plan. It turns out they weren't there to work at all. A monthly salary of 30,000? It probably doesn't even amount to a fraction of his assets. Those who had previously mocked Chen Mo now wished they could disappear into the ground, their faces burning as if they had been slapped hard by an invisible hand. But they still couldn't believe it. The shareholder information was clearly different yesterday. How could it suddenly change like this? And if the other party's family is so powerful, why would they be working as a low-level employee? Is he pretending to be weak to take advantage of others? Or is he here to experience life? Or is he here to gather information? Everyone was completely baffled. Li Wantong, seated in the main seat, took in all of this. Although she maintained a calm and composed demeanor on the surface, a deep sense of surprise flickered in her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. She had a vague feeling before that Chen Mo's background was not simple, and his composure and confidence were unlike those of ordinary people. But she never expected that the other party would have such a powerful background. 51% controlling stake in Chinsi Group. This means that Chen Mo instantly became a young billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of millions, and his power and status have far exceeded the scope that Rueixin technology can reach. She looked at Chen Mo and instantly understood many things. She also understood why the other party had previously dismissed the suggestion of a fake boyfriend, and why she was able to end the blind date that she thought was a sure thing. At this moment, Chen Mo slowly stood up, meeting the shocked gazes of the entire audience. With a hint of apology on his face, he turned his gaze to Li Wantong, who was seated at the head of the table, and said sincerely, "Mr. Li, I'm so sorry. This morning, I was notified at home that I needed to handle this equity transfer matter. The procedures were quite complicated, which caused some delays, so I couldn't get to the company on time to attend the overtime meeting. It was my fault for affecting the meeting's progress, and I hope you can forgive me." His words were perfectly watertight. This not only explained the legitimate reason for his lateness, but also implicitly reaffirmed the fact that he was indeed the new boss of the Chinsi Group. They adopted a humble attitude, but their sophistication was off the charts. Li Wantong was an extremely intelligent person, so she naturally understood the meaning behind his words. She took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and tried her best to make her voice sound calm and even. "I see. Since it involves an important matter concerning the change of group equity, it's understandable. Mr. Chen, thank you for your hard work." She even unconsciously started using the more polite form of address, "Mr. Chen. It's not hard work, it's not hard work. It's what I should do to help the company. Oh no, I should say, to help my family." Chen Mo responded with a smile. However, deep down, he felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. It felt like drinking a large glass of iced plum juice on a sweltering summer day, with every pore radiating a pleasant aroma. Awesome. So awesome. That was a perfect display of swagger, executed flawlessly. Chen Mo looked at Zhao Xian, whose face was ashen, and at his colleagues who had been arrogant at first but obsequious at second. Then look at the undisguised surprise in the eyes of the icy female CEO in the main seat. Chen Mo felt a bit lighter. Sure enough, showing off is what makes people happy. The feeling of being slapped in the face by facts is more intense and satisfying than any verbal rebuttal. It's all thanks to Zhao Xian, that clown, who helped him perfectly pull off this act. At this time, Li Wantong took a deep breath and looked at Chen Mo, her clear almond-shaped eyes filled with complex and unfathomable emotions. They originally regarded him as a subordinate, and even though they knew that his family might be well off, they still viewed him with a sense of superiority. But at this moment, the other party has transformed into a client dad worth hundreds of millions, holding the power of life and death over the cooperation. This sudden change in identity left her feeling somewhat lost and disoriented, and an invisible pressure quietly descended upon her. She cleared her throat. "Mr. Chen, since that's the case, it seems I need to change the nature of this meeting." Her gaze swept over her subordinates, who were still in shock. "How about giving our team some time to discuss this internally? I'll give you a more comprehensive cooperation plan soon." Chen Mo smiled and said, "It's all right, Mr. Li. I have faith in our company's capabilities." He changed the subject, his gaze landing on Zhao Xian with a half-smile. "However, I personally feel that the solution proposed by my colleague Zhao was, well, Too conventional and lacked originality. It would be better if it could be refined a bit more. Chapter 33. Impersonating a boyfriend. And eventually, it becomes real. These words made Zhao Xian suddenly raise his head, his face drained of color, his lips trembling, but he couldn't utter a single word. Li Wantong nodded immediately, her tone regaining its usual decisiveness. Of course, we will optimize and refine the solution based on your feedback to ensure it is more competitive. Thus, the meeting continued in an exceptionally strange and oppressive atmosphere. Li Wantong actually really hoped that Chen Mo could leave temporarily. After all, with the client's bigwigs sitting here, they feel really constrained when discussing things internally, and they have to carefully consider every word they say. But seeing that Chen Mo was sitting there calmly and showed no intention of leaving, she couldn't very well ask him to leave directly, so she could only bite the bullet and lead the discussion. The attendees all sat upright, not daring to glance at Chen Mo while speaking, for fear of saying something wrong and offending this newly appointed god of wealth. Zhao Xian kept his head down the whole time, wishing he could shrink into a crack in the ground. Finally, the meeting ended, and everyone felt as if they had been granted a pardon. They quickly packed their things, lowered their heads, and filed out without daring to linger for even a moment. Zhao Xian's face was ashen, and he followed the crowd away unsteadily. Chen Mo also stood up, preparing to leave. Chen Mo. Just then, Li Wantong's voice came from behind. Please stay here for a moment. I have something I want to talk to you about. Chen Mo paused, turned around, and walked up to her with that smile that still made Li Wantong grit her teeth. Mr. Li, is there any further instruction? When the last colleague to leave carefully closed the meeting room door, leaving only the two of them, Li Wantong crossed her arms, leaned slightly forward, and fixed her beautiful eyes on Chen Mo, her tone serious. Now you can tell me, what exactly is your purpose in condescending to come to my humble Ruexian technology? Chen Mo blinked his eyes, which seemed to look at dogs with such affection, and gave them an innocent look. Going to work, Mr. Li. What other purpose could I have? I'm a formal employee with a signed labor contract. Li Wantong frowned, clearly not believing this explanation. With your status, why would you be short of a job at Ruexian Technology with a monthly salary of 30,000? Why don't you go work at Chintzy Group instead of staying here with me? Chen Mo sighed. Mr. Li, didn't I tell you on the day of the blind date? I'm the kind of person who longs to realize my self-worth through my own efforts and doesn't like being arranged by my family. Look, I finally escaped and wanted to experience what it's like to work hard with my own hands. But, sigh, my family still forced this burden on me. I have no choice. He shrugged, his expression both helpless and sincere, like a young man forced to inherit the family business. Looking at his expression, Li Wantong couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly. This sounded reasonable, and even consistent with his previous argument about pursuing self-worth, but she always felt that something was off. You'd better really think that way. Li Wantong ultimately failed to find any flaws and could only give him a slightly warning glare. Of course, Chen Mo immediately straightened his back, his face beaming with the words, honest and reliable. Li Wantong looked at him and couldn't help but sigh softly. But how am I supposed to face you after this? Am I supposed to see you as a client or as an employee of my company? Chen Mo smiled broadly, took a step closer, and said with a hint of mockery, Hey, what's so difficult about that? Mr. Li, we can each do our own thing. After get off work, you can call me General Manager Chen, and during work hours I'll call you boss. How about that? Li Wantong. Li Wantong was speechless for a moment. Looking at his handsome face so close to hers, her heart skipped a beat for no reason, and she subconsciously looked away. Chen Mo, knowing when to stop, took a half-step back and said in a relaxed tone, Don't worry, Mr. Li, relax. With me here, there shouldn't be any major problems with this order. When work was mentioned, Li Wantong immediately regained the confidence and sharpness of a powerful businesswoman. She slightly raised her chin and spoke with certainty. Even without your connection, I am confident in our company's solutions and capabilities to secure this order. I have that confidence. Yeah. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. All right, I'll talk to Chintzy tomorrow and reject this collaboration outright. Li Wantong. She suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at Chen Mo in disbelief, almost choking on her breath. This guy, why is he not playing by the rules? Seeing Li Wantong's adorable, embarrassed yet unable to retaliate expression, Chen Mo was in a great mood and laughed heartily. All right, I was just kidding. Mr. Li, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to work now. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the conference room door. Li Wantong watched his retreating figure, bit her red lips, as if she had made up her mind, and suddenly spoke. Wait a moment. Chen Mo stopped and turned around with some confusion. What's wrong, Mr. Li? Is there still work to be handed over? Li Wantong stood there, a faint blush rising on her cheeks, her eyes flickering slightly. She took a deep breath and whispered, that thing I mentioned to you at the restaurant that day? It's about asking you to temporarily pretend to be my boyfriend to deal with my mother. Do you want to reconsider? After saying these words, Li Wantong felt her ears burning. She had never begged a man so humbly in her life, especially after being rejected so decisively before. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo's face immediately adopted an expression of righteous indignation, and he shook his head in refusal without hesitation. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. I really can't help you with this. I don't have any other merits, except that I'm too honest and really bad at acting. If I tell a lie, I'll easily give myself away, and that would ruin your plans, which would be a huge mistake. I have to go now. I still have a lot of important work to do. After speaking rapidly, Chen Mo practically flew out of the room, quickly opened the conference room door, slipped out, and then gently closed the door with a click. The movements were executed in one smooth motion, as if afraid that if he was a step too slow, Li Wantong would catch him and force him to impersonate her. In an instant, only Li Wantong remained in the conference room. Hearing the crisp sound of the door closing and seeing the empty doorway, Li Wantong was stunned at first. A surge of intense shame and anger welled up inside her, and her fair cheeks flushed completely red. This blockhead, this stubborn rock, this clueless fellow. She was so angry that she slammed the folder in her hand onto the conference table. Couldn't he understand the unspoken meaning in his words? Although it's a fake boyfriend, how many examples are there where the fake relationship eventually turns into a real one? Isn't that how it's always portrayed in TV dramas? She's a girl, and she's already put her mind to it so clearly. Yet he actually, do you really have to make her say things like, I think you're pretty good, we can try making this a real relationship outright? Li Wantong was both ashamed and indignant. She subconsciously puffed out her cheeks like a wronged hamster, completely losing the usual icy and arrogant demeanor of a female CEO. She raised her hand somewhat irritably and blew away a stray strand of hair that had fallen across her forehead. This unconsciously revealed coquettish expression, brimming with girlish charm, contrasted sharply with her usual image, making it exceptionally vivid and alluring. Unfortunately, this rare sight could not be witnessed by anyone else at this moment. Chen Mo, you bastard, you blockhead, you idiot. Li Wantong stared at the tightly closed door, gritted her teeth, and muttered a curse under her breath, her chest heaving slightly with emotion. This was the first time she had felt so defeated and helpless in front of a man. This is infuriating. Chapter 34. Having earned so much money without enjoying it yet, how can I not feel empty? Chen Mo left the office with lightning speed, feeling fortunate. Luckily, I managed to slip away quickly. Even if he were a fake boyfriend, or even a real boyfriend, he can't easily agree to be with him now. The entire forest of fruit hasn't been picked yet. How can we give up the whole orchard for just one? Well, even though it's a very good tree. Back at his workstation, Chen Mo immediately sensed the change in atmosphere. His colleagues, who usually ignored him, now all looked at him with caution and a hint of ingratiation. Seeing him sit down, a male colleague at the next workstation, with whom he had barely spoken before, immediately came over, his face beaming with smiles. Brother Mo, are you done with work? I just bought some imported chocolates here. They taste pretty good. Would you like to try some? Another female colleague also brought over a cup of freshly brewed, fragrant hand-ground coffee. Brother Chen, have a cup of coffee to perk yourself up. I could tell you were having a tough time in that meeting. In no time, people came in droves offering snacks, drinks, and striking up conversations to show their concern. Chen Mo maintained a faint smile, accepting all offers without hesitation. Thank you. Okay, put it here. Thank you for your trouble. He couldn't help but feel deeply moved. That's so realistic. That saying is absolutely true. When you are strong enough, you will find that everyone around you is a good person. This feeling of being the center of attention, though somewhat unreal, is quite enjoyable. Chen Mo enjoyed the special treatment without a second thought. Then, I skillfully opened the small games on the computer and began my enjoyable, paid slacking off time. Chen Mo, having managed to stay out of get-off work until the end of the workday, promptly shut down his computer, grabbed his coat, and left. At the company entrance, he bumped right into Li Wantong, who was coming out of the office. Li Wantong clearly saw him too, her clear, cold almond-shaped eyes staring straight at him. Her eyes held a hint of resentment and anger, which, combined with her slightly pursed red lips, created a unique charm. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately used his unique skill of eyes looking at the nose looking at the mouth looking at the heart. Then, pretending not to see, he quickened his pace towards the elevator, pressed the down button, and his figure quickly disappeared behind the closing elevator doors. Watching his retreating figure, which looked like he was fleeing in panic, Li Wantong was so angry that she couldn't help but stomp her foot lightly. The slender high heel made a crisp tap sound on the ground, and she subconsciously clenched her pink fist. That bastard runs faster than a rabbit. This scene was witnessed by several colleagues who hadn't gone far. Did you guys see that? The look in Mr. Li's eyes just now. I saw it. I saw it. It seems a little resentful. It's even stomping its feet. My goodness, Mr. Li is actually acting like a little girl? Am I seeing things? Do you think it's possible that President Li had feelings for Chen Mo, but Chen Mo rejected him? No way. Chen Mo is impressive, but President Li is a goddess-level beauty. He doesn't even like her. It's hard to say. Look how fast Chen Mo is running. He's clearly avoiding President Li. Maybe he's really interested, but she's not interested in him. Holy crap, this is a bombshell. Mr. Li was rejected after pursuing her. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, their faces filled with shock and gossip. Zhao Xian, standing at the edge of the crowd, had an ever-changing expression. In the end, he let out a helpless and bitter sigh, shook his head, and silently turned and left. What else can he do? He lost miserably, whether in terms of wealth or anything else. Chen Mo drove his Porsche and quickly returned to the luxurious and tranquil villa in the Greater Bay Area. Lin Wan and Tang Rui greeted him at the entrance on time, helped him change into comfortable slippers, and took his coat. Looking at the exquisite living room in front of him and the two maids respectfully waiting for instructions, a strange sense of emptiness suddenly welled up in Chen Mo's heart. He's financially independent now, right? Luxury homes, luxury cars, huge savings, stable assets. He possessed almost everything that ordinary people could only dream of in a short period of time. Of course, he also knew that this amount of wealth might not be much in the true elite circles. But for him, it was an astronomical figure that he had never dared to dream of before, enough for him to squander for the rest of his life. Perhaps it's because it was obtained too easily and too quickly that it feels somewhat unreal. Chen Mo leaned back on the soft sofa and rubbed his temples. He decided to do something to fill the void, or rather, to confirm the reality of his sudden wealth. First, he thought of his parents. Taking out his phone and logging into mobile banking, Chen Mo skillfully transferred 880,000 yuan directly to his mother's account. The number was auspicious, and not too much to frighten the two elders. Sure enough, just a few seconds after the money was transferred, the phone started vibrating wildly, and the words, "Your Majesty the Empress," appeared on the screen. Chen Mo answered the phone with a smile, before he could even speak. Then came the mother's anxious, tense, and even slightly trembling voice. Son, something terrible has happened. I just received a text message saying that 880,000 yuan was transferred from your account. This must be a scam text message, right? Or has your account been hacked? What should I do now? Should I call the police immediately? Upon hearing this, Chen Mo burst out laughing. His mother was quite aware of fraud prevention. Mom, don't panic, relax. He reassured you in a relaxed tone. It's not a scam, nor was your account stolen. The money was transferred to you by me. You forwarded this. The mother's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief. Where did you get so much money? Chen Mo, let me tell you, you can't do anything illegal. Did you rob a bank or sell drugs? If you get caught, you'll go to jail. Our family can't have something like that happen. Tell Mom the truth. Listening to his mother's series of anxious questions and worries, Chen Mo felt a warmth in his heart, but also a little amused. Mom, what are you thinking? Do you think I'm that kind of person? He explained, both amused and exasperated. Don't worry, the money is perfectly legitimate. I won the lottery. Win the lottery? The mother's voice was filled with shock. Really? How much did you win? Did our ancestors' graves emit auspicious smoke? How could we have such luck? It really is real, more real than real gold. Chen Mo said confidently. I won over 2 million, and after taxes, I still have over 1 million left. I'll transfer some to you and my dad so you can be happy and enjoy yourselves. Oh my God. On the other end of the phone, the mother seemed a little dazed by the huge surprise, murmuring, more than 2 million. How much money is that? Chen Mo struck while the iron was hot. So, Mom, you can take this money without worry. Go on a trip with Dad, see the beautiful landscapes of our country, go wherever you want. You won't have to work in the fields anymore, just enjoy life. The world is vast, you can roam freely. However, the mother's thoughts quickly shifted from surprise back to reality and frugality. Travel? What travel? Your dad and I are both this age. We don't want to go anywhere. It's a waste of money. This money can't be wasted. It has to be saved for you. Buying a house, buying a car, dowry, all of these cost money. You also have to be careful with your own money. You can't just burn through every penny you have, like those spendthrifts who eat and drink extravagantly. Upon hearing that his mother was about to launch into another half-hour lecture on thrift and frugality, Chen Mo quickly interrupted the spellcasting. Okay, Mom, I know. I've kept everything you said in mind, and I promise I won't spend it recklessly. But I'm really exhausted from work today, so I need to rest quickly, otherwise I won't have the energy to work tomorrow. Upon hearing that her son was tired and wanted to rest, the mother immediately shifted her attention. Okay, then you should rest. You work hard and need to take care of your health. Just as Chen Mo was about to hang up the phone, his mother suddenly remembered something, and her tone became serious. Hey, wait a minute. I almost forgot the important thing. How's your dating search going? You've been on so many dates, and none of them have worked out. Chen Mo's lips twitched violently, and he forced a perfunctory reply. Almost there, Mom. Don't rush me. I'll find it soon. Fate is something you can't rush. No. The mother's attitude was unusually firm. Your dad and I have discussed it. You have to bring a girlfriend home for me by the end of this year. Otherwise, you can forget about coming home for Chinese New Year. Chen Mo immediately wailed, Mom, I just transferred 880,000 yuan to you. A huge sum of money. You took the huge sum of money, and now you won't let your son come home? Is there no justice in this world? The mother gave a soft hum on the other end of the phone. If you can't find a girlfriend, forget about 880,000 yuan. Even if you transfer 8,880,000 yuan to me, you can forget about entering this house. Do you hear me? This is a death order. After saying that, he didn't give Chen Mo any chance to bargain and hung up the phone with a bang. Hearing the busy tone from his phone, Chen Mo held the phone, lost in thought for a long time, before finally letting out a long sigh. Sigh, what a mess. He was truly at his wit's end. At that moment, he inexplicably felt a sense of understanding and sympathy for Li Wanton. That high and mighty female Sing must have been subjected to a lot of relentless nagging from her family, right? We're both being urged to hurry up and rush things here. Never mind, things will work themselves out. There's still some time before the new year. Chen Mo shook his head, temporarily putting his worries behind him. He stood up and suddenly understood why he felt empty. I've made so much money, but I haven't even had a chance to properly enjoy the happiness that wealth brings. How can I not feel empty? No, I have to spend money tonight. I have to fill this emptiness with money. Chen Mo slapped his thigh and made a decision. Bar. We have to go to a bar. Go to the most expensive, most luxurious, and most famous one in town. I had only heard about it before, but never dared to go in. Now, I have to go and see for myself what the nightlife of the rich is like. They could just pack up and go. Chen Mo picked up the car keys again, then drove the sleek, powerful Porsche out of the villa area and into the dazzling city night. His destination was the city's most famous and top-tier entertainment venue, Skyline Bar. Chapter 35. No wonder rich people love going to bars. It's really fun. The Skyline Bar is located on the city's tallest building, the top floor of the Shanghai World Financial Center. After parking the car, Chen Mo took the private elevator that required a card to reach the top floor and felt a slight sense of weightlessness as the elevator rapidly ascended. When the elevator doors opened with a ding, it felt like entering another world. The powerful subwoofer felt like it was hitting your heart directly, yet it wasn't noisy. Under the dim, hazy light, there was a huge circular floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window, the city's dazzling night view unfolds, with cars flowing like a river and lights spreading out like a galaxy, as if the entire city is beneath your feet. The interior is extremely luxurious, with gold lines outlining artistic patterns on a dark background, and the leather booths are so spacious that a person can lie down in them. The air was filled with the scents of expensive perfumes, cigars, and alcohol. Stylish and sexy men and women strolled among them, some chatting and laughing in hushed tones, others swaying gently to the music. A well-dressed waiter immediately came forward. "Good evening, sir. Just one person? Do you have a reservation?" "One person, no reservations," Chen Mo said frankly, his gaze calmly sweeping over the surroundings. The well-trained waiter smiled and led the way. "Yes, sir. This way, please. There are seats available at the bar with a great view." Chen Mo nodded and followed the waiter to the long bar counter, which was made of a single piece of natural stone, and sat down. The bartender, a man with a neatly trimmed beard and deep-set eyes, handed over the drink menu. "Sir, what would you like to order?" The prices on the drinks menu are staggering. A simple cocktail costs several $100s, and whiskeys or cognacs marked with their aging years are priced in the thousands or even tens of thousands. If it were the old Chen Mo, his hands would probably be shaking. But now he just glanced at it casually and closed the wine list. "Give me one of your signature drinks. Or can you mix me a drink based on my mood?" Chen Mo looked at the bartender, his tone relaxed. A flicker of surprise crossed the bartender's eyes, which quickly gave way to a professional smile. "It would be my pleasure, sir. Judging from your distinguished demeanor, perhaps you would like a glass of Starry Sky Peak. Its rich and layered flavor, with a touch of mystery, should suit your mood." "Okay, that's the one," Chen Mo said without hesitation. While waiting for his cocktail to be mixed, he leaned against the bar, leisurely enjoying the night view outside the window and the crowd inside the bar. He noticed that many eyes were on him, some curious, some scrutinizing, and some suggestive glances from women with exquisite makeup. It's a strange feeling. Money and status really are the best ornaments. Soon, a deep blue cocktail, as if it contained the vastness of the starry sky, was placed in front of him, adorned with edible gold powder that shimmered under the light. He took a bite. The taste was complex yet harmonious, indeed quite good. "Handsome, are you alone?" A woman with a hot figure, wearing a sequined halter dress, sat down naturally in the empty seat next to him, holding a wine glass, her eyes sparkling. Chen Mo turned his head and glanced at him. Her makeup was exquisite, and her short skirt accentuated her hot curves, with a deep V-neck that revealed glimpses of her figure. Chen Mo's gaze swept quickly across her face and body. She was good-looking, with an overly perfect, upturned nose and a nearly perfect, full bust. "I just don't know if it's natural or artificially processed. But it doesn't matter anymore. Just like it doesn't matter which drink he has tonight. All he needs is that feeling of being filled. What kind of filling it is not important." Chen Mo put down his wine glass, a smile appearing on his face. Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. "Yeah, all alone. You seem pretty interesting. Do you have any other girlfriends who are outgoing and fun-loving? Call them all over and let's have a drink together tonight. It'll be lively." Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes lit up instantly, and a brighter smile bloomed on her face, her previous reserve vanishing in an instant. "Oh, my brother is so generous." Of course, her voice became even sweeter as she immediately took out her phone and her fingers flew across the screen. "If my sisters knew that such a handsome brother like you was going to treat them to drinks, they would definitely fight over it. Just a moment, I'll be right there." Chen Mo smiled, said nothing, took another sip of wine, looked out at the boundless night, and waited patiently. In just over 10 minutes, a fragrant breeze came from afar. Chen Mo turned his head and saw the woman in the silver dress leading 5 or 6 young girls of different styles walking gracefully over. They were truly beautiful women, some plump and some slender. There was a sexy babe wearing a tight black bodycon skirt and fishnet stockings, with a bold and alluring gaze. There was a girl wearing a white lace shirt and a pleated skirt, with white stockings that exuded a pure and alluring charm. She looked both innocent and seductive. There were energetic girls wearing sequin tank tops and shorts, showing off their slender waists and long, slender legs. There were also women wearing deep V-neck silk dresses, going for a mature and alluring look. "Brother, look, all my sisters have come," the woman in the silver dress said, as if seeking praise, and then tried to take Chen Mo's arm. Chen Mo let her hold his hand, nodded in satisfaction, snapped his fingers at the waiting waiter, and said magnanimously, "Get the biggest booth, the best spot. Also, bring on all the drinks, fruit platters, and snacks. Everything's on me today." "Yes, sir. Please follow me." The waiter's attitude became even more respectful, and he bowed even lower. "Wow, my brother is so handsome. Thank you, brother. Have a blast today." The girls immediately let out a small cheer, and their faces flushed. They surrounded Chen Mo like stars around the moon, following the waiter to the VIP booth with the best view and the most spacious area. As soon as we sat down, the atmosphere immediately became lively. Expensive spirits and champagne were served like hot water, with crystal-clear ice cubes clinking crisply in the glasses. The girls clearly knew this trick well and immediately launched their offensive. The hot girl in black fishnet stockings was the first to come over, picking up a glass of wine to feed Chen Mo. "Brother, this is my toast to you. Thank you for treating us to drinks." She was almost pressed against Chen Mo's chest, and the strong scent of perfume wafted over her. "Why should you offer the toast first?" "Brother, drink mine first." The girl in white stockings wasn't going to be outdone. She squeezed to the other side, hugged Chen Mo's arm, and acted coquettishly in a sweet voice, intentionally or unintentionally rubbing her body against him. That's right. Brother can't be biased. Brother, let's play dice. The loser drinks." "Brother, what do you do? You have such a refined air." For a moment, the air was filled with the fragrance of soft jade and the chirping of orioles and swallows. The girls rushed to his arms, poured him wine, fed him fruit, and tried every way to attract his attention. A soft body, the delicate feel of stockings, a dreamy gaze, a charming smile. All senses are enveloped by sweet aromas, the burning sensation of alcohol, and the touch of the body. Chen Mo leaned back against the soft leather booth, with women on his left and right, holding a constantly refilled wine glass in his hand. He smiled as he played dice with them, listening to their flattery, whether genuine or feigned, and feeling the real or artificial curves of their bodies emanating from his fingertips. "You know what? This method actually works." The emptiness in my heart disappeared immediately. No wonder rich people love this kind of thing. Who can resist it? That was really awesome. Chen Mo waved his hand, brimming with heroic spirit. "Drink. Keep going. We won't leave until we're drunk tonight." Chapter 36. After indulging in pleasure, let's continue making money and head to the matchmaking corner. The sky was just beginning to lighten. Chen Mo frowned, feeling a slight throbbing in his head. He opened his eyes. His vision was blurry at first, then gradually cleared. What came into view was a scene of utter chaos in the private room. Scattered wine bottles, leftover fruit plates, a tilted microphone, and several girls lying haphazardly on the sofa. He himself was the hardest hit. A long, slender leg encased in fishnet stockings was draped over his waist, while on the other side, a girl in white stockings was fast asleep, her head resting on his shoulder, her hand unconsciously resting on his chest. Further away, the woman in the silver dress was curled up in the corner of the sofa, her makeup already mostly ruined. Chen Mo took a deep breath and gently moved those fair arms and legs off his body. Brother, keep drinking," the girl mumbled drowsily, instinctively snuggling closer to him. Helpless, Chen Mo had no choice but to push her away with a little force before he was able to sit up. He rubbed his temples, and the memories of last night gradually became clearer. After having a round of drinks at the Skyline bar last night, the group of girls were complaining that they hadn't had enough fun. So we moved on to this top-tier KTV, booked the largest private room, and continued drinking, singing, and having fun. They mixed in spirits, champagne, and beer, played dice game after dice game, and tried all sorts of sensual and exciting games. He couldn't remember how much he drank, only that everything he saw in the end appeared double. But, to be honest, this feeling of complete indulgence is quite enjoyable, especially the feeling of being the center of attention, being fawned over, and being endlessly satisfied. It can indeed fill that sense of emptiness in a short period of time. The power and pleasure that money brings are so direct and so overwhelming. Chen Mo leaned back on the sofa to calm himself down and took out his phone from his pocket. There are several unread messages and several missed calls on the screen. He glanced at the time, 9:40 a.m. Well, I guess I won't be able to go to the office today. Chen Mo muttered to himself, opened WeChat, and found Li Wantong's profile picture. He tapped his fingers on the screen, composing a message and sending it. Mr. Li, I'm not feeling well today, so I'd like to ask for leave and won't be coming to the company. The phone vibrated shortly after the message was sent, and Li Wantong replied almost instantly. What's wrong with your health? Is it serious? Have you gone to the hospital? Upon seeing this reply, which conveyed a sense of concern, Chen Mo's lips unconsciously curled into a smile. This seemingly cold and aloof female CEO is not entirely heartless in private. He continued typing without batting an eye. It's nothing, just an old ailment. I probably caught a chill yesterday and have a bit of a headache. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Li. The message the other party is typing flashed on the chat box for a few seconds before Li Wantong's reply arrived. All right then, get some rest. Don't worry about work. Taking care of your health is the most important thing. If you need any help, feel free to contact me. Chen Mo replied. Okay, thank you, Mr. Li. He then casually switched his phone to silent mode and tossed it back into his pocket. He looked again at the girls who were still fast asleep on the sofa. To be fair, they were all very beautiful and had great figures, and they did their best to please him last night. But at this moment, Chen Mo felt a sense of utter boredom. He stood up and pulled a thick wad of cash from his wallet. He didn't count the exact amount, but estimated it to be tens of thousands of yuan. He gently placed it in the most conspicuous position on the coffee table. Then, he stopped looking at the girls, picked up his coat, opened the door of the private room, and walked out. The corridor was quiet, a stark contrast to the hustle and bustle of the previous night. The carpet absorbed most of the footsteps, with only the faint sound of a cleaner pushing a cart coming from afar. Chen Mo walked to the elevator, pressed the down button, and while waiting, looked through the window at the end of the corridor and saw that it was already bright outside and the city was starting a new day of hustle and bustle. The elevator doors opened, and the elevator was empty. Chen Mo went inside and pressed the button for the floor leading to the underground parking garage. The metal car descended smoothly, and his reflection was mirrored on the wall. His hair was a little messy, but his eyes were much clearer than last night, even a little too clear. It's time to keep making money, Chen Mo muttered to himself, looking at his reflection in the mirror. After that night of intense release, the emptiness in his heart seemed to have dissipated considerably. Now he feels refreshed, has energy to walk, finds everything pleasing to the eye, and his appetite has returned. What emptiness? What confusion? That's just affectation when you don't have enough money or your goals aren't clear enough. His goal is very clear now. That means continuing to go on blind dates, continuing to trigger the system, and continuing to accumulate wealth and skills. What's so special about being a billionaire? He wanted to see exactly where the system's limits were. Back home, the villa in the Greater Bay Area remained spotless and peaceful, offering a relaxing escape. Welcome back, master. The two maids greeted softly, bowing slightly. Okay. Chen Mo responded casually, handing his coat to Lin Wan. Prepare some light breakfast. I'll take a shower and come down to eat. Yes, master, Tang Rue replied, turning and heading towards the kitchen. Soaking in the hot water of the spacious jacuzzi, Chen Mo felt every pore relax, and the last trace of discomfort from the hangover was dispelled. With his eyes closed, he was already planning his next move. It's unlikely that Ant Wang's network will have access to resources of the same caliber as Gu Lianin and Lu Xiaoxiao anytime soon. After all, those rare, hidden gems aren't like cabbages. They don't just appear out of nowhere. It seems I have to take the initiative and find potential stocks myself. Chen Mo opened his eyes, a glint of shrewdness flashing in them. The name of a place popped into his mind, the Matchmaking Corner. It's a hub for all sorts of strange demands and conditions, and also a place where folk masters lurk. Who knows, you might just stumble upon a treasure that professional matchmakers have overlooked. Let's get right to it. Chen Mo quickly took a shower, changed into a comfortable yet presentable casual outfit, and went to the restaurant. Tang Rue had prepared congee, side dishes, and several delicate snacks, just the right amount to soothe his stomach that had been through a night of turmoil. While eating breakfast, Chen Mo took out his phone and began to devise his dating ad. How to write it is an art. The writing is too exaggerated, such as directly revealing a net worth of hundreds of millions or group holding, etc. This might scare away many people or make the other party hesitant to ask for an exorbitant amount or even doubt the authenticity of the offer, thus making them more restrained. After thinking for a while, Chen Mo had an idea. He opened the document software on his computer and began typing. Personal profile. Male, 28 years old, 185 centimeters tall, 75 kilograms, in good health, with no bad habits. Education. He graduated from Tsinghua and Peking universities with a bachelor's degree. Work. A senior project coordinator at a technology company, with a monthly salary of 30,000 plus RMB and a generous year-end bonus. Economic situation. I have already purchased a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in a good location with full payment, own a car, BBA level, and have some savings. Family. Parents are healthy, both have pensions, the family relationship is harmonious, and there are no burdens. Expectations for one's partner. Looking for a partner of similar age, compatible personalities, and with plans for the future. Specific requirements can be discussed in person. Sincerely seeking a partner with marriage in mind. After checking it over, Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. These conditions are considered above average in the matchmaking market. They are attractive, but not unattainable. He formatted and printed out the profile, and also attached a recent half-body photo of himself. Having prepared his weapons, Chen Mo glanced at the time, 10:30 a.m. It's the time when the matchmaking corner starts to get lively. He drove his relatively low-key Mercedes-Benz E300L and followed the navigation to the city's most famous People's Park marriage market. Chapter 37. A huge surprise at the matchmaking corner. A massive shipment is coming. The park is already packed with people on weekends. The plaza area where the matchmaking corner is located is especially lively. From a distance, the crowd was bustling, mainly composed of middle-aged and elderly people. They were either standing or sitting, with all sorts of resumes in front of them, listing the conditions and requirements of their children. Many young people also came on their own. Some stood shyly to the side watching, while others chatted openly with the uncles and aunties who came to talk to them. Chen Mo parked his car, picked up his advertisement board, and strolled inside. Instead of immediately displaying his sign, he walked along the square, his gaze sweeping over the ladies' resumes section hanging there. After a quick look around, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Most girls' requirements are relatively basic and common. For example, bachelor's degree or above, height 175 centimeters or above, stable job, annual income of 150,000 or more. I hope my partner has a good temper, a sense of responsibility, a harmonious family background, and preferably has their own house, so we can share the mortgage. Seeking employees of government agencies or large enterprises, of similar age, unmarried, and in good health. There are even more down-to-earth opinions. As long as someone has good character and lives a down-to-earth life, everything else can be discussed. Occasionally, a few applicants might have higher requirements, but these are usually things like requires local residency, hopes the groom's parents have retirement pensions and no financial burden, and does not accept smokers or heavy drinkers. It seems that most of those who come here and list their items with clear prices are actually looking to make a sale. They don't dare to set the bar too high, for fear of scaring people away. Chen Mo thought to himself. However, he also understood that what was written on these papers might only be the entry-level qualifications. When it comes to face-to-face discussions, those more specific and even demanding requirements will gradually come to the surface. For example, the specific amount of the bride price, whether or not the bride's name is added to the house deed, what brand of car, how the income is distributed after marriage, whether or not the couple lives with the parents-in-law, etc. But Chen Mo didn't have the time or patience to contact and screen them one by one. That's too inefficient. Without further hesitation, he walked straight to a relatively conspicuous open space in the center of the square, where there was a relatively dense flow of people. Then, holding up his advertisement board, he stood steadily on the stone bench. His height of 1.85 meters, outstanding appearance, and composed demeanor instantly attracted a lot of attention. The first person to approach was an elderly woman with gray hair and wearing reading glasses. She adjusted her glasses, leaned closer to the billboard, and softly read the words on it. Graduated from Tsinghua or Peking University, monthly salary of 30,000. Owns a house and a car. As she read, she frowned slightly and shook her head from time to time. Seeing this, Chen Mo took a step forward and smiled politely. Hello, Auntie. Are you looking for a partner for your child? The older woman looked up, sized up Chen Mo, and her eyes scrutinized him. Yes, I'm looking for one for my daughter. Young man, you look even more handsome in person than in the photos. Thank you for the compliment, Auntie. Chen Mo's smile remained unchanged. The older woman pointed to the billboard again, her tone carrying a critical and superior air of someone who had been through it all. But your qualifications, to be honest, are a bit too ordinary. They're not quite right for my daughter. Chen Mo's eyes lit up slightly. It's here. That's exactly what he wants. The feeling that he's not good enough for someone. Instead of being annoyed, he became even more sincere. Oh, is that so? Then I wonder what kind of expectations your daughter, or rather, you have for your future son-in-law. I'd like to learn from you and see what I still need to work on. Seeing Chen Mo's good attitude, the auntie's vanity was satisfied. She cleared her throat and began to recount her stories in detail. My daughter graduated from a top-tier university and now works at a bank. It's a stable and respectable job, and she's beautiful too. Lots of guys are after her. We don't have high requirements for our son-in-law, just that he has to be a good match for us. First of all, he definitely has to own a house, right? It can't be less than 150 square meters. It has to be a school district house, and it's best to pay in full, because the interest rate for a loan is too high and not worth it. My daughter's name has to be added to the property certificate. That's for our protection. As for the car, it can't be less than 300,000 yuan, preferably a BMW, Mercedes-Benz, or Audi. It'll make you look good. As for the bride price, our local custom is 688,000 yuan. The 3 gold pieces are extra. As for jobs, they need to be stable ones like civil servants, doctors, or teachers, or like yours, working for a large company. But the annual salary can't be less than 500,000. My daughter's expenses will be huge if she has children in the future. The woman talked on and on for 7 or 8 minutes. Chen listened attentively, maintaining a polite smile throughout, and occasionally nodding to show his understanding and agreement. However, he was somewhat disappointed. That's it. House, car, bride price, stable high salary. These requirements are not low, but they are only at the level of Li Mei and Zhang Yuting before, or even some lower. For Chen Mo, who is now worth hundreds of millions and has witnessed Lu Xiaoxiao's tens of millions net worth and Gu Lianin's billion-dollar threshold. It's like watching children play house. It doesn't interest me at all. Chen Mo was too lazy to waste time dealing with such petty squabbles. Instead of wasting time on that, you should look for more challenging goals. So, when the older woman finally finished talking and looked at him with a hint of expectation, Chen Mo's face showed just the right amount of regret and humility. Auntie, your daughter is indeed very outstanding, and the requirements you have made are very reasonable. However, given my current circumstances, it might be a bit difficult for me to buy a 120 square meter school district house outright, and I will need to work hard for several more years to achieve my goal of an annual salary of 500,000. I think I might not meet your high standards yet, so I won't take up your daughter's time. You can look at other outstanding young men. You'll definitely find someone more suitable. Sure enough, the older woman gave a "you know what's good for you" look and nodded demurely. Well, it's good that young people have self-awareness. Okay then, you keep looking. I'll go take another look over there. After saying that, the woman turned around, swayed her hips, and left to continue her search for a son-in-law. Chen Mo watched her retreating figure, smiled, and returned to his billboard. This is just the beginning. For the rest of the morning, Chen Mo acted like bait with a special fragrance, attracting all sorts of fish to come and test the waters. An older man, who was also there to vet potential partners for his children, looked at Chen Mo's qualifications and nodded, saying, "Not bad. The young man seems quite honest." Then the two parties exchanged contact information and agreed to let their children talk to each other. Some young women, attracted by Chen Mo's appearance, blushed and whispered that they could get to know him. Chen Mo asked her what requirements she had for the man, and she said hesitantly, "I don't have any requirements. as long as he's a good person. So Chen Mo politely declined, saying, "We're not really a good match. Those who don't even dare to make demands are not his targets." Several people from matchmaking agencies or part-time matchmakers came over and handed out their business cards, saying they had high-quality resources and could help make connections, charging anywhere from a few hundred to a few thousand yuan. Chen Mo always accepted the business cards with a smile. By the end of the morning, Chen Mofei had more than a dozen new contacts in his email, including his blind date, her parents, or the matchmaker. He glanced at the girls' social media profiles and profile pictures. Their qualities varied, and their requirements were mostly quite basic. It seems that although there are many matchmaking corners, the quality of the matches is not high. Chen Mo checked the time. It was almost noon, and the sun was quite strong. He prepared to pack his things and head home, then slowly sort through his morning's catch to see if anything had slipped through his fingers. Just as he was about to pick up the billboard and go back, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the northeast corner of the square out of the corner of his eye. A small group of people had gathered there at some point, seemingly watching something, and there were faint sounds of discussion coming from them. "She's really good looking, like a celebrity. What a pity, with such high requirements. Who would even consider it?" "Exactly. This isn't about finding a partner. It's about finding a sucker. I think she's just here to cause trouble. She's not genuinely interested in finding a partner." "Hey, keep your voices down. People can hear us." Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Too many requirements? Want to be watched and gossiped about? These two keywords instantly struck a nerve with him. He strode toward the circle of people. As he approached, Chen Mo saw the person surrounded in the center through the gaps in the crowd. She was a young girl in her early 20s. She stood alone under a sycamore tree, without her parents or elders by her side. She was wearing a simple white cotton linen dress, the hem of which reached her calves, and a pair of clean white canvas shoes. Her long hair was loosely braided into a plait and hung down one shoulder. Her face was unmade up, with a healthy, fair complexion and exquisitely beautiful features. Especially her eyes, clear and bright, like spring water from a mountain stream. She stood there quietly, her head slightly bowed, looking at the ground in front of her toes, seemingly oblivious to the pointing and whispering around her. It's as if it has a transparent barrier, shutting out all the noise. Her temperament was very special. It wasn't the timid, artistic air of Gu Lianin, who seemed detached from worldly affairs. Instead, it was a transparent purity and composure, even carrying a touch of naivety. Beside her stood a handwritten sign. The handwriting was neat and elegant, but the content contrasted sharply with her overall demeanor. Personal ad. Female, 22 years old, in good health, no romantic history. The requirements for the man are as follows. 1. Dowry, 880,000 renminbi, cash, paid before marriage. 2. Employment. The male applicant must have a stable, high-income job or a profitable personal business with an annual net income of no less than 2 million yuan. 3. Other. A prenuptial agreement is required, clearly defining clauses regarding the distribution of marital property and child custody. The male party must have no negative credit history or legal disputes. The requirements are indeed quite high, especially the 880,000 yuan dowry and the 2 million yuan annual income requirement, which stand out particularly in the context of the matchmaking corner. But to be honest, these material conditions were quite ordinary for Chen Mo. Chen Mo wasn't interested at first, but when he saw the fourth condition, his pupils contracted slightly, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. 4. If the man is a highly skilled doctor, especially an expert in treating neuromuscular diseases, and is willing to do everything in his power to save my sister, all requirements in items 1 to 3 above can be waived, and he promises to do everything in his power to repay her kindness after marriage. After reading this condition, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Unexpectedly, a huge guarantee appeared right before I left. This is a huge shipment. P.S. Sigh, art imitates life. The more I write this chapter, the more heartbroken and sad I feel. Go to a matchmaking corner and you'll experience what real life is all about. Of course, I'm not saying this is my life, it's a friend's. Chapter 38, actually, I'm a doctor. Chen Mo's gaze was fixed on the fourth condition. A highly skilled doctor, especially adept at treating neuromuscular diseases. For the vast majority of people, this is simply an insurmountable barrier. Money can perhaps be accumulated or won through luck. However, top-notch medical knowledge and clinical experience require a long time, countless resources, and exceptional talent to reach. But what about Chen Mo? Where's the threshold? This is clearly a super amazing gift package. Money, real estate, luxury cars. These tangible material rewards are ultimately external things. A top-level professional skill, especially in medicine. A field that directly grasps the mysteries of life and may even be groundbreaking, is so valuable that it cannot be measured in money. If she could be more specific, for example, by directly specifying that she wants an expert who can cure a certain terminal illness. Chen Mo's mind raced, and his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Perhaps once the system materializes, I can directly become a pioneer or a top global authority in the treatment of this disease. At that time, the reputation, status, and even the achievement of rewriting medical history. That's what it truly feels like to stand at the top of the world. Thinking of this, Chen Mo felt his heart beat faster. The way he looked at the girl in white was like looking at an unexploded mine. It is obvious that the high dowry and annual income demanded by the other party were probably just desperate measures, bargaining chips set up to raise a huge sum of money for the sister's medical treatment. This shows that the girl is kind-hearted, which is quite good. The next moment, amidst the pointing and whispering of the surrounding crowd, Chen Mo made a move. He pushed aside a few elderly men who were watching the commotion and walked straight to the sycamore tree, standing in front of the girl in white. His appearance instantly attracted even more attention. The girl seemed to notice the change in light and shadow. Her lowered eyelashes trembled, and she slowly raised her head. Their eyes met. Chen Mo clearly saw the emotions in her eyes. It's like a crystal-clear spring covered with a thin layer of ice. Her features were even more exquisite than they appeared from afar, as if they had been carefully sculpted by the most skilled craftsmen, yet without any trace of artificiality. Her skin was a healthy porcelain white, with a faint, natural blush on her cheeks. Those eyes were especially captivating, with light-colored pupils, like amber soaked in a clear spring, so clean that they could reflect Chen Mo's own image. Chen Mo gave her a gentle smile and said, "I am very interested in your terms." The girl was clearly stunned. Her amber eyes widened slightly, filled with disbelief. She seemed surprised that someone would actually come up to her and express interest so directly. Chen Mo continued, "There are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk. How about we find a quieter place, sit down, and talk slowly? What do you think?" The girl blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Her gaze lingered on Chen Mo's face for a few seconds, as if judging the sincerity in his words. Then, she nodded slightly, her voice soft but clear. "Good." Chen Mo's smile deepened, and he turned to the side, gesturing for her to proceed. The two walked one after the other through the crowd and left the bustling matchmaking corner. On the way to the parking lot, the girl kept her head slightly lowered and quietly followed half a step behind Chen Mo. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the sycamore leaves, casting shimmering spots of light on the hem of her white cotton linen skirt. The sound of her canvas shoes on the ground was very soft, almost inaudible. Chen Mo unlocked the car with the remote key, and the black Mercedes-Benz E300L flashed its lights. He opened the passenger door and gestured for the girl to get in. The girl paused noticeably as she looked at the exquisite interior of the car, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. But she didn't hesitate and quickly sat down, her movements careful and proper. Chen Mo walked around to the driver's seat, got in, fastened his seatbelt, and started the car. With a low hum, the vehicle smoothly drove out of the parking lot and merged into the traffic on the street. The girl seemed even more nervous. She stood with her legs together, back straight, and fingers gripping the seatbelt tightly. Chen Mo glanced at her tense appearance in the rearview mirror and found it both cute and heartbreaking. He broke the silence, asking in a relaxed tone, "What would you like to eat? Let's find a place to grab something to eat first and chat while we eat." Upon hearing this, the girl quickly turned her head to glance at Chen Mo, then immediately looked away, shook her head, and said in a soft voice, "No, thank you. I'm not hungry." She paused for a moment, seemingly feeling that this was too abrupt, and then added softly, "We can talk in the car. That's fine too." Chen Mo smiled and glanced at the street, where he spotted a bright and clean-looking chain milk tea shop. "Shall we go get some milk tea?" This time, the girl did not refuse and softly hummed in agreement. Chen Mo parked his car in a parking space near the milk tea shop. The two got out of the car and went into the store. Chen Mo ordered 2 cups of their signature milk tea and specifically chose a booth by the floor-to-ceiling window. The girl sat down opposite Chen Mo, holding the warm milk tea cup brought by the waiter in both hands, and seemed to relax a little. Then she looked up at Chen Mo very seriously, her voice more stable than before. "Thank you for your milk tea. My name is Su Xiao, Su as in awakening and Xiao as in dawn. I am 22 years old. Chen Mo, Chen from the east of the ear, Mo from silence. 28 years old." Chen Mo also gave a brief self-introduction with a gentle smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Su Xiao." Su Xiao nodded, then lowered her head and gently stirred the pearls in her cup with a straw, as if organizing her thoughts. The rising steam from the milk tea blurred her lowered eyes and brows. After about half a minute, she seemed to have finally made up her mind. Raising her head again, her amber eyes stared directly at Chen Mo. "Mr. Chen Mo, you said at the matchmaking corner that you were interested in my conditions. Are you really willing to pay the 880,000 yuan dowry in one lump sum?" After asking that question, she immediately added quickly, speaking faster, as if afraid of being misunderstood. "This 880,000 can be considered a loan from you. We can sign a formal loan agreement, stipulating the interest and repayment period. I will definitely work hard and pay you back slowly. I studied accounting in college and have already obtained some certifications. I can find a good job, and I'm sure I can pay it back. Also, if we really do get married, we need to sign a prenuptial agreement. I'm not after your money. I just need some security. In case anything changes in the future, at least my sister's treatment." She didn't finish her sentence, but Chen Mo completely understood what she meant. She worried that this marriage, based on a transaction, was unstable, and if it broke down, she would lose both her money and her sister's treatment, which would also completely end her hope. This is a girl driven to the brink of despair, desperately trying to maintain her last shred of dignity and sanity, and devising a slim chance of survival for herself and her loved ones. Chen Mo did not interrupt her, but listened quietly without any impatience or disdain on his face. After she finished speaking, those clear yet stubborn eyes stared intently at him, waiting for a reply. Chen Mo slowly opened his mouth, his tone calm. "Su Xiao, I understand your concerns, and I have heard your conditions. However, before I answer you, I would like to tell you something else first." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze meeting Su Xiao's with a frank expression. "Actually, I am a doctor." Upon hearing this, Su Xiao froze, her eyes widening slightly, filled with astonishment and ecstasy. But it was quickly overshadowed by deeper suspicions. She looked Chen Mo up and down. Young, handsome, and composed, but he didn't look like a medical expert. His car and clothing made him seem more like a successful businessman or a wealthy second-generation heir. "You are a doctor?" Her tone was full of uncertainty. "But you're so young. And your resume says you work for a technology company." Chen Mo had anticipated her question, and without changing his expression, calmly crafted a reasonable explanation. "Yes, I am a surgeon. That is my professional background. However, my main career path is currently in a technology company, coordinating medical and health-related projects, which can be considered a combination of medicine and industry. As for the neuromuscular disease specialist your sister needs, that's indeed not my area of expertise right now. But I've been following and learning about this area, and I plan to pursue further studies. More importantly," he paused deliberately, giving Su Xiao time to process and anticipate. "I can arrange top-notch consultations and treatment plans. You don't need to worry about any medical expenses, expert fees, or follow-up rehabilitation support. I will take care of everything." These words, like a warm tide, instantly broke down some of the defenses Su Xiao had built in her heart. The overwhelming surprise and an almost unreal sense of happiness made her feel dizzy. She stared blankly at Chen Mo, her lips slightly parted, and it took her a long time to utter a sound. "Oh, really? What you said is all true." Her voice trembled, and her eyes reddened visibly, filled with excitement and disbelief. Chen Mo nodded firmly, his eyes extremely serious. "Of course it's true. I have no reason to lie to you." Su Xiao sniffed hard, trying to force back the tears welling up in her eyes. She was no naive or ignorant little girl. The pressures of life had long since taught her to be skeptical and cautious. But why? She still asked the question that had been lingering in her mind, her eyes clear and direct. We've only just met, and you don't even know the specifics of my sister and me. Why are you doing all this? Chapter 39. A gambling father, a mother who was driven away, a deceased grandmother, a sick sister, and a calm her. Chen Mo smiled as he looked at the caution and unease in her eyes. Because I see something more important than money in the conditions you wrote. You were willing to trade your marriage and future freedom for your sister's treatment opportunity, and even in dire straits, you still tried to maintain fairness and dignity through an agreement, instead of just making demands. This sense of responsibility, this clarity and kindness that you maintained under immense pressure, are qualities that many people do not possess. I admire people like you, so I am willing to trust you and offer my help. Two blushes rose on Su Zhao's cheeks. She lowered her head, avoiding Chen Mo's gaze, her heart pounding. From childhood to adulthood, she has received many compliments because of her appearance and academic achievements. But Chen Mo is the first to offer such a direct and profound assessment of her inner qualities. This feeling of being seen and recognized brought a strange warmth to her long-frozen heart. Thank you, thank you. Her voice was barely audible. You're welcome. Chen Mo seized the opportunity to steer the conversation to its most crucial point. Now, could you tell me more about your sister's situation? How old is she? What illness has she been diagnosed with? This way, I can know which direction her future development will take. Upon mentioning her younger sister, Su Xiao immediately snapped out of her brief moment of shyness and became focused. She sat up straight, organized her thoughts, and began to describe in detail. My younger sister's name is Su Yu, and she just turned 16 this year. She has always been physically weak, but we never found any major problems. Until 3 years ago, she started to say that her legs were weak and she had difficulty climbing stairs. I thought it was because she was not exercising or because of growing pains during puberty. Later, the situation became more and more obvious. She would occasionally fall down for no reason while walking, and her muscles began to atrophy slightly. I took her to all the major hospitals in the province, and finally she was diagnosed at a hospital in Yanjing. Su Zhao's voice lowered, filled with suppressed pain. It is a rare, progressive neuromuscular disease called juvenile amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, which is an early-onset form of ALS. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, is also known as Lou Gehrig's disease. It is a currently incurable, progressive neurodegenerative disease that gradually deprives patients of their motor abilities and eventually affects breathing and swallowing. The juvenile form is even rarer, and the prognosis is often worse. Su Xiao continued, her tone clear, indicating that this information was already deeply ingrained in her mind. After being diagnosed, we tried all the treatments available in China, including some drugs that were still in clinical trials, but the results were not ideal. The doctor said that the most promising frontiers are gene therapy and stem cell therapy, but they are all in the experimental stage, extremely expensive, and there are very few opportunities in China. They need to be evaluated and tried at top medical institutions abroad. This requires huge amounts of funding and top-notch medical resources. Su Xiao raised her head, her eyes filled with deep longing and helplessness. That's why I came up with this idea. I know the chances are slim, but I can't just watch Yaya. She's only 16 years old. Her voice choked, and she bit her lower lip hard to keep the tears from falling. Chen Mo listened quietly, gaining a clearer understanding of Su Zhao's situation. He took out a tissue and handed it to him. Su Xiao took the tissue but didn't wipe her eyes immediately. Instead, she held it tightly in her palm. The water droplets that condensed on the inside of the milk teacup slid down her knuckles like silent tears. Chen Mo said calmly, "Yes, they will. In the future, these diseases will definitely be solved. Medicine is advancing every day." Su Xiao lifted her wet eyelashes, pursed her slightly pale lips, and spoke in a voice as soft as a sigh. "I just hope my sister can live a good life. Really, as long as she can live, it doesn't matter if she has to use a wheelchair in the future. I can push her around and take her everywhere." Chen Mo looked at her like that and remained silent for a few seconds. Then he tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his tone clear. "I will definitely help you cure your sister, believe me." Su Xiao was completely stunned. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at Chen Mo. The steam from the milk tea rose between them, momentarily obscuring their expressions. Su Xiao felt a corner of her heart slightly collapse. Over the years, she has heard far too many things. But no one has ever told her with such certainty that she can definitely be cured. A bittersweet feeling welled up in my throat. She blinked hard to wipe away the tears welling up in her eyes again, lowered her head, and her voice trembled. Thank you. She had already silently made up her mind. Regardless of whether her sister can be cured, as long as Chen Mo truly keeps her promise, she will repay the money bit by bit over the course of her life. Chen Mo looked at her slightly trembling eyelashes, and his heart softened. Out of the corner of his eye, on the virtual panel that only he could see, the time remaining was quietly ticking down. For minutes and 37 seconds. It will take a few more minutes. I need to say something more. What about your parents? You're raising your younger sister all by yourself, and they. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Su Zhao's body stiffen almost imperceptibly. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. My dad, she spoke calmly. He's a gambler and an alcoholic. When he loses money, he drinks. When he drinks, he beats my mother. She spoke slowly, each word clearly enunciated, without clenching her teeth or choking back tears. She simply narrated the story in a calm and even manner. Then my mom ran away. When I was 10 and my sister was 4. My sister and I were raised by our maternal grandmother. My grandmother supported me through high school by collecting recyclables and mending clothes. She passed away the year I was admitted to university. As she said this, her eyelashes finally trembled slightly, like a butterfly's last flap of wings before it dies. He suffered a brain hemorrhage. He didn't have time to get to the hospital. Later, I brought my younger sister out of our hometown. I went to school and worked part-time while taking care of her. Just a few words. There was no deliberate exaggeration, no sobbing. She didn't even have any extra expression. She simply used that almost indifferent calm to tell the story of a young girl's arduous fate. Chen Mo listened. He suddenly regretted asking the question. This left him unsure how to refuse the other person later. Time remaining, 2 minutes and 11 seconds. We need to change the subject. We can't let the atmosphere just sink like this. Chen Mo, so what kind of work do you do now? Su Xiao seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, breaking free from that overly heavy memory. She raised her head and looked at Chen Mo again. I used to work as an assistant in the finance department of a small company. She said, I've already quit my job. Because I need to take my sister to the hospital for checkups frequently, my boss told me to take care of things at home first. Chen Mo nodded and said, in that case, you can come work for my company. Su Xiao suddenly raised her head. Those amber eyes lit up instantly, like stars suddenly falling into a still lake, bursting forth with unbelievable brilliance. Really? Her voice rose slightly, trembling. I will definitely work hard. I can work overtime, and I can learn anything that needs to be learned. You don't need to pay me a salary, as long as there is a place where I can take care of my sister. She was incoherent, eager to prove her worth, afraid that this sudden hope would slip away. Chen Mo smiled as he looked at her eyes, which had instantly lit up. Of course you'll get paid. Whatever it is, that's what you'll get. My work environment is fairly relaxed, and the hours are flexible. Your sister's medical treatment is a big deal, and we can coordinate all of that. Su Xiao stared at him blankly, her eyes visibly reddening again. But this time it wasn't because of sadness or despair, but rather a gratitude and hope that almost overwhelmed her. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say thank you, but she found her throat was choked and she couldn't make a sound. All I could do was nod hard, again and again. Looking at the renewed vitality in her eyes, the vitality that a 22-year-old girl should have, Chen Mo felt his inexplicable emotions calm down a little. His gaze swept back to the virtual panel. Remaining time, 0 minutes 19 seconds. 0 minutes 5 seconds. 0 minutes 01 seconds. Ding. You have had 30 minutes of effective communication with your blind date, Su Xiao. Your wish list has been confirmed and entered. Your wish is being fulfilled. It's done. Almost at the same moment, the notification sound rang. The smile on Chen Mo's face slowly faded. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze calmly fixed on Su Xiao, who was still immersed in immense joy, and said clearly, however, Su Xiao, our blind date may not be able to continue. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. Su Xiao's smile suddenly froze. Her pupils contracted slightly, as if she hadn't heard clearly, or as if she couldn't understand the meaning of those words. Her cheeks, which had been flushed with excitement, lost their color at a visible speed, turning completely pale. What did you say? Chapter 40. Reward Manifestation. Top expert in neuromuscular diseases. Potential to conquer ALS. What did you say? Su Zhao's voice was very soft, with a cautious tone of seeking confirmation. It was as if raising the volume even slightly would shatter some fragile illusion. Chen Mo looked at her eyes, which suddenly became flustered and helpless, but his tone remained calm. I said, let's end our blind date here. I don't think we're a good match. Not suitable? Su Xiao murmured repeatedly, her eyes beginning to lose focus. She spoke rapidly, as if she were a drowning person grasping at a last straw. Why? Is it because of my father? Or because I'm a burden because I have a younger sister? Mr. Chen, I can sign agreements, prenuptial agreements, loan agreements, anything. I won't spend a single penny of your money that you shouldn't have. I'll find a way to pay back my sister's medical expenses, even if it means working like a slave for the rest of my life. She became more and more anxious as she spoke, her voice filled with obvious sobs and fear. Chen Mo watched her break down instantly. He avoided the girl's eyes, which were almost overflowing with tears, and softened his tone. It's not your fault, Su Xiao. You're great, really. You're strong and responsible. It's my own fault. He paused, racking his brains for a less hurtful reason. I agreed to consider your conditions before because I thought we could help each other. But thinking about it carefully, marriage shouldn't be like this. It's not fair to you. Fair. Su Xiao felt as if she had heard an absurd joke. Tears finally welled up in her eyes and rolled down her pale cheeks. What is fairness? Mr. Chen, I don't need fairness. I just need my sister to have a chance to live. She raised her hand and forcefully wiped away her tears, the movement somewhat rough, and her eyes and the tip of her nose quickly turned red. She tried to calm herself down, but her voice was still trembling violently. Did I do something wrong? Was I too impatient? Or do you think my request is too much? I can change. I don't need any of those conditions. I just want you to help my sister get treatment. I don't want anything else, really. Chen Mo felt a slight choke as he looked at her tear-streaked face and her humble, pleading expression. He had witnessed Li Mei's scheming, Zhang Youting's vanity, Su Yun's aloofness, Lu Xiaoxiao's shrewdness, and even Gu Lianin's naivete and overprotection. He can handle everything calmly and extricate himself easily. But Su Xiao is different. Behind her request was no greed, no scheming, but rather a desperate act of sacrificing her entire life and future for a sliver of hope for survival. Rejecting her weighed more heavily on Chen Mo than rejecting anyone else before. But he had to do it. Continuing to entangle themselves will only bring more trouble and pain to both parties. I'm sorry, Su Xiao. I have my principles and bottom line. Marriage should not be a cold transaction. If I agree to this transactional relationship today out of pity or anything else, it would be unfair and disrespectful to me, to you, and to your sister. Su Zhao's lips twitched slightly, as if she wanted to refute the word fairness. But in the end, she could only clench her fists helplessly, and her tears flowed even more fiercely in silence. She seemed to have lost all her strength. Her shoulders slumped slightly, and even her clenched fists loosened, leaving several deep crescent-shaped red marks on her palms. Chen Mo looked at the girl whose eyes had completely dimmed, smiled, and said, however, the fact that our blind date cannot continue does not mean that I cannot help your sister get treatment. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiao suddenly raised her head, her eyelashes still glistening with tiny teardrops, her pupils filled with disbelief and shock. What did you say? Are you still willing to treat my sister? Of course. Chen Mo nodded, his tone certain. I said I would definitely cure your sister. That statement is valid indefinitely, and you don't need to pay any price for it. You just need to take good care of her and cooperate with the treatment. Also, I will not go back on my promise to let you work at my company. Su Xiao was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Chen Mo, as if time had frozen around her. This was an ending she never dared to imagine. In the best dream she could imagine, she would only encounter a creditor willing to lend her money and spend the rest of her life repaying the huge debt and a loveless marriage. She had even prepared for the worst. That is, how should I face the situation when my sister's condition worsens and I am completely powerless to help her? She never dared to dream that there would be someone who would reject her deal. They were still willing to reach out, without expecting anything in return, to pull her and her sister back from sliding into the abyss. A tremendous, unreal sense of happiness washed over her like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming her. Along with this came a sense of bewilderment and fear. What merit or ability does she possess to accept such a heaven-sent favor? Su Xiao looked at Chen Mo, her lips trembling, her voice carrying a cute nasal tone and a tremor. No, this can't be done. Mr. Chen, how can this be? Consider this money alone. I promise I'll pay it back. I can write an IOU, and I'll pay the highest interest rate. I can work multiple jobs, treatment fees, medication costs, specialist fees. I'll write down every single penny. I'll find a way to pay you back in this lifetime. Really? Chen Mo looked at her slightly flushed cheeks, and her clear eyes filled with stubbornness, and sighed softly in his heart. He did not argue with her on this issue. Chen Mo took a business card out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Here's my contact information. Have your sister's recent medical records and test reports ready. Also, have your and your sister's identification information. Contact me when you have them ready. I will arrange for the relevant medical resources to be connected as soon as possible. The same goes for work. Once you have settled your sister's initial medical treatment arrangements, you can contact me at any time, and I will have HR connect with you. After speaking, Chen Mo stood up and said softly, I've already settled the bill. Please sit for a while and relax before you leave. Remember to contact me. After saying that, he didn't linger and turned to walk out of the milk tea shop. Su Xiao immediately stood up and hurriedly called out, Mr. Chen. Chen Ming stopped and turned to look at her. Su Xiao's eyes were still filled with tears. She bit her lip and whispered, Thank you. After she finished speaking, she bowed deeply to Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled, then turned and left. Only after the car started moving and slowly drove away did Su Xiao straighten up and watch Chen Mo's car leave. After the car completely disappeared from sight, she then sat back down, slowly picked up the business card, and clenched it tightly in her hand. Then, she lowered her head, resting her forehead on her crossed arms, her thin shoulders rising and falling silently. The sun shines brightly outside the window, and people come and go. No one knew that in an ordinary milk tea shop on an ordinary afternoon, a girl had just grasped hope, only to lose it in the blink of an eye. Finally, they regained a more perfect hope. The ups and downs of life are nothing more than this. After a while, Su Xiao finally raised her head. The tears had stopped, leaving only 2 faint wet streaks on her cheeks. She carefully placed the business card into the inside pocket of her slightly faded canvas bag and zipped it up. He then took out his old phone with a slightly cracked screen, found his sister Su Yu's number, and dialed it. The call was quickly answered, and a weak but joyful voice came from the other end. Sister? You're back. Su Xiao took a deep breath, her voice trembling. Yeah, your sister will be back soon. Your sister met some kind people today. There is hope for your illness. At that moment, as Chen Mo drove his Mercedes home, a series of pleasant notification sounds rang in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired top-tier all-round expertise in the diagnosis and research of neuromuscular diseases, focusing on ALS and rare juvenile variants. This capability encompasses cutting-edge theoretical understanding in the field globally, mastery of the entire process of groundbreaking experimental therapies, top-tier clinical diagnostic and treatment plan development capabilities, proficiency in the principles and operation of relevant high-end medical equipment, and deep academic friendships and collaborative channels with several world-renowned experts in the field. Note, this ability manifests as the host's own knowledge and skills, with a rationalized background provided by the system, such as the host's long-term secret training or participation in undisclosed projects at top-tier laboratories. Relevant networks have also been logically established and are readily available for use. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 100% ownership of the Hentang Neuromedical Research Center, located in an international medical park, equipped with advanced facilities and collaborating with several top international neuroscience research institutes. I felt a flood of profound and exquisite medical knowledge, surgical details, and experimental data rushing into my mind. And with his previous background, such as his Tsinghua and Peking University degrees, Chen Mo's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Sure enough, this blind date brought a very considerable return. Chen Mo quickly scanned through the knowledge that had just been manifested in his mind. If I wanted to, I could compile a paper right now that would shake the global medical community. Excitement gleamed in Chen Mo's eyes. While we cannot say that we have completely conquered ALS, we can certainly provide a groundbreaking treatment plan. What does that mean? This is more than just wealth. More importantly, it represents prestige, status, and the possibility of rewriting medical history. Chen Mo imagined himself appearing on the world stage as a young genius neuroscientist, conquering one by one the diseases that have plagued humanity for hundreds of years. That sense of accomplishment is probably 10,000 times stronger than simply accumulating wealth. Furthermore, the system also comes bundled with a Hentang Neuromedical Research Center. Chen Mo seemed to understand something. This saves me a lot of trouble. More importantly, the research center possesses full qualifications and a highly capable research team. Perfect, Chen Mo snapped his fingers. It's just the right time for Su Xiao's sister to go there for treatment. He planned to have Su Xiao work at Chincy Group, since she studied accounting and it was a good fit for her major. Having resolved these two issues, Chen Mo felt much more relaxed. Chapter 41. Forget it. Let's just disappear. A suffocating love and life. As evening fell, Chen Mo enjoyed the dinner that Lin Wan had carefully prepared in the villa's dining room. My phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen lit up, showing a new friend request. Chen Mo glanced at it. The profile picture is a simple sunrise silhouette, and the contact information reads, Su Xiao. He raised an eyebrow and approved the application. Almost instantly, a message popped up in the chat box. Mr. Chun, this is Su Xiao. I'm home safely, and my sister is very happy. I don't know how to thank you enough. A small bowing emoji followed the text. Chen Mo could imagine the cautious yet grateful look on Su Xiao's face as she typed those words. He smiled and tapped the screen lightly with his finger. You're welcome. Take good care of your sister and yourself too. Contact me when you have the medical records and documents ready. Okay, I'm already organizing it, and I can send it to you by tomorrow at the latest. Su Xiao replied instantly. No rush, take your time, Chen Mo replied. Chen Mo put down his phone and continued eating. He opened WeChat and glanced at the other unread messages. As expected, Zhang Yiting and Su Yun continued to send him messages relentlessly. Chen Mo found the performance of the two performers utterly boring. He wasn't even interested in opening it, and simply swiped the notification away. However, the next message made him raise an eyebrow. The sender was none other than Gu Lianin. The content is very simple, consisting of only one sentence. Can we meet one more time? A hint of surprise flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. That socially awkward girl actually messaged him first? This was beyond his expectations. He replied with great interest. Are you Gu Lianin or Jiang Xia? The other party seemed to have been waiting for a long time, and replied almost instantly. I am Gu Lianin. This time, it was Chen Mo's turn to be surprised. He initially thought it was a probing message from Jiang Xia using Gu Lianin's account, but it turned out to be her. Did my words about independent thinking before I left really resonate with her? Chen Mo's lips curled into a playful smile as he typed a reply. So it's Miss Gu. Why do you still want to meet me? I don't want to face your protector best friend anymore. Gu Lianin's reply came quickly. No, not her. It's just the two of us. Looking at these words, Chen Mo pictured Gu Lianin's delicate yet always downcast face, and her timid yet clear eyes. To be fair, he did have some affection for this girl. There is also a sense of sympathy for her, that she is overprotected and has lost her sense of self. But despite his goodwill, he had already received the system reward, and there was really no need for them to meet again. After thinking it over, Chen Mo decided to sever this connection completely. Forget it, let's not see each other. I'm afraid your best friend will come after me. After sending the message, he put his phone on silent, placed it aside, and ignored it. Meanwhile, in a luxury villa on the other side of the city, the south-facing bedroom on the third floor is decorated like a princess's palace. Light pink wallpaper, lace curtains, an elegant dressing table, and a priceless Steinway grand piano placed by the window. Gu Lianin, dressed in a pure white cotton nightgown, sat on the soft bed, hugging her knees. She lowered her head, her thick, long hair cascading down like a waterfall, obscuring most of her face. The phone screen was lit up in her hand, displaying Chen Mo's last reply. Forget it, let's not see each other. I'm afraid your best friend will come after me. Gu Lianin's eyelashes trembled slightly. She stared at the words for a long time, so long that the screen automatically turned off, revealing her blurry reflection. Those almond-shaped eyes, which were always timid and evasive, were now churning with complex emotions. Disappointment, sadness, and a hint of resentment that she couldn't quite explain. She recalled what Chen Mo had said in the restaurant. Let's continue our conversation when you have the courage to break free from these controls and learn to think independently. Control. Independent thinking. These two words, like seeds, quietly took root and sprouted in her heart. From childhood to adulthood, everything about her has been meticulously planned out. What time to get up, what breakfast to eat, what clothes to wear, what extracurricular classes to attend, what school to apply to, what friends to make. Even blind dates are vetted by her best friend Jiang Xia. She was like a canary carefully kept in a cage, with even the tone and frequency of her chirping dictated. In the past, although she felt very repressed and wanted to escape this kind of life, she didn't dare to. Because she knew that her parents were doing it for her own good. Xia was doing it for her own good, and everyone was doing it for her own good. Therefore, all she needed to do was obediently follow their planned route. But Chen Mo's appearance was like a blinding light shining into her oppressive and gloomy world. He was so free and unrestrained. She dared to play the piano impromptu in front of everyone, dared to easily knock down that provocative man, dared to directly refuse Jiang Xia's request, and even dared to get up and leave halfway through a blind date. His words were like a key, unlocking a door in her heart that had never been opened before. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted Gu Lianin's thoughts. Before she could respond, the bedroom door was pushed open. A middle-aged woman with exquisite makeup walked in. It was Gu Lianin's mother, Lin Wanrong. "Yining, why are you playing on your phone again?" Lin Wanrong frowned, her tone reproachful. "How many times have I told you? Cell phone radiation is bad for your skin and your eyes. You're going to play the cello. Don't you know how important your hands and eyes are?" As she spoke, she naturally walked to the dressing table, picked up the skincare products on it, and checked them. "Also, this bottle of serum is almost empty. I'll have my assistant bring you a new one tomorrow. Your Aunt Wang recommended a Swiss brand. It's said to be very effective." Gu Lianin silently put down her phone, looked up, but didn't say anything. She watched her mother wander around the room, checking her wardrobe, tidying her desk, adjusting the angle of the curtains. Every movement was so practiced, so natural. "By the way, did you practice the piano today?" Lin Wanrong turned her head, her gaze falling on the piano. "Teacher Lee said that there were a few parts of your piece last week that weren't handled delicately enough, and you need to practice more. Next week is the charity performance, so you can't afford to make any mistakes." Gu Lianin gave a soft her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. "And don't take the blind date thing too seriously." Lin Wanrong walked to the bedside, sat down next to Gu Lianin, took her hand, and her tone softened. "I heard about Chen Mo from Xia. Although he's a good catch, his personality is too impulsive and not suitable for you. Your father has already asked someone to introduce you to a few boys who are a good match. We'll arrange for you to meet them in a few days." She gently patted her daughter's hand, speaking earnestly. "Yining, Mom knows you're introverted and don't like socializing. But marriage is a serious matter, not something to be taken lightly. We're helping you make the right choice. You need to trust your parents' judgment. We've seen more of the world than you have." Gu Lianin lowered her eyes and looked at her mother holding her hand. Those hands were very well maintained, with fair and smooth skin, neatly trimmed nails, and painted with light pink nail polish. But suddenly she felt that the hands were gripping her so tightly that she could hardly breathe. "Okay, Mom won't bother you anymore." Lin Wanrong stood up and straightened her skirt. "Remember to practice the piano and go to bed early. The driver will take you to your French lesson at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so don't be late." After saying that, she looked around the room again to make sure everything was in a satisfactory state before turning to leave. The bedroom door was closed gently. Gu Lianin sat on the bed, remaining motionless for a long time. As night deepened outside the window, the streetlights in the villa area lit up one by one, casting a hazy light and shadow in her room. She slowly raised her head and looked at the exquisitely carved mirror on the dressing table. A pale yet beautiful face was reflected in the mirror. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, but her eyes were as empty as a porcelain doll without a soul. She suddenly remembered Chen Mo's departing figure as he left the restaurant. So decisive, so resolute, without the slightest lingering regret. Why is he able to be so free? Why can't she do it? A thought, like a tender sprout breaking through the soil, grew wildly in her heart. If she could be like that, how wonderful that would be. Gu Lianin took a deep breath, threw off the covers, and got out of bed. She walked to the wardrobe and opened the bottom drawer. There were some casual clothes that she didn't wear often, which she occasionally bought secretly online without her mother's or Jiangxia's knowledge. She took out a simple white t-shirt, a pair of jeans, and a pair of canvas shoes. Then she turned around and pulled a dusty suitcase out from under the bed. That was the one she used in college. After graduation, it was stuffed under her bed and never touched again. Gu Lianin squatted down and opened her suitcase. She started putting things inside. A few simple pieces of clothing, toiletries, wallet, ID card and bank card, and that diary she had secretly kept for several years. Her movements were slow, but very determined. With each item placed down, her eyes brightened a little more. That kind of radiance that had almost never appeared in her eyes was now gradually gathering, like stars gradually lighting up in the night sky. After everything was tidied up, finally, she walked to the window and looked at the familiar courtyard view outside. The neatly trimmed lawn, the meticulously maintained rose garden, the glass greenhouse where she practiced piano since she was a child. She has witnessed all of this for 22 years. I never felt there was anything wrong with it. Even today, Gu Lianin took a deep breath and zipped up her suitcase. A soft click sounded. It's like putting a period to the past 22 years. The next morning, Chen Mo woke up on the soft, large bed. Master, breakfast is ready. Lin Wan stood respectfully at the entrance of the dining room. Chen Mo nodded and walked towards the restaurant. After finishing the meal, Chen Mo is planning to visit the Chintzy group. And just in time, I'll arrange Su Zhao's onboarding. Pushing open the heavy villa gate, the cool morning air rushed in, just as Chen Mo opened the car door and was about to get in. Out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught a glimpse of a white figure not far from the villa gate. Chen Mo stopped moving. There, by a secluded, low stone step by the roadside, sat a person. A girl wearing a white cotton linen dress. P.S. Because too many chapters on Q Reader can affect reading progress, I've combined 3 chapters into 2, totaling over 6,000 words. Please continue reading. I'm asking for help from data experts. Please don't let the book sit unread. Thank you so much. Chapter 42. You're here. Why bring luggage? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Even from a distance, he immediately recognized the figure. Gu Lianin. How could it be her? The girl was sitting with her knees drawn up to her chest, with an old dark blue suitcase beside her. Her head was slightly lowered, and her thick, long hair slipped down from her shoulders, almost completely obscuring her profile. The morning breeze was cool, fluttering her thin skirt and hair. She seemed a little cold, hugging herself with her arms, her slender shoulders hunching slightly, like a small white flower trembling gently in the morning breeze. Chen Mo frowned slightly, a series of questions welling up in his mind. How did she end up here? How did she find her home? What happened to Jiangxia, the bodyguard best friend who was always by her side? And what's with that suitcase next to her? And judging from her appearance, she probably didn't just arrive. Chen Mo's gaze fell on the suitcase beside her, and a vague guess formed in his mind. Gu Lianin seemed completely unaware of Chen Mo's presence. She kept her head down, staring intently at the ground in front of her feet, as if something there was attracting her attention. Just then, a slightly stronger morning breeze blew by, lifting Gu Lianin's long hair. She subconsciously raised her hand to tidy her hair, and in that movement, her gaze met Chen Mo's in midair. The next moment, she was like a startled fawn, almost jumping up immediately. Chen Mo walked up to Gu Lianin and looked at her calmly. Miss Gu, what are you doing here? Gu Lianin's lips moved, her eyes flickered, and she said softly, Yesterday, I messaged you, and you said you wouldn't meet. But I want to try again. You said, we can continue talking when I have the courage to break free from control and learn to think independently. So, she took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, and said, I'm here. Chen Mo blinked, his gaze falling again on the suitcase beside her. You're here. Why did you bring a suitcase? Gu Lianin followed his gaze to her suitcase, remained silent for a few seconds, and then said softly, I, I ran away from home. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing even more surprise. Surprisingly, he was right. This canary that has been protected for 22 years has actually done something so outrageous. That's really surprising. Chen Mo then asked, Then how did you know I lived here? Gu Lianin raised her head, a hint of unease flashing in her almond-shaped eyes that were always lowered. She pursed her slightly pale lips, raised her slender finger, and pointed to another villa area not far behind Chen Mo. I live here too. Over there, in the house by the lake. Chen Mo looked in the direction she pointed, and the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. I see. This world is really small. No wonder she was able to find this place. No, this isn't visiting. This is just neighbors dropping by. Gu Lianin seemed to understand the expression on Chen Mo's face. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she explained softly. There was a time before. I was practicing the piano in my music room on the second floor of my house, and I saw you drive back through the window. As she spoke, her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost a murmur. Her fingers unconsciously twisted the hem of her skirt, and a faint pink blush rose to her ears. Chen Mo was silent for a few seconds, then walked up to Gu Lianin, squatted down in front of her, and looked at her. This action made Gu Lianin subconsciously shrink back, her eyes filled with tension. So, what you mean by running away from home is running away from your villa to my villa. These words made Gu Lianin blush even more. She lowered her head, staring at a speck of mud on the toe of her canvas shoes, her voice barely audible. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I have never traveled far by myself. My parents never let me go out alone. I always have to be driven or have Sia accompany me wherever I go. I know the outside world has many dangers I don't know about and many things I can't handle. If I were to actually drag my suitcase to the train station or rent a place, I might. I might not even make it through the first day. It would be even more troublesome if I ran into bad people. She paused here, looked up at Chen Mo, her eyelashes trembling slightly. So, I had no choice but to come to you. This is the bravest step I can think of. After saying these words, she seemed to have exhausted all her courage and lowered her head again, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. A morning breeze blew by, lifting a few strands of hair from her temples and brushing against her flushed cheeks and earlobes. Chen Mo looked at her like this and didn't know how to react for a moment. This is the first time I've ever encountered something like this. Chen Mo remained silent for a full 10 seconds. Then, he took a deep breath, looked at the girl in front of him, and finally couldn't help but let his lips twitch again. Gu Lianin, I must say, you really are quite self-aware. These words were spoken softly, without sarcasm, and more like a statement of fact. But Gu Lianin seemed to be stung by those words, her body stiffening slightly. She looked up at Chen Mo, and her clear eyes instantly filled with tears, her eyes reddening at a visible speed. I know I'm useless. Her voice was choked with sobs, but she tried hard not to let the tears fall. I know I can't do anything right. I only dared to go as far as my neighbor's door when I ran away from home. I know that in your eyes, I'm just a spoiled, incompetent fool. Her voice grew softer and softer until it was almost a soliloquy. Tears finally streamed down her pale cheeks, reflecting a delicate shimmer in the morning light. Looking at her like this, Chen Mo's helplessness gradually dissipated. He had seen her timid side, her submissiveness when protected by Jiang Xia, and her head bowed in the restaurant, too afraid to speak. But at this moment, this girl, who was always well protected, dared to run away from home, sit on the cold, hard stone steps, and admit her uselessness with tears in her eyes. Perhaps this is also a kind of courage? Chen Mo sighed softly. He stood up and extended his hand to her. Get up, the ground is cold. Gu Lianin was stunned. She looked at Chen Mo's outstretched hand. After hesitating for a few seconds, he finally reached out and gently placed his hand in Chen Mo's palm. Her hands were cool and small, like a piece of jade with a wonderful feel. Chen Mo took her hand and pulled her up from the stone steps. Your suitcase, Chen Mo gestured. Gu Lianin then came to her senses and hurriedly turned around, frantically trying to pull the handle of her suitcase. Because of her nervousness, she tried twice before she was able to pull the lever out and almost tripped over herself in the process. Chen Mo turned and walked towards the villa courtyard, his voice calm. Come with me. Gu Lianin was stunned for a moment. then quickly pulled her suitcase and followed. The wheels made a gurgling sound on the stone pavement, which was particularly clear in the quiet of the morning. She walked very fast, afraid of being left behind. Her suitcase wheels would get stuck in the gaps between the stone slabs from time to time, and she would have to pull hard to get them out. Step into the villa courtyard, pass through the meticulously maintained garden, and arrive at the main building's entrance. Linwan was already standing at the door waiting. When she saw a strange girl with a suitcase and red eyes following behind Chen Mo, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But her professionalism made her immediately compose herself, and she simply bowed slightly in respect. "Prepare a guest room," Chen Mo instructed. "Also, prepare some hot tea and breakfast." "Yes," Linwan replied and withdrew. Gu Lianin stood in the spacious and bright foyer, looking around somewhat bewildered. "Change your shoes." Chen Mo took a pair of clean slippers from the shoe cabinet and placed them in front of her. "Put your suitcase here first." Gu Lianin obediently changed into slippers. The slippers were very large, making her feet look small inside, like two small white boats. She carefully leaned her suitcase against the wall, then stood there properly, her hands nervously clasped in front of her. Chen Mo glanced at her and walked towards the living room. "Come and sit down." Gu Lianin followed behind him, her steps light, like a kitten cautiously approaching an unfamiliar environment. She walked to the sofa, sat on only one side, her back ramrod straight, her hands on her knees, her posture as perfect as if she were in an etiquette class. After a while, Lin Wan came in carrying a tray. On the tray were 2 steaming cups of black tea, along with several delicate pastries and fruits. "Please enjoy your meal," Lin Wan said softly as she placed the tray on the coffee table, then quietly slipped out. "Have some tea to warm yourself up." Chen Mo pushed a cup of tea in front of Gu Lianin. Gu Lianin whispered, "Thank you," and picked up the teacup with both hands. The warm porcelain cup dispelled the chill in her palms, and she lowered her head. The misty steam blurred her features, making her appear less tense and more gentle. She sipped her tea slowly and gracefully. Chen Mo picked up his cup of tea, took a sip, and then spoke. "So, what are you planning to do next?" Gu Lianin paused slightly in the hand holding the teacup. I don't know," she honestly said. "But I can work. I play the cello, I've studied piano, and I know music theory. I can teach music to children or try my hand in an orchestra." When she said these words, her tone was not confident and even tentative, clearly indicating that she was not sure either. "Your parents won't agree." Chen Mo calmly stated the facts. "And Jiang Xia, she's probably already searching the whole world for you." When her parents and Jiang Xia were mentioned, Gu Lianin's body visibly stiffened. She lowered her head, remained silent for a few seconds, and then whispered, "I know, but I want to try. Try to live on my own, try to do what I want to do." She looked up, and her clear eyes sparkled with an innocent courage. "Maybe I will fail, maybe I won't be able to keep going in a few days. But at least, I tried." Chapter 43, Is This the Taste of Freedom? Heading to the Dawn Group. Chen Mo looked at her and suddenly smiled. "Have some snacks." Chen Mo pushed the plate of snacks towards her. "You don't look like you've had breakfast." Gu Lianin then realized that she hadn't eaten much since last night. Looking at the delicate little pastries on the plate, her stomach couldn't help but rumble softly. Her face flushed instantly, and she quickly lowered her head, taking small bites of her snack. Chen Mo didn't press further, but simply watched her eat. She ate very well, chewing in small bites without making a sound, but at a considerable pace, clearly because she was hungry. After she had almost finished eating, Chen Mo spoke again. "You can rest here for today. I'll have Lin want to arrange a room for you. Just tell her if you need anything." Gu Lianin looked up, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. "Thank you. Thank you." "Don't thank me yet," Chen Mo said calmly. "I'll only give you 3 days." "3 days?" Gu Lianin asked, puzzled. "Think clearly about what you really want within 3 days." Chen Mo looked at her, his eyes serious. "Is it a genuine desire to live independently, or just a passing impulse? If you've truly decided to go your own way, I'll help you find a job or leave this place. But if you regret it after 3 days and want to go home, I'll send you back too." He paused, then added, "I won't contact your parents or Jiang Xia during these 3 days. This is time for you to think independently." Gu Lianin stared at him blankly, her eyes slightly reddening again. "A feeling of being respected welled up inside me. From childhood to adulthood, No one has ever given her time to think independently. Everyone was telling her what to do, and what kind of person to become. The man in front of her did not criticize or lecture her after she made such a childish move. Instead, they gave her 3 days to think it through herself. "Thank you," she said again, her voice choked with emotion. Chen Mo stood up. "Lin Wan will take you to the guest room. Get some rest and think things through." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the door. "Chen Mo," Gu Lianin suddenly called out to him. Chen Mo stopped and turned around. Gu Lianin stood up, looked at him, and took a deep breath, as if she had used up all her courage. "I won't regret it." Chen Mo looked at her for a few seconds. Morning light streamed in through the French windows, illuminating her pale face and her clear yet uneasy eyes. This girl, like a fledgling bird just emerging from its nest, was filled with fear of the world, yet longed to fly. Chen Mo nodded, said nothing, and turned to leave. After Chen Mo left, Gu Lianin stood alone in the center of the living room, finally letting out a long sigh of relief, feeling her whole body go weak. She secretly glanced at the unfamiliar space out of the corner of her eye. Everything about her home was similar to her home, yet it was also completely different. For example, there are no sofas and carpets that are always spotless, and there are no suffocating rules. No one would knock on her door at any time to check what she was doing, no one would correct her posture, and no one would scrutinize her with that kind of look. Gu Lianin took a deep breath and felt the whole world become fresher. Is this what freedom tastes like? Gu Lianin gave a genuine smile. She sat back down on the sofa, picked up a cushion, rested her chin on it, and gazed out the window. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is a garden, and the morning light shines through the glass, casting warm, dappled patterns on the polished floor. Further away, several sparrows hopped and chirped on the lawn. Everything was so normal. It was so normal that it made her want to cry. At the same time, Chen Mo had already driven the black Mercedes-Benz E300L out of the Greater Bay Area Villa District. 40 minutes later, the vehicle stopped in the underground parking lot of the Chintzy Group headquarters building. This is a 38-story modern office building. The Morning Light Group occupies 15 floors of it. Chen Mo took the private elevator directly to the top floor. The moment the elevator doors opened, a middle-aged woman with impeccable makeup was already waiting at the door. She is Zhao Yaru, the administrative director of Chintzy Group. "Good morning, Mr. Chen." Zhao Yaru bowed slightly, her tone respectful yet professional. "Your office is ready. Thank you for your hard work." Chen Mo nodded and stepped out of the elevator. Zhao Yaru led the way, the sound of her high heels clicking on the ground crisp and rhythmic. The directors of all departments have been notified that a management meeting will be held at 9:30 in Conference Room A. In addition, the legal and finance departments have compiled the documents that require your approval and placed them on your desk. "Okay," Chen Mo replied briefly. The president's office is located at the end of the corridor with heavy and imposing double solid wood doors. Pushing open the door, you'll find a spacious area of over 80 square meters. Floor-to-ceiling windows occupy an entire wall, offering a panoramic view of the city skyline. The office is decorated in a modern and minimalist style, with dark walnut wood desks, genuine leather executive chairs, a full-wall bookcase on one side, and a sofa area for small meetings on the other side. Chen Mo walked behind his desk and sat down, his fingers tracing the smooth surface of the desk. Several stacks of documents were already laid out on the table, with an organizational chart and core business introduction of Chintzy Group on top. He quickly flipped through the document and gained a clearer understanding of the business segments of the Morning Light Group. Its main business is real estate development and commercial operation, and in recent years it has begun to expand its investment into the technology and healthcare fields. Annual revenue has remained stable at around 2 billion, with net profit of approximately 200 million. It is considered one of the best medium-sized enterprises in the local area. At 9:25, Chen Mo got up and walked towards the conference room. Conference Room A is the largest conference room in the group and can accommodate 30 people. When Chen Mo pushed open the door, the long conference table was already full of people. About 20 managers at the director level or above stood up in unison. "Hello, Mr. Chen." Chen Mo walked calmly to the head seat and gestured with his hand. "Please sit down, everyone." His gaze swept over everyone present. There are experienced veterans with gray hair and young talents in their early 30s with sharp eyes. Everyone's expression was quite complex, showing curiosity, scrutiny, caution, and a hint of nervousness. After all, a sudden change in the company's controlling stake means that many established strategies, personnel arrangements, and even power structures may face a reshuffle. First of all, thank you all for your dedication and hard work during the transition period. Chen Mo spoke, his voice steady yet penetrating. The achievements of Chintzy Group today are inseparable from the efforts of everyone present. I fully acknowledge that. The opening remarks eased the tension in some people's shoulders slightly. I've called this meeting today to announce two things. Chen Mo continued, his gaze sweeping across everyone's faces. First, the group's existing management and business structure will not be subject to any major adjustments for the time being. Everyone's positions and responsibilities will remain unchanged. Upon hearing this, a soft exhale could be heard clearly in the conference room. Secondly, Chen Mo changed the subject. The group is about to launch a deep cooperation with Ruixin Technology Company. The specific cooperation plan will be led by the Marketing Department and the Strategic Development Department, and a detailed plan will be put forward within a week. He paused, then added, Ruixin Technology is a promising internet company, and its founder, Ms. Li Wantong, is exceptionally capable. I hope that this collaboration will go beyond simple business dealings and instead form a strategic synergy, especially in the emerging field of healthcare technology. Below the stage, several heads of relevant departments were already quickly taking notes. Is there a problem? Chen Mo asked. After a brief silence, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, who appeared to be around 40 years old, raised his hand. He is Wang Jinyu, the director of the Strategic Development Department. Mr. Chen, could you please provide more specific details about the cooperation with Ruixin Technology and the expected resource investment? This would allow us to develop a more targeted plan. The question is very professional and crucial. Chen Mo nodded. The initial direction is to combine Chintzy's advantages in medical real estate and channel resources with Ruixin's capabilities in data analysis and software development to jointly develop a smart medical management system. Specific resource allocation will be determined after we see your proposal. Understood. Wang Jinyu quickly took notes. Several more questions were asked about business processes and permissions, and Chen Mo answered them one by one with clear thinking and decisive decision-making. The meeting lasted about 40 minutes. By the end, most of the doubts in people's eyes had dissipated, replaced by a sense of acceptance. Although the new boss is young, he is clearly very capable and decisive. He has a clear mind, knows how to focus on the big picture and let go of the small details, and also knows how to maintain morale among his troops. After the meeting, Chen Mo returned to his office. I had just sat down when my phone vibrated. He opened it and saw that it was a message from Su Xiao. Mr. Chen, my resume, scanned copies of my academic certificates, and all of my sister Su Yu's medical records and examination reports for the past 6 months are ready. Are you available to receive them now? Chapter 44 Heading to Su Xiao's residence, Li Wantong's resentment. Chen Mo replied, send it over. Su Xiao, okay. Next came a request to transfer a compressed file. The file was transferred quickly, and Chen Mo opened it on his computer. Su Xiao's resume was very clear. Graduated from a top university with a major in accounting, achieved excellent academic results during school, obtained a junior accountant certificate, and had financial internship experience at 2 companies. Although she has not had much work experience, it is clear that she is serious and meticulous in her work. As for Su Yu's medical records, they were over 200 pages long. From the initial diagnosis record 3 years ago to the most recent electromyography and genetic testing report, everything is neatly arranged in chronological order. Su Xiao made brief notes and points of doubt on every important test result using sticky notes. Chen Mo quickly browsed through the medical images and data. After acquiring comprehensive expertise in top-level diagnosis, treatment, and research of neuromuscular diseases, these previously obscure and difficult-to-understand professional reports became clear and understandable in his eyes. He can tell at a glance which treatment plans are effective, which are going astray, and which key indicators were overlooked by previous doctors. A typical juvenile ALS, gene mutation confirmed. Disease progression has entered the middle stage. Chen Mo muttered to himself, his fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, quickly recording key information. Based on his current knowledge, Su Yu's situation, though difficult, was not without hope. Several cutting-edge experimental therapies, combined with precise rehabilitation training and nutritional support, could potentially slow disease progression. Once his paper is published, it may even lead to a clinical cure. Of course, this requires top-notch medical teams and state-of-the-art equipment. And this is exactly what he has now. Chen Mo picked up the intercom. "Director Zhao, could you please have the HR director come to my office?" "Okay, Mr. Chen." A few minutes later, a capable woman of about 35 years old, wearing a light gray suit skirt, knocked on the door and came in. She is Zhou Min, the Human Resources Director of Chenxi Group. "Mr. Chen, you wanted to see me? Sit down." Chen Mo gestured to the chair opposite her. "There's something I need you to do." He turned the computer screen towards Zhou Min, where Su Xiao's resume was displayed. "This girl, Su Xiao, I need you to recruit her under the name of the group's finance department. She will start as a finance specialist, with salary according to company standards, but her working hours need to be flexible because she has a sick younger sister who needs to be taken care of." Zhou Min quickly glanced at the resume. She keenly realized that this was no ordinary recruitment. For the new boss to personally intervene, Su Xiao was definitely not a simple person. But she wisely didn't ask any more questions and simply nodded and took notes. "Understood. I'll start the recruitment process today and send her an offer by tomorrow at the latest. I'll discuss the details of the flexible work arrangement with the CFO and then formulate them." "Very good." Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. "Yes." Zhou Min noted down the key points. "Any other instructions?" "That's all for now. You can go and get back to work." After Zhou Min left, Chen Mo leaned back in his chair. My phone vibrated again. This message came from Li Wanton. "President Chen, you're absent from work again today? Is Ruixin Technology, this small temple, no longer big enough for a Buddha like you?" The words were clearly sarcastic, but Chen Mo could sense a faint hint of resentment. A smile played at the corners of his lips as he tapped his fingers on the screen. "Mr. Li, you're too kind. I'm handling some cooperation matters between Ruixin and Chenxi at Chenxi today. Taking a day off isn't unreasonable, is it?" After the message was sent, the message the other party is typing immediately appeared at the top of the chat box. It took a full half-minute for a reply to finally arrive. "Li Wantong, not at all. You're busy then." With just a few words, Chen Mo could imagine the expression on her face when she said them. She must have been pursing her lips slightly, her eyes cold yet filled with a hint of helplessness, and perhaps she even rolled her eyes a little. He smiled, didn't reply, and instead opened Su Xiao's chat window. "I've reviewed your resume and medical records. Where are you now? Send me your location, and I'll come pick you and your sister up." This time, Su Xiao's reply was not so quick. The message the other party is typing appeared repeatedly on the dialog box, as if she was hesitating. About 10 seconds later, the message arrived. "Mr. Chen, how about I come to you? The road here is a bit difficult to navigate, and the location is somewhat out of the way." Chen Mo replied directly. "It's okay. Send me your location." A few seconds later, a location link finally arrived. Chen Mo clicked on it and raised his eyebrows slightly. The location shown was outside the outer ring road in the southeast of the city, close to the urban-rural fringe, and nearly 40 miles away from the city center CBD, where he was currently located. No wonder he only sat in the bubble tea shop for a while that night before going home, while Su Xiao took a long time to send a message saying, "I arrived home safely." So she lives so far away. Chen Mo glanced at the time. 10:20 a.m. He got up and walked to the window, looking at the bustling city view outside, then glanced down at the remote location on his phone's map. 2 worlds. He picked up his car keys and walked out of the office. "Director Zhao, I'm going out for a bit. Please postpone this afternoon's meeting until tomorrow," he instructed Zhao Yuru, who was standing at the door. "Yes, Mr. Chen. Do you need a driver arranged?" "No need. I'll drive myself." 50 minutes later, Chen Mo's car drove off the main road and turned onto a slightly dilapidated road. The buildings on both sides gradually changed from high-rise buildings to low-rise residential buildings. Later, large tracts of undeveloped land and scattered factory buildings appeared. The navigation system indicates you are approaching your destination. Chen Mo slowed down the car, his gaze sweeping over the scenery along the roadside. The shop signs were messy, the advertising banners were faded, and rusty tricycles were parked on the roadside. Finally, The vehicle stopped in front of an old residential area. Most of the buildings here are six-story buildings built in the 1990s. The exterior tiles are peeling and the stairwells are cluttered with miscellaneous items. As soon as Chen Mo parked his car, he saw a familiar figure jogging over from not far away. It's Su Xiao. Today she was wearing a simple light blue shirt and faded jeans, her hair tied in a neat ponytail, and her face showed obvious unease and anxiety. Mr. Chen. She ran to the car, slightly out of breath, and said, "The road here isn't very good. Please be careful." Chen Mo got out of the car, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment. Compared to when she was at the matchmaking corner, she seemed to be in better health, but there were still faint dark circles under her eyes, which was obviously due to long-term lack of rest. Chen Mo closed the car door. "Where's your sister?" "At home." Su Xiao pointed to the building next door. "I'll take you there now, but the stairwell is a bit narrow and the lighting isn't good, so please be careful." Chen Mo nodded. "Lead the way." Su Xiao turned and walked towards the stairwell, with Chen Mo following behind. The hallway was indeed, as she described, narrow and dark. Large areas of the wall plaster have peeled off, revealing the gray cement underneath. The stair railings were rusty, and various odds and ends were piled up at the corners of each floor. Old bicycles, discarded furniture, and cardboard boxes containing unknown items. There was a damp, musty smell in the air, mixed with the unique odor of the old building. Su Xiao walked slowly, glancing back at Chen Mo from time to time, afraid that he might not be used to the environment. "I'm sorry, the conditions here are really not very good," she whispered. "I rented this place because it's convenient to take my sister to the hospital for checkups. It's close to the bus stop. I was thinking of moving to a better place, but..." She didn't finish her sentence, but Chen Mo understood that the medical expenses were already overwhelming her, leaving her with no energy to improve her living conditions. The first floor, the unit on the east side. Su Xiao took out his key from his pocket and opened the green iron door with its peeling paint. Yeah, your sister is back," she whispered into the house. Chen Mo followed her inside. This is a one-bedroom apartment of less than 50 square meters. The living room and bedroom are not clearly separated. There is a single bed by the window, and a thin girl is leaning against the bed. That's Su Yu. Chapter 45. Sister, the sunshine is so nice today. The girl looked younger than her actual age. Her face was so pale it was almost transparent, and her cheeks were sunken, but her eyes were large and bright. Her arms and legs were noticeably thinner than normal, and the signs of muscle atrophy were clearly visible. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Su Yu blinked, a timid yet sincere smile appearing on her face. "Sister, is this the Mr. Chen you were talking about?" Her voice was soft and slightly short, but her pronunciation was clear. "Yes, this is Mr. Chen." Su Xiao quickly walked to the bedside, knelt down, and held her sister's hand. "Mr. Chen has come to see you." Chen Mo walked to the bedside and carefully examined the girl. Her condition was more serious than he had anticipated. Muscle atrophy has affected her respiratory muscles, which is why she has shortness of breath when she speaks. But her eyes remained clear, without the numbness and despair that comes from being tormented by long-term illness. Clearly, Su Xiao took good care of the other party. "I will do everything I can to heal you," Chen Mo spoke. "However, treatment takes time and requires your cooperation. It might be a bit tough. Are you willing to go?" Su Yu nodded vigorously. "I'm willing. I'm not afraid of hardship. My sister is already so tired from working so hard for me. If I can get better, my sister won't have to work so hard." Chen Mo smiled and said, "Let's pack the necessities. We'll go to the hospital today." Su Xiao was taken aback. "Today? So soon? The sooner you start treatment, the greater your chances of success." Chen Mo looked at her and said, "I've already made arrangements at the Hentang Neuromedical Research Center. We can schedule an expert consultation today." Su Xiao's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded vigorously. "Okay, I'll pack it right away." She turned around and began to work, her movements quick and orderly. He took a slightly worn suitcase from the cabinet, opened it, and started packing things inside. Clothes, toiletries, my sister's daily medication, medical records, thermos flask. Her movements were so practiced it was heartbreaking. Clearly, she had done this kind of moving more than once. Su Yu watched her sister busy at work quietly, her little hands gently clutching the blanket, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Chen Mo walked to the window and looked outside. From this angle, you can see the high-rise building cranes under construction in the distance, and further away, the city's blurred skyline. Below the window, there were tangled wires and clothes drying in the sun. Several elderly people sat chatting in the open space downstairs, creating a scene of life that was both intense and somber. This is the world of Su Xiao and Su Yu, struggling on the edge of survival, yet still clinging tightly to hope. 20 minutes later, Su Xiao finished packing her luggage. A suitcase and 2 backpacks were all the belongings the sisters had. That's fine. Su Xiao was pulling a suitcase, carrying a bag on her back, and holding another bag in her hand. Chen Mo walked over and naturally took the suitcase and backpack from her hands. I'll take care of it. Su Xiao paused for a moment, her fingers tightening slightly, as if she wanted to refuse. But seeing Chen Mo's calm eyes, he finally let go. Thank you, she said softly. Su Yu sat in a wheelchair. This should be the most valuable item in the room. The wheels are a bit worn, but it's been wiped very clean. Su Xiao pushed the wheelchair, and Chen Mo pulled the suitcase as the three of them walked out of the small room that had witnessed so much hardship. Stepping out of the building, the sunlight was a bit too bright. Su Xiao pushed the wheelchair, Chen Mo put the suitcase in the trunk, then walked to the car and opened the back door. He leaned down and looked at Su Yu in the wheelchair. Can I help you into the car? Su Yu's face flushed slightly, but she still nodded. Chen Mo moved very gently, supporting her back with one hand and putting the other hand under her knees to lift her up steadily. The girl was so light it was startling, like a feather. He placed her in the back seat, adjusted her position, and fastened her seatbelt. Su Xiao folded up the wheelchair, put it in the trunk, and then sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle started and slowly drove out of the old residential area. In the rearview mirror, the dilapidated building grew farther and farther away. Su Xiao kept looking out the window until the familiar scenery completely disappeared from her sight before she turned to look at Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, I really don't know how to thank you. Her voice was soft, but every word seemed to be spoken with all her might. Chen Mo looked straight ahead and said calmly, You've already thanked me. Su Xiao looked at him, puzzled. The bow you gave at the bubble tea shop, Chen Mo said calmly, was enough. Su Xiao was stunned. She looked at Chen Mo's profile. Sunlight streamed through the car window, illuminating his sharply defined jawline. His gaze was focused and calm, as if he were simply doing something perfectly ordinary. But for her, this was a debt of gratitude that could change her destiny. The car merged into the traffic on the main road and headed towards the other side of the city. There are top-notch medical centers there. There is hope. There is a future. Su Yu leaned back in the car's seat, watching the street scene rushing past outside the window, her small hand gently pressing against the window. The glass was slightly cool, but the sunlight was warm. She suddenly whispered, Sister, the sunshine is so nice today. Su Xiao turned around and looked at the faint smile on her sister's pale face, and her eyes welled up with tears again. She nodded vigorously. Yes, that's great. Chen Mo glanced at the girl in the back seat through the rearview mirror, then looked at Su Xiao, who was trying to hold back her tears in the passenger seat. He suddenly realized that, compared to squandering money in bars, this scene before him was perhaps the most appropriate way to utilize the abilities that wealth and the system had bestowed upon him. The car continued on its way, heading towards where the sunlight was brighter. As the car entered the Hentang International Medical Park, Su Xiao almost held her breath. This place is unlike any hospital she has ever been to. There were no crowds, no pungent smell of disinfectant, and no sighs of despair. The park is more like a meticulously designed modern garden. Rows of white buildings are scattered among the greenery, and huge glass curtain walls reflect the color of the sky. The roadsides are lined with meticulously manicured lawns, and occasionally you can see people in hospital gowns walking peacefully, accompanied by medical staff. It's so quiet here, Su Xiao whispered. Quiet conditions allow both patients and doctors to focus on treatment. Chen Mo explained as he drove the car into the underground parking lot of a white building. The parking lot sign reads, Hentang Neuromedical Research Center, main building. Chen Mo pressed the button for the 7th floor. When the elevator doors opened, a middle-aged woman in a light blue uniform, with a capable demeanor, was already waiting at the door. Her name tag read, Lin Jing, Assistant Director of Hentang Research Center. Mr. Chen, you've arrived. Lin Jing bowed slightly. her gaze quickly sweeping over Su Yu in the wheelchair and Su Xiao beside her, her expression remaining unchanged. Dean Li and several experts are already waiting in the conference room. The patient's ward has been prepared as requested, in the VIP area on the 3rd floor. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Mo nodded. Let's take Su Yu to the ward first and settle her in and do some basic checkups. Her sister and I will go see the expert team. Clear. Lin Jing pushed Su Yu's wheelchair, her movements professional and gentle. Miss Su, let's go. There's a TV and a small bookshelf in the room, if you like reading. Su Yu turned around and looked at her sister nervously. Su Xiao knelt down and took her younger sister's hand. Yeah, your sister and Mr. Chen are going to discuss the treatment plan with the doctors. We'll be back soon. Aunt Lin will take good care of you, okay? Su Yu nodded and whispered, Sister, I'm not afraid. Watching her sister being pushed into another elevator, Su Xiao took a deep breath and turned to Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, come with me. Chen Mo interrupted her, his tone calm. Remember, you are a family member of the patient and an important participant in this treatment. Stand up straight and hold your head high. Su Xiao was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously did as instructed. The two walked towards a conference room at the end of the corridor. Chapter 46. The treatment plan for ALS shocks the old professor. Chen Mo pushed open the door and entered. 5 people were already seated in the meeting room. The head seat at the long table was empty, with 2 older doctors sitting on either side, the youngest of whom looked to be in his 50s. They were all wearing white lab coats with name tags around their necks, and their expressions were serious. Everyone stood up when they saw Chen Mo enter. Mr. Chen, an elderly man with gray hair and gold-rimmed glasses, seated at the head of the right-hand seat, spoke first in a gentle voice. You've arrived. Is this the patient's sister? Yes, Dean Li. Chen Mo gestured for Su Xiao to sit down, while he himself took the seat of honor. Su Xiao, this is Dean Li Guohua of the Hentang Research Center, a leading figure in neurology in China. These are Professor Wang, Director Zhang, and Director Liu, all top experts in the field of neuromuscular diseases in China. Su Xiao nodded nervously to everyone, her palms already sweating. Dean Li adjusted his glasses, his gaze gentle. Miss Su, there's no need to be nervous. We've already reviewed your sister's medical records. The situation is indeed complicated, but it's not hopeless. Today, we're here to discuss the most suitable treatment plan. Chen Mo took a printed document out of his briefcase and pushed it to the center of the table. This is my preliminary analysis of Su Yu's condition, as well as a framework for a treatment plan. You can take a look first. The experts exchanged a glance. Clearly, they hadn't expected the young boss to come up with a treatment plan right away. Dean Li picked up the document, put on his reading glasses, and began to read. The meeting room fell silent, with only the sound of papers turning. Su Xiao nervously observed the expressions on the experts' faces. She saw Dean Li's brows furrow slightly at first, then gradually relax, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Professor Wang, who was standing next to him, even let out a soft, eh. 10 minutes later, Dean Li put down the documents, took off his glasses, and let out a long sigh of relief. President Chen. His voice was somewhat complicated. This analysis is simply incredible. Several key points you pointed out are questions our team raised in internal discussions just last month. And that combination therapy regimen you proposed. It is based on the latest gene sequencing data and proteomics analysis. Chen Mo took over the conversation, his tone calm. Su Yu's gene mutation point is located in the 4th exon of the SOD1 gene, which leads to abnormal function of superoxide dismutase in her body, decreased free radical scavenging ability, and gradual apoptosis of motor neurons. He paused, then looked at the experts. But as you may have noticed, her condition progressed about 30% slower than that of other patients with similar symptoms. I discovered a detail that had been overlooked in her medical record. She had been taking a traditional Chinese medicine as an adjunct therapy for the past 3 years. Su Xiao suddenly looked up. It was a prescription written by an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He said it couldn't cure the root cause, but it could nourish the qi. After Yaya took it, she did feel that her strength had returned. So, that's the key. Chen Mo tapped his fingers lightly on the table. There are several herbs in that prescription that, according to modern pharmacological analysis, contain active ingredients that can penetrate the blood-brain barrier and temporarily enhance the antioxidant capacity of neurons. Although it treats the symptoms but not the root cause, it does slow down the deterioration of the condition. He turned to Deanly. Therefore, the treatment plan I proposed is a modernized improvement on that traditional Chinese medicine prescription, extracting the effective components to create a targeted preparation. At the same time, it is combined with the latest antisense oligonucleotide therapy to precisely inhibit the expression of mutated genes. This is further supplemented by stem cell transplantation and customized rehabilitation training to form a complete treatment system. The meeting room was silent. The experts looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Professor Wang finally couldn't help but speak up. Mr. Chen, the idea you mentioned is theoretically feasible. However, antisense oligonucleotide therapy is currently in the clinical trial stage, and the development cycle and cost of customized formulations. Yunding Labs has the most advanced gene editing platform and drug development team in China. Chen Mo's tone left no room for argument. Funding is not a problem, nor is time. What I want is results, a safe and effective treatment plan in the shortest possible time. He looked at Su Xiao, his voice softening slightly. Su Xiao, the risk of this plan is that some treatments are still in the experimental stage and may have unknown side effects. The treatment process will also be very arduous, requiring Su Yu's full cooperation. What do you think? Su Xiao's vision was blurred by tears. She looked at Chen Mo. This man was a stranger just a few days ago. At this moment, however, she is discussing professional terms that she doesn't understand at all with the country's top experts about her sister's life. Every word he said revealed a deep and profound understanding of his sister's condition. Su Xiao's voice choked with emotion. I believe in you. We are willing to try as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Yeah, she wants to live more than anyone else. Chen Mo nodded and looked back at the expert panel. Then, let's develop a detailed plan in this direction. Deanly, please lead the establishment of a special treatment team. I need to see a complete treatment schedule and risk assessment report within 3 days. Yes, Mr. Chen. Deanly nodded solemnly. The meeting lasted another half hour, during which some technical details were discussed. Chen Mo led the entire process, providing quick and accurate responses or raising key questions on every professional issue. The expert's initial surprise gradually turned into genuine admiration. Su Xiao listened quietly, her gaze almost unable to leave Chen Mo. She watched as his long, slender fingers drew complex molecular structure diagrams on the whiteboard, watching him calmly analyze the pros and cons of various treatment options, watching his unwavering confidence as he debated with the experts. As she watched, Su Xiao's eyes gradually became glazed over. In her eyes, Chen Mo is not just a wealthy boss, nor is he just a doctor. He descended upon her in her most desperate moment, like an all-knowing and all-powerful god. Then, with ease, she moved the boulder that was suffocating her. At the end of the meeting, Deanly shook Chen Mo's hand and said with emotion, Mr. Chen, I never imagined you had such profound expertise in the field of neuromedicine. Some of your views are things that even I, someone who has spent my whole life in neurology, never expected. Deanly, you flatter me. I'm just standing on the shoulders of giants and doing some more thinking. Chen Mo responded humbly. After the experts left one by one, only Chen Mo and Su Xiao remained in the conference room. The setting sun outside the window was just right, and golden rays streamed in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm halo around Chen Mo. Su Xiao finally couldn't help but ask softly, Mr. Chen, how do you know so much? Chen Mo turned around and leaned against the edge of the conference table. His silhouette was somewhat blurred in the backlight. I minored in neuroscience in college and later studied abroad for a period of time. I have always been interested in this field, so I keep following the latest developments. Su Xiao nodded thoughtfully, her eyes filled with even more admiration. Let's go see Su Yu. Chen Mo straightened up. The ward should have been arranged by now. Su Xiao quickly followed. Chapter 47. A groundbreaking paper has been published that will shock the medical community. Jiang Xia comes knocking. The VIP ward area on the 3rd floor was as quiet as a luxury hotel. The corridor is covered with soft carpets. The walls are a light beige, and there is an abstract painting every few meters. Su Yu's ward was at the end of the corridor. It was a suite. The outer room is the living room, with a sofa, TV, and small refrigerator, while the inner room is the ward, which is spacious and bright, with huge windows facing the park's garden. Suyu had already changed into a hospital gown and was leaning against the bed. A young nurse is taking her blood pressure. Seeing her sister and Chen Mo enter, Suyu's eyes immediately lit up. Sister, Mr. Chen, this room is so beautiful, and there are even little birds outside the window. Su Xiao walked to the bedside and took her sister's hand. Do you like it? I like it. Suyu nodded vigorously, then whispered, the nurse just drew my blood, and it didn't hurt at all. She also said that starting tomorrow, a group of very skilled doctors will come to treat me. Chen Mo walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside, and then turned to Su Xiao and said, I've already arranged a job for you. It's in the finance department of Chinsi Group, as a specialist. The working hours are flexible, so you can take care of Suyu. Once you're settled, you can start work anytime. Su Xiao's lips trembled, 1,000 words stuck in her throat, but in the end, she could only say, thank you, Mr. Chen. This time, she didn't bow, but looked directly into Chen Mo's eyes. Her eyes were filled with sincere gratitude, emotion, and some other feeling that she herself couldn't quite explain. Chen Mo nodded, which was considered an acceptance. He glanced at his watch. I still have some things to take care of. You can stay here with Suyu tonight. Just tell the nurse if you need anything. The treatment team will come tomorrow to explain the plan in detail. Okay, Su Xiao replied softly. Chen Mo turned to leave, but stopped at the door and looked back at Suyu. Get plenty of rest. It might be a little tough once treatment starts, but remember, every bit of pain is a signal that your body is getting stronger. Suyu nodded earnestly. I will remember, Mr. Chen. The door closed gently. Su Xiao walked to the window and watched Chen Mo walk out of the building and head towards the parking lot. The setting sun cast a long shadow of his, which moved slowly across the lawn. Sister, Suyu called softly. Mr. Chen is a very, very good person, isn't he? Su Xiao didn't turn around, still looking at the increasingly smaller figure outside the window. Yes. Her voice was very soft as a sigh. He is like a ray of light. As Chen Mo drove away from the medical park, the details of their earlier discussion were still replaying in his mind. The questions raised by the expert panel actually prompted him to think more deeply. Some theoretical obstacles, in his view, already have clear solutions. It's time to write that paper, Chen Mo muttered to himself. It was already dark when he returned to his villa in the Greater Bay Area. The villa was brightly lit, and Lin Wan and Tang Rui were waiting at the door as always. Master, dinner is ready. Lin Wan took his coat. Take it to the study. Chen Mo went straight up the stairs. I'm working tonight. Don't disturb me. Yes. The study is on the east side of the second floor, and it is a room of more than 30 square meters. Chen Mo sat at his desk, turned on his computer, and created a new document. Title: A Personalized Treatment System for Juvenile Amyotrophic Lateral Sclerosis Based on Multimodal Intervention, from Theory to Clinical Practice. He closed his eyes, letting the vast amount of knowledge in his mind surge, be organized, and integrated like a tide. Then he started typing. 3 hours later, the preliminary draft of the paper was completed. Chen Mo stopped, stretched his stiff fingers, and let out a soft breath. He was certain that once this paper was published, it would cause a seismic shift in the field of neuromedicine. For the first time, a complete, systematic, theoretically supported, and workable treatment plan will emerge for a terminal illness that was once considered incurable. Chen Mo took a sip of tea and continued working. That night, the study light stayed on until the early hours of the morning. The sky outside the window gradually changed from deep black to inky blue, and then to pale white. The birds in the garden began to sing, signaling the start of a new day. On Chen Mo's computer screen, a paper that could shake the world was gradually taking shape. The next morning, Chen Mo was woken up by his phone vibrating. He slept on his desk for less than 2 hours, and his neck was a little sore. He picked up his phone and saw that it was Li Wantong calling. President Chen, are you still alive? On the other end of the phone, Li Wantong's voice carried a distinct sense of resentment. You haven't come to the company for 2 days in a row, and you haven't even asked for a day off. If you don't want to work here anymore, please go through the formal resignation process so I can find someone to replace you. Chen Mo rubbed his temples, his voice a little hoarse. Presidently, I'm writing a paper. A thesis. Li Wantong was clearly not prepared for this answer. What paper? on how to effectively slack off, or the self-cultivation of a boss. It's a paper that can save countless lives, Chen Mo said with a smile. There was a full 5 seconds of silence on the other end of the phone. So, how did your thesis turn into Ultraman fighting monsters? Chen Mo smiled, not answering the question, but instead asking in return. I've only been away from home for 2 days, and you've already called me twice. It seems you miss me a lot. Li Wantong on the other end of the phone paused noticeably. Immediately afterwards, a voice, tinged with embarrassment and feigned composure, rang out. Don't overthink it. I was just checking my employees' attendance as a boss. Chen Mo, don't flatter yourself. All right. I was just being presumptuous. Chen Mo readily agreed, his tone tinged with a smile. Then I'll go to the company to report for duty this afternoon. Is that all right? That's more like it, Li Wantong scoffed. I need to see you at the company by 2 p.m. sharp. Also, I need to confirm a few more details with you regarding the revised cooperation plan with Chenxi Group. Yes, Mr. Li, Chen Mo replied. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo shook his head, his smile widening. This icy female CEO, occasionally revealing these little emotions, is much more vivid and interesting than her usual aloof demeanor. He stretched and walked out of the study. Downstairs, Lin Wan had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Seeing him get down, she said softly, Master, you didn't sleep a wink last night. Would you like to rest for a bit? Have breakfast before you sleep. Chen Mo sat down at the table. By the way, how's that guest on the 3rd floor? He was referring to Gu Lianin. Since settling her in the guest room yesterday morning, Chen Mo has been busy with Su Yu's affairs and has almost forgotten about her existence. Lin Wan answered respectfully. Miss Gu stayed in her room all day yesterday, only coming out for 3 meals. She seemed very quiet and didn't make any requests. This morning I asked her what she needed, and she said she wanted to borrow a few books to read. Chen Mo nodded, just about to say something. Just then, ding dong, ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell rang abruptly outside the villa's gate. Chen Mo paused, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Who could it be at this point in time? Lin Wan and Tang Rui have keys, but they don't know how to ring the doorbell. Delivery drivers or property management staff wouldn't be here this early either. He got up, walked through the spacious living room, went to the entrance hall, and looked out through the smart peephole screen next to the door. The screen showed a person standing outside the door, a young woman. When he saw the face clearly, Chen Mo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of interest. Standing outside the door was none other than her close friend, the protector, Jiang Xia. Chapter 48. We're all doing this for her own good. Chen Mo looked at the face on the screen, a smile of interest curving his lips. He wasn't surprised. Given the almost pathological level of control that Gu Jia's parents have over their daughter, it's perfectly normal for them to install several cameras in the house to monitor her whereabouts. It's not surprising that they could accurately analyze where Gu Lianin went, and even find her here. Strangely, the other party didn't come looking for us until so late. According to his calculations, given Jiang Xia's protectiveness and drive towards Gu Lianin, she should have stormed over by yesterday evening. It was somewhat unexpected that it was delayed until this morning. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps came from behind. Chen Mo turned around and saw Gu Lianin leaning half her body out from the 2nd-floor stairs, like a startled fawn, cautiously looking in their direction. Today she changed out of the cotton and linen dress she wore yesterday and put on a simple white t-shirt and light blue jeans. Her hair was loosely tied back, with a few strands falling around her cheeks. Although her clothes were simple, she was much more lifelike than the exquisite doll she had been before. At this moment, however, her fair face was filled with tension, and her amber eyes flickered uneasily. Is it Xia who came looking for me? Gu Lianin's voice was soft, with a slight tremor. I think I saw her through the window just now. Chen Mo nodded. It's her. Gu Lianin's face turned even paler instantly. She bit her lower lip, her voice filled with confusion and a hint of grievance. I clearly left a letter, telling them not to look for me. So why did they still come looking for me? Hearing this, Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. I see. No wonder Jiang Xia didn't rush to the door immediately. It turns out this young lady left a letter announcing her departure from home. It seems that the letter had some effect in delaying things. However, this delay is clearly limited. Do you think a letter will stop them from contacting you? Chen Mo said calmly. The fact that they haven't called the police means that your letter has already had an effect. Gu Lianin remained silent. She lowered her head, her slender fingers gently twisting the hem of her dress. The morning light shone from the side, casting a small shadow on her thick eyelashes. For the first time, a clear look of resentment and struggle appeared on that usually downcast face. She didn't want to go back. Although she had only been here for a day, this day of freedom was as precious to her as a spring in the desert. Without a mother's nagging, without a father's arrangements, without Jiang Xia's protection, she can sit quietly by the window reading, wear simple t-shirts and jeans casually, not have to pay attention to her appearance all the time, and do whatever she wants. This was the first time she had ever experienced such a feeling in her 22 years of life. It is so beautiful, so fascinating. Then, what should we do? Gu Lianin raised her head, looking at Chen Mo with a pleading expression in her eyes. Like a bird about to be put back in its cage, it instinctively tries to grasp at the last straw. Chen Mo looked at the genuine fear in her eyes and smiled. "Don't worry," he said, his voice was gentler than before. "I told you to stay here for 3 days, and I will definitely do it." He paused, then added, "I'll go talk to your best friend." After saying that, Chen Mo turned and walked towards the door. Gu Lianin stood on the stairs, watching his back. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded vigorously. Chen Mo walked to the door and pressed the open button. The heavy solid wood door slowly opened inward. Outside the door, Jiang Xia was raising her hand to ring the doorbell again. The door suddenly opened, startling her. When she saw who was standing inside the door, her expression froze instantly. Surprise, astonishment, disbelief. A variety of emotions flashed quickly across her eyes. Chen Mo? She blurted it out almost without thinking, her voice filled with disbelief. How could it be you? Clearly, she had no idea that the owner of this villa would be Chen Mo. This discovery threw Jiang Xia into a complete panic. All the assertive, interrogative, and even threatening words she had prepared were now stuck in her throat. She received a call from Gu's mother yesterday, saying that Lianin had left a letter and then disappeared. The letter said she wanted to be alone and would be back in a few days, and asked everyone not to look for her. Jiang Xia's first reaction was to call the police, but Gu's mother hesitated. "My daughter has clearly told me not to look for her. If I call the police, will it upset her?" So they started by checking the surveillance footage from the villa area. Surveillance footage shows that Gu Lianin left home with her suitcase yesterday morning, but instead of leaving the villa area, she headed to another area. They investigated all the residents in that area and eventually identified the villa based on some details. Jiang Xia had assumed that a stranger was living here. She had even figured out how to use legal threats to force the other party to hand over Lianin. But to her utter surprise, it was Chen Mo who opened the door. "Why can't it be me?" Chen Mo leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, a half-smile on his face. "Miss Jiang, is there something you need by ringing my doorbell so early in the morning?" He was relaxed and spoke casually, as if he were just greeting an ordinary neighbor. But this appearance only made Jiang Xia even more annoyed. She took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down and regain her composure. "Chen Mo, is Lianin with you?" she asked directly. "So what if it is?" Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. "So what if it isn't? If so, please make her come out immediately and come back with me." Jiang Xia stepped forward, a hint of threat in her voice. "Chen Mo, I'm warning you, Lianin is naive and innocent. If you dare to do anything to her, or try to deceive her with sweet words, I will never let you off the hook." "She is safe." Chen Mo interrupted her, his tone calm. "She eats well and sleeps well here. No one forces her to practice the piano, no one schedules her every day, and no one monitors her every move 24 hours a day." As soon as these words were spoken, Jiang Xia's face instantly turned ugly. "What do you mean? We were protecting her. Lianin is innocent and kind. She has no idea how dangerous the outside world is. If it weren't for us, if it weren't for you." Chen Mo interrupted her again, his tone laced with sarcasm. "She probably already knows how to cross the street by herself, order takeout by herself, and decide what to wear and what to do each day. Instead of being like this now, where even when running away from home, one only dares to go to the neighbor's door." Jiang Xia was speechless for a moment after hearing his words. She glared at Chen Mo, her chest heaving slightly with anger. The morning breeze ruffled the stray hairs at her temples, and her usually refined and dignified face was now contorted with anger. "What do you know?" she said through gritted teeth. "Leonine is my best friend. She is kind, talented, but also fragile and sensitive, and not good at dealing with people. She needs to be protected and needs someone to shield her from the storms of the outside world. Do you know how many difficulties and dangers someone like her would encounter when facing society alone? Chen Mo, you've only met her a few times. You don't understand her at all. Your so-called encouragement is not help to her at all, but irresponsible seduction. We're all doing this for her own good." Upon hearing this, Chen Mo couldn't help but click his tongue. Tisk. Chapter 49 Matchmaker. Aunt Wang has taken on another tough nut to crack. For her own good. Chen Mo repeated the word, the corners of his mouth curving into a clear mockery. How familiar this argument is. Parents use this reason to control their children. Teachers use this reason to oppress their students. And now, my best friend is using this reason to deprive her friend of the right to choose her own life. He paused, then looked directly at Jiang Xia. "Miss Jiang, have you asked Leonine what kind of life she wants? What kind of person does she want to become?" Jiang Xia opened her mouth, wanting to refute, but found herself speechless, because she really didn't ask. In her and her parents' minds, Gu Lianin should follow the path they had planned. She is the only daughter of the Gu family, a musical prodigy, and a future socialite. Her life had already been predetermined. There was no need to ask or choose. Jiang Xia stood there, her expression shifting constantly. "Xia." At this time, a soft voice came from inside the door. Jiang Xia looked up and saw Gu Lianin walk out from behind Chen Mo. She was wearing a simple t-shirt and jeans, her hair was loosely tied up, and she wasn't wearing any makeup. This appearance was completely different from the elegant and poised young lady of the Gu family that Jiang Xia remembered, who always wore designer clothes. But for some reason, Jiang Xia felt that Lianin's eyes were shining at this moment. "Lianin." Jiang Xia spoke instinctively, her voice filled with complex emotions. "Please come back with me, okay? Your aunt and uncle are very worried about you, and so am I. It's too dangerous out there. It's not suitable for you." "Xia." Gu Lianin interrupted her, her voice soft but clear. "I'm not going back." Jiang Xia was stunned. She looked at Gu Lianin, her childhood friend who always relied on her and followed her arrangements. This was the first time Gu Lianin had rejected her with such a clear tone. "Lianin, don't be willful." Jiang Xia tried to persuade her, but her tone had softened. "I'm not being willful." Gu Lianin shook her head, took a step forward, and stood beside Chen Mo. "I just want to try living independently, to try making decisions." She paused, then looked directly at Jiang Xia. "Xia, I know you and mom and dad are doing this for my own good. But I'm already 22, and I can't live under your protection forever. Chen Mo is right. I need to learn to think independently and take responsibility for my own life." These words were spoken clearly and powerfully. She was nothing like the Gu Lianin who kept her head down and dared not speak during her blind date. Jiang Xia stared at her blankly, unsure how to respond. Gu Lianin took a deep breath and continued. "Please go back and tell mom and dad that I'm fine and safe. I'll go back to see them in 3 days and have a good talk with them. In these 3 days, please give me some space, okay?" Her tone was pleading, but her eyes were incredibly firm. Jiang Xia remained silent. After a long while, Jiang Xia finally let out a long sigh. "All right." Her voice was weary and resigned. 3 days. You must come home after 3 days. As for your aunt and uncle, I will try my best to explain for you." After speaking, she gave Chen Mo a deep look, her eyes filled with complex emotions. "Chen Mo, I'm entrusting Lianin to you for now. If she loses even a single hair." "She won't," Chen Mo replied calmly. "She's safer with me than she is with the Gu family." Jiang Xia's lips moved, but she ultimately said nothing more. She glanced at Gu Lianin one last time, turned and left, eventually disappearing outside the courtyard gate. The courtyard returned to tranquility. Gu Lianin stood there, watching the direction Jiang Xia had left, without moving for a long time. The morning breeze ruffled her stray hairs, and sunlight danced on her face. Her eyes were slightly red, but a faint smile appeared on her lips. Chen Mo stood beside her, saying nothing, just watching quietly. He knew how much courage it took for Gu Lianin to say those words and make that decision. This canary, which had been caged for 22 years, finally spread its wings for the first time. Although she didn't fly very high or very far, and was even a little clumsy, but at least she started trying to fly. And this is the beginning of change. Gu Lianin turned her gaze away from the courtyard gate and looked at Chen Mo. Her eyes were brimming with tears, filled with gratitude. Chen Mo, she said softly, thank you. Chen Mo turned his head to look at her. You're welcome. If you want to thank someone, thank your courageous self. These words startled Gu Lianin slightly. She blinked, and then the corners of her mouth gradually curved into a genuine and bright smile. Yes. She nodded vigorously. Chen Mo gestured with his chin towards the room. Let's go eat breakfast. Okay, Gu Lianin replied. In the restaurant, Lin Wan had already rearranged the breakfast. After finishing breakfast, Chen Mo got up. I'm going upstairs to take care of some things. You can do as you please. Feel free to look at the books in the study or take a walk in the yard. Okay, you can go ahead and get busy. Gu Lianin nodded and watched his tall figure walk up the stairs. Deep within those dark, bright eyes, a strange emotion quietly surfaced, one that she herself was unaware of. Chen Mo returned to his bedroom on the second floor. He took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and returned to his study. The paper is missing its final part. Chen Mo sat down at the computer and continued working. The paper was completed at noon. With a total of 12,000 words, it is a well-structured, logically clear, data-rich, and innovative work, truly a masterpiece. Chen Mo carefully saved the paper and then sent an email to Dean Li Guohua, attaching the draft of the paper and asking him to review it and provide professional opinions. Only after doing all this did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. The sunlight outside the window was just right, shining through the glass onto the desk, making it feel warm and cozy. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The medical knowledge rewarded by the system had now completely integrated into his thinking. He not only knows what to do, but also understands why to do it, and what else can be done. This feeling of having control over knowledge is more captivating than having control over wealth. Chen Mo closed his eyes to rest for a moment before heading to Ruixin Technology to report to the resentful General Manager Li. Ding dong. At this time, the phone's special notification tone rang out crisply. Chen Mo picked up his phone and saw that the sender was Aunt Wang. He raised an eyebrow and opened the voice message. Aunt Wang's signature voice immediately rang out in the quiet study, and it wasn't quiet at all. Little Chun, have you eaten yet? Oh my God, I have something to tell you. I just got back from my old friend's place, and guess what? She's taken on another tough nut to crack. When I saw those requirements, I immediately thought of you. How about it? Are you interested? If so, I'll give you your contact information. Chapter 50. Mr. Li, why are you locking the door in broad daylight? Chen Mo's eyes lit up when he saw Aunt Wang's message. He originally thought that Aunt Wang didn't have any more hot items left, but he didn't expect there to be a surprise. This Aunt Wang is really helpful. Of course, it must be because he was generous with the money that the other party was so attentive. Chen Mo immediately perked up, picked up his phone, pressed the voice call button, and said eagerly, Aunt Wang, of course I'm very interested. Please tell me, what's going on this time? Aunt Wang's reply came quickly, her voice carrying a hint of smugness. Hey, let me tell you, this girl is a Ritter from overseas. She just came back from studying abroad. She's very worldly and knowledgeable. Her standards are sky high. My best friend said that none of the blind dates she has are good enough for her. What do you think? Are these conditions to your liking? Returned from studying abroad? Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. So it was still a leftover piece. He was even more excited. That's great, Aunt Wang. Could you please give me your contact information? Okay, I'll send it to you right away, Aunt Wang readily said. But Xiao Chun, let me warn you first, this girl's requirements are quite unusual, so you should be prepared. Chen Mo laughed. Aunt Wang, have you forgotten? I like to challenge myself with difficult tasks. He skillfully opened Feishan and transferred 4,000 yuan to Aunt Wang. This time it's a special referral fee, which is 1,000 more than usual. Aunt Wang's payment processing speed was as fast as ever, almost instantaneous. Then, a new Feishan business card was pushed to me. Chen Mo clicked on it and raised an eyebrow slightly. This girl's profile picture is indeed quite interesting. The background features the Eiffel Tower, a typical European landmark. She stood in front of the Eiffel Tower, wearing a black miniskirt and fishnet stockings, her long legs gleaming healthily in the sunlight. With her exquisite makeup and flamboyant expression, she flashed a V sign at the camera, exuding an air of worldly confidence and swagger. Her nickname is even a direct use of her English name, Vivian. Chen Mo stared at the profile picture for a few seconds, a playful smile appearing on his lips. Interesting, Chen Mo muttered to himself. He copied the number, sent a friend request, and wrote in the verification message as usual. Introduced by Aunt Wang, Chen Mo. After sending the message successfully, Chen Mo got up and left without waiting for a reply. He still has to report to Ruixin Technology today, lest that icy female CEO really think he's missing. Half an hour later, Chen Mo's Porsche stopped in front of the office building where Ruixin Technology was located. He took the elevator to the 18th floor, and as soon as he stepped out, he felt a series of complicated gazes. The receptionist saw him and immediately stood up, saying respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Chen." Chen Mo nodded and continued walking straight towards the office area without stopping. Wherever he went, his colleagues cast glances of awe, curiosity, or envy. Some people who had previously ignored him were now greeting him with big smiles. Chen Mo was already used to this. He walked straight to the president's office and gently knocked on the door. "Please come in." Li Wantong's cool voice came from inside. Chen Mo pushed open the door and entered. The office is spacious and bright, with huge floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the city. Li Wantong was sitting behind her desk, looking down at a document. Today she was wearing a light gray business suit. Her long hair was tied up in an elegant bun at the back of her head, revealing her slender and fair neck, making her look capable and elegant. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. When she saw it was Chen Mo, her eyes lit up slightly. President Chen has finally decided to come to the company? Li Wantong put down the documents in her hand, her tone clearly sarcastic. "I thought you had forgotten that you were an employee of Rising Technology." Chen Mo smiled and sat down in the chair opposite her, his posture relaxed. "Mr. Li, you're too kind. How could I forget? I'm just dealing with things at Chenxi. The Morning Light Group has already sent someone to liaise with us." Li Wantong pulled a document from the folder and pushed it in front of Chen Mo. "This is the revised cooperation plan based on your feedback. I'd like to show you a few details." Chen Mo took the document, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he looked up at Li Wantong with a meaningful smile on his lips. "Is it really just to show me the details of the plan?" Li Wantong was taken aback by his sudden question. A faint blush rose to her cheeks at a visible speed, but she quickly suppressed it. She straightened her back, trying to maintain her usual aloof demeanor, and said in a firm tone, "Of course that's all. What else did you expect?" Chen Mo smiled and didn't ask any further questions. He lowered his head and began to look through the cooperation proposal. It must be said that Li Wantong's abilities are indeed outstanding. This revised plan not only perfectly integrates his previous suggestions, but also adds many more forward-looking and practical details, making it a level above Zhao Xian's previous version. "Sure, no problem." Chen Mo closed the document and said with certainty, "This plan is already very comprehensive, so let's proceed with it accordingly." Li Wantong nodded, a satisfied look on her face. "Okay, then I'll have the project team finalize it according to this version." Chen Mo stood up, preparing to leave. "If there's nothing else, I'll go first." "Wait a minute," Li Wantong suddenly called out to him. Chen Mo stopped, turned around, and blinked. "What's wrong, Mr. Li?" Li Wantong did not answer immediately. She stood up, walked around the large desk, and went to the office door. Then, to Chen Mo's somewhat astonishment, click, she reached out and closed the door, locking it from the inside as well. Chen Mo's eyes widened instantly, a bad feeling welling up inside him. He instinctively took a half-step back, covered his chest with his hand, clutched his clothes tightly, and stared at Li Wantong with a look of horror. "Mr. Li, in broad daylight, you wouldn't be planning to do something illegal, would you?" His exaggerated reaction made Li Wantong roll her eyes. "Don't give me that," she said irritably, but her cheeks turned even redder uncontrollably. She walked up to Chen Mo, stopped, took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. Then, she raised her head, her beautiful eyes, which were always cool and aloof, staring directly at Chen Mo. "I was just about to speak." Li Wantong suddenly frowned again. Her nose twitched slightly, and she asked in confusion, "What's that smell?" "It smells so good. It smells like yours." Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. Are all women's noses this sensitive? He only stood with Jiang Xia and Gu Lianin for a while in the morning, and he already smelled? Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. It's probably because I wash my hair today. Li Wantong looked at Chen Mo with a mixture of belief and doubt. Chen Mo changed the subject without changing his expression. Mr. Li, is there anything else? Li Wantong pursed her red lips slightly. His eyes no longer held their usual assertiveness and distance. Instead, they held a rare seriousness. It's about what I mentioned last time. Chen Mo, I'm not joking. I'm serious. She paused for a moment, then continued. Just consider it a favor, okay? You won't lose anything. After saying this, Li Wantong's face turned completely red, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, and even her fair neck was tinged with a light pink. For her, this was the first time she had ever taken the initiative to make such a request to a man. She has always been the center of attention since childhood, with suitors as numerous as fish in a river. Why would she need this? But when facing Chen Mo, she repeatedly crossed her own bottom line. Other men would probably have nodded in agreement without hesitation. Unfortunately, she met Chen Mo, a man determined never to put all his eggs in one basket.